The video play.
Like Star Wars do.
Lord of the Rings.
Did I hear? I heard Captain Forcefax. So is that? Did I hear that? Dude? Anyways,
I guess what I'm saying, if so, a creative principle that would be, way above anything we could even comprehend at a level of consciousness to be able to like have all this happening. Wouldn't it like my question to you is, do you think it would have to be beyond male and female since it made male and female? Wouldn't it have to be transcendent
Yeah.
of that and therefore not be male or female? Or do you
Or
think that it
balance.
could be male, it could all be male? Because I guess the Abrahamic kind of Christianity defines that God as male, right? Like it does kind of make us claim on that to a degree, right?
What
well,
about a
it's
balance
it's
of the best
difficult.
of each?
It's difficult to pinpoint that because, like I said, dude, when we talk about God, God is a complex unit made up of multiple persons. Now, this is a big debate whether the Holy Spirit can be considered part of the feminine part of God. Right? I don't know. The Holy Spirit in the Old Testament, most of the times, 99% of the times, it's described with feminine attributes, feminine qualities, feminine pronouns. But there's probably a couple instances where you might find a male pronoun being used for the Holy Spirit. And in the New Testament, it's gender neutral most of the time, which could be male or female. And then there's a couple instances explicitly where it uses a male pronoun for the Holy Spirit. That's why I'm not entirely sure. Go
when
ahead.
you think about it, like intuitively, doesn't it kind of give you the like? Don't you have? I don't know. I don't want to hold you to it, but I have the feeling that it's like signifying a feminine. Me personally.
No, I do,
Like
but
the Father, the
it's
Son,
like
the Holy
taboo.
Spirit.
It's taboo though. You'll be
That what
considered a
feminine?
heretic. The
Like
Holy
the Holy
Spirit.
Spirit has like a feminine element to it.
She waits at the doors, or she cries at the doors. She was the first works of old. She, her. Talks about the Holy Spirit with feminine pronouns all over the scripture.
That's Eden.
But the whole thing about the Father, like the goal is to have this relationship with this Father entity, is the idea.
Yeah, the Father being the head, right? Even within God, even within the complex unity that we call God, the Father is the hierarchy, like he's
the man,
the one in command.
It gets super deep because what it is when God created man, he said man ought not be alone, even though he had all the animals and stuff, right? And none of these partners seem fit. If God claimed man ought not be alone, that's a moral claim. That's eternal. That's not like God just figuring this out. And this is in Genesis. That means he knew there would be a counterpart to man that when he bonded with, he would become one, ehad. So he can also have what Lion is talking about here with the diversity in his complexity. And that's what happens when a man and a woman marry. They become one.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that one. You're gonna have to repeat that again sometime.
So it's about the there's this word called hypostasis, right? So you have the hypostatic nature of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Though they're all echad, though they're all one in unity of one mind, right? Like sort of like the disciples, they're all of one accord. They have distinct personality, right? By their identity, their being, right? You have the Father, you have the Son. That right there, there's a distinction between the Father and the Son. There's hypostatic distinction. The Father being the one in charge of the Son and of His Holy Spirit. So the Holy Spirit and the Son, they process from the Father ultimately. The Father having unique hypostatic properties, as in the originator from where the Holy Spirit and the Son come forth. I'm not saying that the Son is subordinate ontologically to his Father, but that he is willfully subservient to his Father eternally. So like that right there, there's a clear distinction. They're still God though. Together, they're still considered God. But I'm probably already losing most of you, except for you. people know what I'm talking about.
No, I mean, I'm following you of that idea. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like, if someone's atheist, I guess that's their position. Like, they're either agnostic or atheist. Either they don't know, or they just say there's no higher anything, higher power kind of thing, or any higher orchestration. And then if you're not on one of those sides, then you're like, okay, there is a higher orchestration. So whether you call it God or a creator or whatever, however view you see it. I mean, in the like Eastern traditions, they have that Atman and Brahman, which is sort of like the Brahman is like the ultimate undifferentiated consciousness, whereas the Atman is like the individuated sort of like soul or the individuated part. But they have that whole breakdown of how the one becomes many, essentially. So with this Christianity one, yeah, it's like it's another kind of version of an idea of this. And then the way you're talking about it with like a Trinity kind of concept, and then using the Father Son thing. I mean, the Father Son thing is very human, although I guess animals also have technically, like if like like a deer or something gives birth to a child deer or whatever, then like the father is technically, there's like a father and son relationship there. But generally we kind of think of that as more of a human thing, more so, other than just like in nature, there is like the parent-child relationship, and then there's male-female. But with like humans, like there's a whole lot more connotations to this father-son kind of thing, because we're all, in our world.
That's
One
like a
thing-
condescension. That's like a condescension, like so we can understand what the relationship is like. It might not necessarily be analogous to how we see it in nature or how we have it ourselves. But it's like, in order to understand the God, to apprehend, maybe not fully comprehend. You know what I mean?
Real quick, I just want to say regarding the idea how the one can become many. That's not what I'm trying to actually convey, because the one has always been many. If there isn't a time in the past where the one became many, the one always was many, right? Because that one that we call God is made up of three persons. So those three persons are eternal, right? So that's how you get the one in the many. That's how you solve the one in the many. That's how you solve relationality, is because there has always been relationality. There wasn't a time in the past where there wasn't relationality. There's always that one it was always a complex. That's what makes the triune God distinct from all the other gods, right there. He didn't become many. He's always been many.
No, I got you on that. I hear you. I could go both ways on that, because like I do think that all of consciousness is eternal. So like even this moment right now is eternal. It's not like it just happened or it was just created. It exists eternally. Therefore, if I feel separate from the one, or you feel separate from the one, or whatever, like we're obviously not in that like total omnipotent, omnipresent state. So yeah, from that perspective, then like we are the many, if we're going to say that. And if this moment exists eternally, then the many has existed eternally. It's kind of where I was going with that. And then, but I also think the one has existed eternally as well. So I know that might sound, yeah, it's like if one is eternal and many are eternal, like they're both eternal. Because I do think there had to be like a point where it was a singular consciousness, and then it was like, you'd have to like be like, oh, I'm going to create humans, and like there'd have to be some plan. You got to put it together at some point.
Yeah, that's a difference I would say is there's a creator-creature distinction. From my standpoint, is that the one and the many existed eternally in the triune nature of God. However, in order for knowledge to be possible in our world, that one and many needs to be something we have, so we can distinguish, just differences between the law of identity, essentially. So yeah, that's what I would go with on that, is that the creator creature distinction is the difference there. Like, we're not the God actually made a distinct choice to create the creation, and that's something that is of himself but also separate from himself, just like how he is triune in his nature.
I got you. Yeah, I mean that's my understanding of like some of the, and I don't say this to be critical, because a lot of people, like when the word dogmatic is used, like some people use it as a critical thing, but I'm actually just saying like that is kind of the. I mean, would you agree that there's a certain dogmatic belief that that's the case that has dogma in it? I'm not even saying that
Yes,
in a negative
yeah,
way. I'm just
no,
saying the actual
definitely.
definition. Yeah,
I agree. Yeah.
it is
God is
interesting. I mean, because it just it's a. Go ahead.
God is irreducibly complex, right? He's completely independent of all of creation and all the other individual spirits that he created. He's whole. He's an aseity that's made up of three. So God is three in one.
All right, so like what so this is getting to like identity, like what God is versus what you are is like what we're calling identity? Or like is this like a like there's some consciousness of identity that you're saying that three thing God has versus yours? Or like what makes you different than that? If it's just a matter like if you're both consciousness, what is the difference between those in terms of like the agency or identity claim that there's like this kind of differentiation that you're putting on it?
I would say it's
Well,
the standard. So that is the ultimate standard that we reference in order to align ourselves with that standard.
we have a beginning, Gio. We were created. God doesn't have a beginning. That's the biggest
Yeah, I mean, like
distinction.
if you were to go, yeah, like the analogy, if you were to go make a video game right now, like you could go create a bunch of characters and make a game, and then that game, other people would be like build a whole like lore around it and a whole thing, but like you existed before that game, and then like if you're eternal, then I hear what you're saying. I guess I'm just saying the identity, like I guess it's just separating this idea of like that this creator is eternally separate from you. And that's what I was asking. I was trying to I was using the word identity, but like, is it just a matter of where one is like philosophically placing identity on that three entity thing versus like what you are or what anything else is? Like, where's the differentiation, or how do you
Yeah,
know what that
that
the
is.
differentiation is there even as well?
Yeah, I would say that is the differentiation is that ontological status, which is the identity of that, like the creature creator distinction there. Am I asserting it dogmatically? In a sense, I am. But the reason I assert that dogmatically is because of I don't know everything and I don't have the capability of knowing everything. So therefore, I am definitely not the God, so I can see the separation in that sense.
No, I hear you. I hear you. What? But is it like this word liminal, which means like kind of being on the threshold or like in a transitional kind of between state? So like how would you know if you've put yourself into like a liminal state where like there's a threshold between you and the ultimate, that kind of in between? Like how are you able to differentiate if you're just in a liminal state right now where you actually are that undifferentiated unity, but you're kind of in between being aware of it? I was kind of trying to bring in that. So like how would you know if that's the case versus that you really are separate if you haven't like have you met the thing that's separate or have any way to verify that it is out there other than just the like the teachings of the traditions and so on?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and that to me that's very interesting. Like, could I determine that ultimately? I don't know. Have I met that thing that is separate? I do believe so because of what's being naturally revealed to us is that our experience that we're having is true. So there's something external to me that's telling me that. And that's the thing I'm referencing. So at that point, I look at it as external, but I don't know if I could prove it in the sense that that you're looking for. Because what you bring up is, interesting. How would one even go about knowing something of that sort?
I would say the best we could do is point to his invisible qualities that are made manifest all around us through like the laws of morality, the fact that goodness exists at all, right? The fact that like love exists, these things that we can't explain scientifically. There has to be like an ultimate reference point for that love, for that goodness.
Yeah, I hear you on
Like
that. I would agree. I mean, there is. Yeah, I do think there's.
a mix of good and evil, right? That then you would have eternal. You would have an eternal struggle with no resolution, right? And instead, we know that good triumphs evil, light triumphs darkness. They're not equal in potential. Like the yin yang, it will depict like an equal portion of light and dark, and like they're codependent, like they need each other to exist. The ultimate good is non-contingent. It doesn't need evil for its existence. It's separate. So I could just point to good and know that there's an ultimate good out there, outside of myself, knowing that I am flawed. I can't be that ultimate good that exists. It has to exist.
Yeah, and therefore you're separate. I mean, I do hear you on that because yeah, we're obviously all separate from like. I mean, if there's an ultimate source, none of us are in that state, unless someone is. But well, let me ask you this: like both you guys or whoever wants to answer, but like, let me ask you this: then, what do you make of like in light of this? What do you make of experiences like this? I'm gonna read this actually because I was typing in experiences of undifferentiated unity. So, what do you guys think of these states? Like, are these just false, or is there something to this? I'll just read it real quick. Experiences of undifferentiated unity represent a state where individual consciousness dissolves into a singular, interconnected whole, devoid of distinctions, subject-object dualism, or sensory multiplicity. Often described as an ineffable experience of oneness or the one, it is characterized by pure consciousness, profound peace, and the feeling that all boundaries are illusions. So when people have these experiences where like all boundaries, all differentiations are completely dissolved and they're in that like oneness, and so on, like what do you guys think of those experiences? Like, because that would imply that consciousness, if what they're experiencing is true or somehow the truth they're experiencing, like, now if you haven't had this experience, it might be different than if you have had it, of course, but where you are like viscerally experiencing the like some kind of like a totality unity state of all of consciousness, and there's no questions about it when you're in it, like it's as it's described. And this goes all through time. I mean, there's like ancient meditation practices that do this, and there's all kinds of different kind of. But what do you think of those experiences? Because those imply that there are going to a unity. So, but if you're saying there's always a separation, then how has this like God that's separate, but then created a human that can have an experience of unity to these very deep levels that people describe these experiences?
Real quick. So to me, that sounds a lot like in the occult writings. They'll talk about the great work. You ever heard of Aleister Crowley talk about the great work, or Madame Blavatsky? You know what the great work is?
I think they just hijack that as occultists do, but there's something much deeper to that. But yeah, they jacked it and kind of added stuff to it. But yeah, I'm familiar with it.
So it has to do. So and I know Dyslo's talked about it a little bit before. So this separation between left and right, or white and black, or in magnetism, right? You have the dielectric and the magnetic. It's an illusion, right? Reality is actually a synthesis of both, where the boundary layer is actually an illusion, right? It's all one. It's all one force. It's all one thing. Good and evil are just one. It's like God is both good and evil. It's the illusion that we have the separation. I find that very problematic. For the simple reason that if you destroy the boundary right? If you destroy the structure, you lose meaning, right? The law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, they require structure, they require boundaries, clear boundaries. If you take away those boundaries, those borders, you lose meaning.
Why do you lose
Identity-
meaning if that happens? Because when people have these experiences, they gain meaning. They get like deep downloads of meaning and are more whole afterwards. So why would it break that apart if you're connecting with like a unified state of like eternal consciousness?
I could
You
even
lose-
grant that and just say that would be the creature, you know, like there's a breath of life that we've all been given, and there is a sense of relationality that we all have, in the sense like that we could all be related, you know, from being of the same species, you know, of that sort. So I mean, I don't know if that necessarily follows that that means we are part of the creator conscious. You know what I mean? That would just be the creature conscious.
So I agree. So Gio, the law of identity, right, which gives everything its identity, its being, right? If you dissolve the boundaries, you dissolve identity. There's no meaning to identity. There's no meaning to it because you don't have a boundary. You don't. Everything becomes one, like this one pantheistic universe, right? Cosmos, where if there's no meaning to distinction, you literally lose distinction. You lose relationality. It dissolves away, and then we're all just one thing, right? So there's no meaning to distinction.
Well, where are you getting that from, though? Are you getting that from experience, or that someone else said that? Because when people have the experiences that I'm mentioning here and so on, they don't have this like loss of meaning crisis or anything. In fact, it heals loss of meaning that they had before they had this experience, because they felt separate. Generally, they felt isolated, and that's the lack of meaning. The whole like Newtonian Cartesian materialistic paradigm where they remove spirituality, they remove meaning, and we're all just like, you know, cells and just neurons in our brain. So generally it's the isolation that goes with the lack of meaning. When people have these experiences, like they actually heal, like sometimes like a lifelong conflict with meaning, they'll heal when they see that they're all one, and that they can have compassion. And so anyways, I'm saying, where are you getting that it fractures meaning? Because that doesn't mean that the identity is gone at all. Like that eternal oneness is also the thing that made all the different identities, and all those different identities that we call identities, they all exist eternally. You, me, there's no breakdown of meaning in that. And when people go through the experience, they actually integrate like to a higher level of like love and bliss and meaning. So where are you getting at that it breaks, that it does or
It's
what were you saying? You were
it's a lo-
saying
it's-
it eliminates
it's a
meaning, you
logical-
were saying, or?
it's a logical deduction. You have to understand that the laws of logic are irreducibly complex. You take one away, logic itself is it just crumbles. Knowledge would be unobtainable, right? So this idea that you can just, okay, I'll give you a verse in King David's Psalms. He says that I walk at liberty because I keep your commandments, right? So there's a necessary antecedent to liberty and freedom, and that's, you need structure, you need order, right? So God is orderly, God is logical. In order to have knowledge to be obtainable, you need order, right? And order necessitates structure. Structure necessitates boundaries, right? Even for mathematics, you need boundaries, you need order, you need structure. You take away the boundaries, you take away the structure, knowledge collapses, logic collapses. So you cannot have a reality without order, without logic, without boundaries. Then meaning itself, relationality dissolves.
All right. So when people have these unitive experiences where, and so on, are you claiming that they lose? What do you think is happening to these people? Because if what you're saying is true, then when people have these experiences, they should be going into a crisis like you're referring to. But it's not what happens. It's the opposite. So I'm trying to
granted.
still figure out where you're getting that. Is it just a logical kind of idea, or is there anything that actually links to what you're saying? Because like when people have these, anyways, yeah, when people have these unitive experiences, like they find meaning, and it heals that within them, and they're more peaceful and happy afterwards. They're not like torn apart in some kind of like identity crisis thing that is. What were you saying, that it, like all meaning is
Last thing, and I'll give the mic to
needing the
Torah.
structure. Yeah, but the structure always exists. That's part of. I mean, of course, that's why creation makes all the structure. I don't disagree with all of that, but that doesn't really relate to Like when these experiences are had, there's not like a crisis in the change of the consciousness state, to where like structure is somehow dissolved, and you're making it sound like they would just completely like lose their mind. Is that what you think it's linked to,
I,
like losing your mind or
I'll
something?
yield the mic to Tor right after this. But like Tor said earlier, right? There's a reason why we have the creator creation distinction, because it preserves knowledge, it preserves identity. Once you start conflating the creator with the creation, and you lose what it means to be uh, a separate being from that, you start to become delusional, right? Knowledge itself starts to erode, and identity starts to erode, and you lose track of what it is that you are, who you are.
So where are you
Your
characterizing, like,
position,
who's gone
your
through this
position.
that you're describing?
Hold on, your position though, where your position in the cosmos, who you are, your identity, right? If you start to conflate the creator with the creation, you start to make yourself that thing that is separate from you, the reference point for all intelligibility. Then you become the God. That's what ultimately happens with a lot of these mystics. We are God. We're all just, we are God. And
Yeah, that's
the age.
that's what the spiritual journey seems to lead people to at the end of it. Absolutely, yeah. When you actually do the inner work, that is pretty universal throughout all of time. That it's not that they are God, like they are an Abrahamic God, or like that idea of God, but yeah, like the spiritual journey, it seems like throughout all of time seems to, and there's some of this in Christianity too as well, but to lead one to a realization that like at like the core, remembering that they did create the whole thing, yeah, and that they are one and the same with everything. That's why when people have these unitive experiences, that's why I was asking. But I mean, like, yeah, the completion of the spiritual journey tends to resolve that insights that are to that nature. Like, I've never heard of anyone getting to the end of the spiritual journey and having like a separate connection with a separate God. That's why I always ask with Christians, like with that belief, like, is that what you think is going to occur when you get to the end?
What
Well, when
I
you
give
say
the mic to
that,
Tor.
well, yeah, when you say that it's going that like it all leads to like that you are God. From my understanding, then God is not the ultimate thing by any means, because I think you would agree that actually what it leads to is a ultimate humility and a humbling. And if you're saying, which means that we are all on the same plane, all of us image bearers, all of us humans that bear the image of the God, then yes, I can agree with you. But if you're saying we are the God, that's the difference.
What
You
does the
know,
God mean to you, though? What does that
the
mean?
God is the thing that is eternal, that is required for anything to exist.
But what is that thing? Because like if I were to use the word source, if it is just the source, then it's all of our source. Like it's what's the deepest thing within us.
Yeah,
And it
yeah,
wouldn't really
that,
be it wouldn't be anything like a the thing. It would just be the source, if you want to call it the source, I guess. But it would just be that foundation at the level that's like beyond human. I mean, people like the unitive experiences I described, people can have those in a physical body, but generally once they come back to their body, they're not able to maintain that. That's why I was asking what you guys thought of that, because I mean, people have these experiences, and it's easy to maybe like put something onto them, but like, I mean, Lion was trying to go with like saying that like everything is stripped away and then their identities are all, and they go into a crisis of like meaning. But like I said, that doesn't match with the experiences in terms of all of those factors. But
I've had the
that's
experience
why I
you're
think
talking
we
about.
can. I think we can grant those experiences and just still be able to separate the creature from the creator, in the fact that the creatures are related in an extremely special way. And something that you realize as Christians is that we are adopted children into the family of God. And so once you start to notice that everyone around you bears the image of the God and is literally one of your brothers and sisters, that can lead to the same kind of experience that you're saying. I feel like that's the same outcome, is that you realize the level playing field. And now some people might say that level playing field is God. But what we're saying is the reason you know that's a level playing field is because the standard of level is the thing called God. And he's above your level playing field. He's the thing that is the cause for everything. So we humble ourselves below that, understanding that we are all on that same field together below the thing that is ultimate, which is beautiful because that thing has promised us a ton of things we can hope for.
Yeah, Gio, that was wonderfully said, Tor. Gio, I had an ego death before, dude. Um, at least one major one, but I would say at least twice. But the one major one that I've shared before, dude, I literally, my ego, my identity was completely dissolved, except for a little chunk of it that remained, which is just a part of me that was self-aware. Everything else was stripped away from me, and all I was basically just part of existence with no form, no body, just mind. And I just became part of existence, dude. And it was very trippy, very scary. I wouldn't say it was a pleasant experience by any means, but I hear people having ego deaths. They think that they are, that's when they are God, because ultimately you get reduced to just a point of consciousness, and you're like, oh, we're just all one thing, we're just all one giant organism. We're all one. I get where they get that idea from, because I also seen that. I experienced that.
Yeah, some version of it or some experience. Yeah, I hear you. Well, yeah, there's different layers of that. I mean, the thing is, like, these like oneness experiences, like this says right here, this is I'm just going to read this. It says these experiences are considered a central peak or ultimate point of many spiritual traditions and philosophies, including mysticism, etc. Like, what I'm saying is that a lot of people, well, here's another thing, like, what do you think about the fact that if people do the breath work, or if they do plant medicines as well, but even if we just stick to the breath work, what do you think of like, okay, so when people generally do this, like they'll go through their own like personal traumas and things, but once they go through their own personal traumas, they start to get more and more experiences like this, where they're able to kind of see like the oneness, and it's very like healing for them and so on. Like, is your view, like, if it isn't a oneness, would you claim that like just by doing breathing, like, doesn't get you to the end of the spiritual path? I know that's kind of like a loaded question because you're not even saying that. I'm just kind of like thinking off the top of my head, because I'm just trying to think, like, if people do breathing and they're having spiritual journeys and they're coming to this oneness, like even that word entheogen, which is like used for like mushrooms and all of those, but that word entheogen, like ayahuasca and so on, is a kind of a word to like replace psychedelic in a way, although psychedelic has its own meaning. But entheogen basically means like generating the divine within, essentially, because it's like the gen part is generating or genesis. The en part is kind of in or within, and then the theos, is essentially God or the source or creator, etc. So it seems like these plants just engender this, like, or even if you want to call it like an awakening to one's divine nature, which is like one with everything ultimately. Even though, yeah, we're still, everything can be one, and a dog can still be a dog. We can still be who we are in our own, timelines and experiences. But what do you make of all of that? And then you said you've had that experience too. But are you saying that like God made all these humans that have those experiences, but that's not the truth, and there is this separate God?
Or you want to answer that?
I think when you have these experiences, it's really showing you how powerful the connection is. It's just giving you like a little taste of how extreme the connection to God is. I never looked at it as like I'm God now. Like I had that sense of like connected to, but not like I am the mastermind or I am the ruler, I am the controller, I am the creator. I
Well,
never actually
people
experienced
people
that.
people can experience that. Again, though, I mean, I guess someone would have to say that they're not having a legitimate experience, but like on 5-MeO DMT is one of the most intense, where people have said that they became the source, the omnipresent, omniscient, like they were in that mind state and they remembered. It was like the most eternal remembrance of who they were and on like the deepest level. And so I'm saying people have, and then other meditation practices too, people have experienced that where they actually do reach the source.
What do they come away with, though? You know, like what's the takeaway from that? Like when they come back down, they don't like think afterwards, like, yeah, I created this. They just feel connected to the one that did create it, or do they still have this illusion that they actually did everything in it, like another life or another dimension or something?
On another level, perhaps you could say. Like that they are at one with the source of everything eternally. But
For me, I'm still finding separation in that, though.
Yeah, you can have
From
but on
the-
another
Uni-
level, like
you
a
can
higher
have
level.
you can
than their
have
current
unity
level.
within multiplicity, right? Like a body, like we are one body made up of many cells. Each individual cell, right, is distinct. Now, I brought up earlier how you can have like the United States of America be a single entity made up of multiple individuals, but it's not an illusion, right? That those multiple individuals have their distinct consciousnesses, right? Even though you have America as one entity, that's complex unity, right? That's unity within multiplicity. Now
Yeah,
you're saying that you're saying
that's what the Atman Brahman is in
you're
that
saying
Eastern tradition.
yeah, but you're saying that the distinction between individuals is an illusion. That they don't actually have
Well,
you know what I mean? And that's where I disagree.
No, I'm not saying that. I think it's both. I think that they have their separation as much as is completely there, and that it is separate as much as consciousness can make it separate with all the boundaries and all of that. That's all happening. But yeah, simultaneously on a more eternal level, the ultimate identity, like my viewpoint, the ultimate identity of all of us is that we are the one. So in my view, and I'm not saying you have to see it that way or anything like that. I'm just saying my view, like you Lion, like I think you are the one. I think Torah is the one. We all are. No one's up above or below anyone because we're literally one. So I mean, that is how
That's
I
what
see
Trump
that.
thinks.
Like the
He's the
separation,
chosen one.
the separation and the oneness are both existing. It's just in my view, like the higher level, like the ultimate truth is that we actually are creating all of it because we created ourselves. We manifested ourselves basically to, and then are creating the whole physical world and everything as well. So anyways, I'm just saying the separation is there, the individual identity of like the soul as we go through, because that's the Atman, like in that Atman Brahman thing, the Atman is like you, me, we're separate, etc. But in that idea, which I do resonate with parts of that, but that the Brahman is the ultimate, that we all ultimately are. Like no one is kept out of the Brahman. You know what I mean? Like we all are that eternally. Like no one's like kept out of like that. We're choosing to keep ourselves out of it for an experiential purpose, but no one is like denied that basically, or what we're calling a separate person is ever actually denied like that eternal source.
Oh, that's confusing. That takes a little bit to digest.
I guess it was just in response to like, can you have separation or different identity things and then also have an ultimate? Like
Yeah, you have to be able to. You have to.
Yeah.
Otherwise, like if you say in the sense of ego, right? Ego is self in recognizing you. If you kill that, like a true ego death would mean you don't exist anymore.
Well, here's what I would say. Okay, so right now I'm in the separate thing that I call, my life, etc. Like I'm separate. I feel separate, obviously. We all do to a degree. Like I'm not sitting here like aware of
Yeah, of
how
course.
the entire country of China is being manifested. Like obviously I'm separate. But like in my viewpoint, when I reach like the ultimate dissolution state where I'm back to the source, or when you do, it's not like like this moment right now. This moment is not gone. It's not like my identity is destroyed forever and who I was in this life is all. It's actually, this moment is in that eternal state. So once you get to the eternal state, all the different identities are there eternally in their perfect form. And they're not going anywhere either. So we can experience all that we want to of this separation, and we can be in that ultimate state. I mean, is that not the best news ever if we all end in like an omnipotent, omnipresent, like infinite,
It's
omniscient?
pretty cool.
Don't
I
you
kind
want
of
to
think
get
so.
that what you would want ultimately? Or, I mean,
Well, I don't
I
know.
do.
I think something similar is in store for us, even within like Christianity. I see parallels with that. It's like, because, like how you identify yourself is like your name, your experiences, all this stuff, right? Well, the life I lived, you don't fucking know me, all that bullshit goes out the window. You have like this like overwhelming feeling of connectivity to God, right? It's just in his presence alone, but you still have the understanding of God. You get what I mean? You don't, like, you're connected, you're like one with, but there's still a separation there.
What do you think happens when you die, though? Do you ever get back to that? Do you ever get back to it?
What do you mean? Oh, you mean like absorbed into it type thing? Or like consumed by it? Or just, no, I look at it as like you're just, like,
No,
you're
like a
just elevated.
transformation of consciousness from your current state to at some point being to the state of the source. Like, do you think that'll ever happen? Because you're going to die as your human body, obviously, right? So, I mean,
Yeah.
our human bodies are going to go. So, whatever, like your personality, my personality, our bodies, those are going to be gone. So, that's what I'm saying. Like with the Christian view, like, are you just always separate from this God? You know what I
Like
mean?
separate
Or
but connected. You get what I'm saying? Like you still have that connection to God, just like you do here, in your body form. You still have a connection to him. Like there's still like, like in your heart and everything else, right? Spirit, heart, mind, body type thing. And then it would
I guess,
just
like, how about like saying it this way? If the one became many, do the many go back to the one?
one became many to the many. Well, yeah, yeah. I mean, heaven, right? That's drawing the parallel, but I kind of see what you're saying. It's like we all, but you still, I don't know. That's where I have trouble. Like I have trouble with all of them. I don't care which one it is. Like trying to figure it out. It's like, how do you keep your identity while you lose it?
Well, because I guess the other way to say it is the one became many, and then the many are always separate from the one, and can only get close to him, but can't ever really fully become that. Like, see, to me, that sounds like it feels like a trap. Like, if I was kept from like infinite eternal consciousness forever, that would be like, dang, that would be the biggest. To me, that would be a huge bummer. Even if
But I don't
God
think
was
it's
like
saying
awesome. I
that.
mean, I guess if you're in like an amazing place with him and chilling, I mean, that's fun. If he's
I
cool.
don't think I don't think it's saying that though. Like the eternal consciousness. Like I think you just get elevated, to understand like a different reality in the presence of God, like in his realm, so to speak. Like in a completely different like dimension, plane, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah,
And
well,
I
I guess
just
just
don't
talking
see
about this
being
because, like,
absorbed.
in terms of Christianity, of the idea of like this a God that's separate, the creator and the creation, and then that we are separate from it, and even the idea that we always will be separate. That's what I'm saying, like, because the nature of what the truth is. Now, people have these kinds of experiences and stuff I was talking about, but obviously those are kind of an individual experience within one human or many humans. But it is kind of like an experiential thing when you're in a body. So I mean, I'm open to like critique of that, like, oh, well, maybe that means it's not the ultimate truth or something. Just because you're having that experience doesn't necessarily mean that you're actually, necessarily just connecting with the ultimate truth. Just because you're having an experience, but
You can't rule
I
it
guess
out
just
either.
But I guess just if those experiences are the truth, then we ultimately are that one, and that's what we have to look forward to. If those experiences are not the truth, then if the kind of Abrahamic God created the creation separate, and then we're always separate from it, then what is the nature of that? Like we can only get close to that, but we can never actually get back to that like omnipotent state.
Oh, so you're going like the extra mile with it. You're taking it to actually like having all of what God is.
Like to the completion, yeah.
Holy shit. That's why I have a problem though. That's where like my brain just can't comprehend identity while you know what I mean? It's like, how do I have identity while I am something that's completely different and that must already exist type thing?
Yeah.
Well, it's just like, I don't
Well, I
know,
guess
like a
it could almost be like
temporary,
when
like
you.
pulse in and out type thing.
Well, how
Like
about
you
like
can
the
connect, but
analogy
you
of a.
can separate.
Well, how about? Oh, sorry, I missed what you said.
Meant like you could connect to it, be there, and then separate. You know what I mean? Like your identity's not actually lost. It's just temporarily like put on hold or something, in a sense.
Yeah,
That way
like
you
if
can
you're.
connect to the all-knowing, all-powerful, and be that in that state. And then you're saying like, and then still be able to drift away from that state and go back to your essentially ego or yourself or whatever.
Yeah. Ultimately, yeah. So, and I
That's
was gonna use the
interesting.
analogy of like in a dream. So like you're in your body or whatever, and then when you dream, you can go into like a whole nother world or even like be a different like person or something to that extent. And like your life is kind of on hold, like your daily life is on hold and you're in this other world. And then when you come out of a dream back into this body, you're like, whoa, you wake up out of a dream. And then you're like, oh, okay, I'm back. Now, if we use that analogy that like that's the source went to sleep and is dreaming you or is dreaming me, and then when we wake up, we're going to go eventually back to. Now, some people think it happens when you die. Some people think it happens after more lifetimes, like when you actually complete like all these levels of like building compassion and love and like all the spiritual stuff. Some people think it happens at the conclusion when you become like the best person you possibly can be and you like resolve all of the karmic conflicts of treating others and living on earth, and the idea of reincarnation, that and then it happens at the end of that. Some people think once you get, so there's that idea, or some people think it happens when you die, but yeah, like in that analogy, it would be like waking back up to kind of like when you wake up out of a dream. It's just, I guess, in the analogy, like we are the dream, and then when we wake up, we'll be back to the source, like that kind of idea, like a shift of
Yeah, I get
consciousness.
what you. I think I get where you're going with it. I mean, that is fascinating idea.
We would be like awakening to our divine nature. And if we're using the kind of a sleep or awakening, yeah, like, because when you're in a dream, sometimes you totally lose like all awareness of your daily life, Like, have you had dreams like that, or your daily life now that when you're in the dream, you've basically lost like all awareness of it?
While I'm in the dream, oh yeah, of course, dude.
Yeah. But have you had times where you also kind of do have memories from your life? Because I've had like both, or
Yeah,
sometimes I
yeah.
like,
Like
yeah.
you like replay. Sometimes you replay episodes in your life, and just in different ways, and not even like really coherently that you could put into words, but just like shapes, images, all that other stuff. And it just cycles through, but for some reason it makes sense in your mind, even though it's so fragmented and like disjointed, but it still overall makes sense. Yeah, I've had plenty of dreams like that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess,
Even like,
yeah, that whole analogy of like a dream, or, there is that idea like, oh, life is a dream and all those kinds of ideas, and there's like a lot of like concepts around that, but yeah, that would kind of be that type of idea. But I guess it just links to the oneness thing, that if you wake up, do you wake up to your eternal source self, you know, the source of all, and that you would ultimately kind of wake up to that. I mean, we have dreams, which is a trip just in and of itself, like your whole consciousness. And yeah, like when people do like 5-MeO DMT, specifically 5-MeO DMT is the one where if you do a really high dose of 5-MeO DMT, that's the most common one that people describe like it took them to the source essentially. But like other experiences can do it too. Like yeah, meditations or even the breath work. The breathing takes a bit more effort, but it's like they're like temporarily waking up, into that basically. It's like a waking dream that's like a really peak experience. And then yeah, when they come back into their body, it's kind of like it's not quite like waking up and going to sleep, but there is like an overlap to that people seem to experience. So yeah, that kind of analogy is an interesting way to think of it, like the waking up and falling asleep thing.
Yeah, it's really complex, but it's very interesting. So I'm trying to relate it to like my experiences while you're talking about it.
Yeah, the thing with that too, though, that goes with that is that then you have to figure out like why evil exists in the world.
Yeah, you're left with all the other questions.
Yeah,
I mean, that's what it feels like, though. The more understanding you feel like you get, it's like, well, now I got a whole list of other questions.
yeah, and why like things would be created to such a because like if you're one with it with everything, then you actually are the one creating it all. And when I say
You're
I'm talking
blaming
about
yourself, right? When you're pissed off, you're like, why does this exist? What? It's like essentially in that framework, you'd be blaming yourself.
that's actually one of the potentially more like healing or freeing things is that you can realize that you're not a victim because a lot of people like the victim mentality can really just wreak havoc on their life. Why is this happening to me? Why me? This is not perfect and that's not perfect. Whatever it is, like a lot of like, yeah, kind of victimhood consciousness basically. And so there's that like when if you realize that you actually are manifesting yourself in that way, you're like the manifestation of yourself, you can realize that you're really not a victim to anything and that you're actually creating it for a purpose. And then kind of what do you need to do to get out of that, pain or suffering, which tends to be like evolving spiritually in a lot of cases. Because like the victimhood is
I mean, there's
usually
some merit to that. Yeah,
yeah.
to evolve spiritually. Yeah.
Well, what about okay? So if we are the one, and then we created ourselves, and we created like all these like the moral and ethical laws and stuff, and if we do reincarnate, it would play into that too, because like we actually are able to go through a lot of experiences. But what do you think of the whole idea that we separated ourselves from that source, we created all the rules, and then we have to actually go through the game and learn all the lessons basically, and whether you bring reincarnation into it or not, the only thing is that if you only got one life, it's like, damn, I better get this all right now. Whereas if you have many lives, then it's more like you have many chances and you have all the time you need. But what do you think of the idea though that as you go through all these spiritual things and learning lessons basically, including like how to treat others, how to just you know deal with life in the best way possible kind of thing with the most like love and compassion and empathy and patience and all that good stuff, hard work and discipline and just every aspect of life that we think of.
Yeah.
And then
Like, what if
eliminate
you're
all the
in it?
negative things kind of thing. But do you think that, yeah, and eliminate all the kind of wrong things basically and do all the right things. Do you think that eventually like that idea that you would like, that's what would actually get you to that like ultimate happiness and bliss is actually and back to like that source potentially as well by going through it all and that we've created this like kind of journey or this game or however you want to put it like for ourselves. What do you think of that?
Well, I could see the reincarnation thing if it was something along the lines of you need to learn every lesson. So you just like every lesson's like played. Like you're living like a life and you're somehow,
Yeah.
some way. Like everything, every experience, at least to some level, is, like stacked onto those lives, and that will be the journey for that life. But that's kind of predetermined, a little bit predeterminism.
Well, if we're meant to go through all of it, then like, yeah, you might live a life where you're rich, you're born into money, and all the challenges that go with that. Because as humans, that there are a lot of challenges that can go from money, and then another life where you're poor, and then there's challenges that
Define a
come from
lot
that. What?
compared to the broke man.
No, but it's dude. Sometimes the rich lives though can be even more brutal in some cases.
Well, yeah,
Like being like
especially
a
if like,
humble poor person is like kind of a beautiful thing in its own way, but they're both
yeah, if they're
unique.
not
My point is,
happy
if you
and they
have to
can't
go through
find
all the
peace,
things, then you'd have to go through both sides, you know?
yeah, the money with no inner peace, all the money in the world but no inner peace, that would be, yeah, I can see that being a struggle.
Yeah, it would be the idea that there's right and wrong in that sense, and that every time you do the wrong thing, you're like blocking yourself spiritually from evolving in any way. But that's why I'm asking, like, because like, what is the evolution then, or like, what is the
What's the
point of being
final
good?
form?
Yeah.
What's the final form before you exit? Jesus, right? But yeah, like,
Well, if you
yeah,
knew that the
some
better
character like that.
Here's a question. Okay, if you knew that the better you were as a person, like the more honest you were, the more fair, the more patient, the more noble, the more trustworthy, the more loyal. I mean, you get all these things, right? If you were all the best, if you knew that if you did all the best things that you know are right, that you would be able to eventually be in a state of consciousness that is like completely fulfilled, completely blissful, infinite love, infinite, all of that, infinite knowledge, into just like an ultimate place of peace. That is like the best thing ever.
That'd be tough though.
And you had to be the best person possible. Could you do
That'd
it?
be tough because you'd have to get it right at a young age. It'd have to click rather young, or you
Well, let's
have
say
like
you have the
at
many
a
lives,
certain point.
because I know one life is kind of tough to think you could get it all right.
No way, guy. You could tell me this when I was a kid, I'd still fuck it up.
Yeah, I
If
mean,
somebody told me this is the playbook to the universe, I'd be like, yeah, whatever, buddy.
in my viewpoint, in my understanding of how the spirit world works, it's hard to say fast, is that generally it takes anywhere between, on the lowest end, like a few hundred lives to complete this realm, and on the higher end, thousands. Like some people may take thousands.
Oh, like a speedrunner. Just gets everything right, intuitive. Yeah.
Oh, someone that only does it in a few hundred lives. Yeah,
Here's the
that's
thing
Yeah,
that I
like they'd
always
have to
wonder
like
what the reincarnation
that's
thing
more
does.
rare.
Keep
Jake's
in mind,
on 40,000
I'm a very strong
Jake's at 20
believer in
grand.
reincarnation.
at least, double that. Sorry, Jake, go ahead.
I was gonna say the thing that always bugged me with reincarnation. I've always been a very strong believer in reincarnation, but is like the population has grown so much over time. Like, where did all those new souls come from? Right? If the Earth population, they say is like whatever it is, 100 times or 1,000 times more than it used to be. Right? Like, do you think
Yeah.
that
You could
like
put him in the
souls
queue.
share? Do you think the souls are shared across multiple people?
Well, I'll share my view on that. Okay, the way I see it is that let's say there's the source, right? For the moment, just using the word source. That source has made a bunch of different worlds for us to live in, basically, like really like infinite actually, but let's just leave that. It's a ton. So instead of like planets out in space, I'm talking about like actual like realms and consciousness, like bubbles, if you want to call it that. There's like there's liquid and ether and etc. And this is just one of those realms, is how I see it. And there's many, many other of these as well. And souls, as it were, are going through journeys through all these different realms. So how I see it, like the soul may be, let's say, in like a higher spirit world, and then it, maybe, or in another realm. And then it might leave that realm spirit world to go to like a bigger central spirit world. Then it could come to the earth spirit world. And the earth spirit world is the one that's connected to the earth. That's where you incarnate from, back and forth. And so what I'm saying is that those souls are coming in. You can think of it like, yeah, train stations kind of thing or whatever, like, you know, etc. But it's like if the earth realm is the physical realm and then it has a spirit world connected to it, that's where the human souls are before they incarnate, and that's where we go back when we die. But when we die, I don't think we go all the way back to the source yet. We're in that spirit world, the earth spirit world. And then from that spirit world, we can go to another one. You don't even have to finish the earth in one run. Like you can do a few lives and then go to another one and come back, finish it later. All of that. But anyways, the point is like the souls that are needed for here are all coming from the earth spirit world, and the earth spirit world is only one kind of intermediary between many, many others. And so there's literally infinite souls, but let's kind of even leave the infinite out of it again. There's a ton of souls. So there's no problem filling the bodies, as it were, connecting the bodies with the souls, basically. There's more souls than there are humans, like always. So it's never going to be short on that, if that's what you were asking, because there's so many more people now that it would need more, there'd be needed more souls kind of idea.
Do you think that as a soul you get to pick the quest that you're going to go on, so to speak? Or do you think that there's like some degree of like unpredictability as to whether you're going to get a shit sandwich or not?
My understanding is it depends on the soul level. So like younger souls are generally given lives without as much planning of them being involved, whereas like the older souls, as it were, actually are more involved in planning their lives. And then there's the idea that when you graduate from this whole realm, you can actually become a spirit guide, essentially like a guide, and you can help others plan their lives. But I think it's a mixture. I don't necessarily think that every soul knows everything about their life when they're going to go into it. There's a whole like range of like when people have had experiences tuning into this, and I have as well. But there's the idea that you're like shown, like, okay, if you're like not necessarily at the point where you're planning your own life, but there's also, you can have like, there's like planners that plan the life. So you can also like ask them for things like, hey, I want to learn how to be patient. So I want to live a life like this or that, or whatever it is. So there can be some like things like that, but like before you enter the life, you get like a kind of a preview of like kind of the main parts of it. And there's like, people say there's like these like signposts that are like things where, yeah, you might have deja vu, or you might have some kind of resonance with the journey when you're in the life, but that before you get shown like kind of a preview in a sense. So anyways, yeah, to answer that, from my understanding, there's a range. I mean, some people have a lot more, but yeah, you can like pick the components, or it'll be given to you. Yeah, like it'll just be planned for you, basically, or at least like the major
What
parts
about the
will.
people like they're born like incredibly mentally disabled, or just in a wheelchair? They're like, what kind of a soul journey is that, you think?
Yeah, so all of the things that are like being blind or having some kind of mental or physical ailment, or like some kind of childhood disease, or like cancer as a child, or like birth defects, or all these things that are really like, yeah, even like others, diseases and so on. Those all actually do, in my understanding, those actually have a purpose. Like for example, my understanding like from this view is that like all souls have to be blind, at least in one or more lifetimes, because there's a whole thing that goes with being blind. So yeah, I mean, or you were saying somebody who is like,
Oh, like, yeah, like overcoming an obstacle like blindness or deafness or like cancer, something like that. I understand, but when you're born where your brain is like so fucked up, it's almost like a radio with like a broken, with like a broken receiver or something, right? Where it's just like there is like no gears turning. You know what I mean? Like the people that are like profoundly retarded, right? Like,
yeah, you know what's intense, dude? Like if you bring in the other dimensions and other realms, that soul could even have karma in that. Like maybe in another realm, they made some like chemical and poisoned people and really, did something like that to it. And then they're born into a life where they have to experience that. It's just one idea of how I think karma can play out like interdimensionally. So there could actually be a karmic connection to that in some cases. But I mean, dude, the thing is like there's souls that even are involved in miscarriages. So that's actually a purpose. Like a soul would actually have a purpose. Now, maybe that same soul maybe had a miscarriage with that mother, and now they're changing places. Where like the one had a miscarriage, and then now they're playing the reverse role because there's like emotions that go with miscarriages. There's a whole like set of life lessons around it, like letting go and like all the mourning and stuff that goes with that. So yeah, even that's like a soul mission. Like that's a very short life. Like you just literally, you just reaching the fetus stage, and then you don't even get born.
See, I've always kind of looked at it like that like consciousness is more like like that consciousness isn't in the body or the brain, right? I've always felt like the brain is just like a radio, right? Like it's just a device. It's just a biological machine, right? That has the ability to tune in to the consciousness, and then that consciousness can then occupy that machine, or it can pick up the signal of consciousness, right?
Yeah.
But then if that machine is like damaged, like in the case of like a full on like completely mentally disabled person, it's like a completely broken radio where all you're getting is like static between, you know what I mean? Like you're trying to change the station, but all you're getting is static because the radio can't tune it in, you know? And I've always felt like, and then a fetus is not conscious because it's just like you're still building the radio at that point, right? It can't receive any signals yet because you don't have all the parts there for it to work as a machine. You know what I mean?
What
That's
if
always
that?
how I've kind of looked at it.
What if that's happening because you tried to like cheat an experience or something, right? You're like, all right, well, you tried to like um skip a level of progress, so therefore, all right, you just get rejected.
Like
You get
like
rejected from
the
that
the
lesson.
variety of like rich human experiences, like Gio said, like overcoming blindness or like living with blindness, or maybe even like the Helen Keller thing, where like I guess a lot of that now they're saying is fake, but I can understand that. But if it's like if you're so profoundly retarded that you're just like drooling in one spot all day, I feel like that like there is no progress. There's like no soul progress there. I mean, like Gio said, maybe it's more of like a punishment, like you're in soul purgatory or something. But I don't see like how you would advance other than somehow that soul is able to perceive reality like more than it seems. You know what I mean? And like more like an observer, like crowd watching. Like I don't know.
Well, okay, so that's a pretty like profound example, but I do hear you. So in all of these like soul things, you'd have your physical body issues, like either disease or ailments, or even like being, quote unquote ugly, or being attractive, or all these different things. Uh, for women, like having big breasts or small breasts; for male, big penis, small penis, whatever. Every single combination, that there's all the physical things. Now those are like that's like the size and shape, or like genitals, like that's that whole thing, or like your looks, how good your looks are, or whatever. Your voice, how good your voice sounds. Your eyes, your everything, your proportions. Physical strength or not physical strength, like for men, all these kinds of things. But then you have all the diseases as well, and physical ailments, and like you're saying, like either mental or physically being disabled, or like poisoned, or lifelong, like chronic like autoimmune diseases, or multiple sclerosis, or dementia, like all the physical things. And that's kind of in that category. So I would say that, yeah, dude, in my view, like a soul that is born into like a mentally and physically disabled like body, even that's like really, yeah, like maybe that they can't even like do anything. Like you said, they're like, some of them really are just like drooling, and they're completely in a state, but I actually think that does have a whole soul lesson to it. There is a whole way of like having patience and having that state of consciousness that's being created. I know it does seem like brutal why that consciousness would even be created, because it, in a lot of cases it looks really unpleasant. But I do think there's purposes to all these things. And yeah, I do think that soul is going through something. Like I said, yeah, it could be a karmic repercussion as well, though, in some cases. But because like, yeah, like if that soul was in another dimension and like poisoned the lands or whatever, and caused that issue in other people, and now like they're born into it. But I'm not saying all experiences are like that, but that could be one possibility. Because I hear what you're saying, like, yeah, but how are you equating it, like being blind? If you're blind and you're like you can't even really do much, how is that different than being like what you're talking about, like the deeper like mental and physical
Well, I mean, you can still be
ailments?
like really witty and brilliant and have like a really rich human experience as a blind person, right? I mean, you're
Yeah.
like your intellect is all there, like you're still fully conscious, your intellect is there, you're just like lacking a sense, right? You've been robbed of one sense, but I still feel like you can have like a very rich human experience, right? As opposed to like, the proverbial like just, just drooling, staring in the air, kind of catatonic, like profoundly disabled, like mentally disabled person. They're not having like an enriched, well, as far as we can tell, right? They're not having like a profoundly enriched human experience. They're not like pondering existence and reality. Like they're not, you know what I mean? Like
They might be
I
though. How
don't
do
I
you know
don't
they're
think you can
not?
equate I don't think you can equate blindness even in the same ballpark of like, mental disability like that.
All right. No, well, okay. I hear you like to a degree. But like what is it's kind of interesting. Like what is life then? Um, I hear what you're saying though, because if you have like if there's like lessons to learn, whereas if you're just like completely catatonic or drooling, well, dude, there are people in like quote unquote mental wards, obviously in the modern era with who knows what crazy poisons and stuff that have gone on. But I mean, there are people that are like, yeah, catatonic, where they
Well,
just
there's
stare at the
locked
wall.
in syndrome.
They just stare at the wall all day, like literally just stare at the wall and so on. Like these extreme like cases, yeah. So you could also put them in a category of like what is the purpose there, question.
There is like locked in syndrome though, which is kind of terrifying, where it's like you're all there consciously, but like your body is just like paralyzed, right? Like
I
you're just
know
like
that's
that's almost like, yeah, that's like a true jail for like a soul, as opposed to like, like the ones I'm talking about is like if you do like an MRI of their brain, like you'll just see that the activity is all like fucked up. Like this brain is not like conducting properly. You know what I mean? It's just like the brain isn't really working, right?
no, I hear you on all that. Let me ask you this though. Like, do you have a part of yourself where you kind of have that like eternal smile in just that everything's okay? Do you have that part of you where you're just like when you think of yourself or others, where you're kind of like the idea of like smiling at a friend at a party and you just look at each other in the eyes, you both just smile and you just have this recognition. Like, do you have that as some part of your being at the end of the day? Like, there's some like, yeah, I'm
mean,
kind
I
of
think
describing it as like an eternal smile.
I
Because
think
my
most
point was
like
going to be
fairly
that
balanced.
what if those people have that too? Is my point.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. You can't say if you haven't been them, right? Like,
No, the locked in thing does sound intense. You know what I was thinking too, dude? Like having
but
like like a stroke. Like, have you heard of people when they have strokes where like time stops and life like fractalizes and like, dude, it sounds really intense. Like, and I know there's things going on in the body, but like stroke consciousness, like my gosh, that's another intense one. Heart attacks.
the other thing is like consciousness is not like a steady state, right? Like consciousness, it's up and down, right? Like we've all experienced it, right? Where you can just like, go into like a hypnotic state or whatever, where like consciousness can depart your body for like it's like your consciousness is not like a flat line level. You know what I mean? Like sometimes you're more conscious than others just throughout the day, like any normal person, right? Your consciousness fluctuates up and down.
Yeah. Well, I agree with you, dude. I don't think consciousness is made in the brain. I think it transcends that entirely. And yeah, I mean, we're talking about these different things. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, even if you're like an incredibly advanced human that's like worked through a ton of stuff and you've accomplished a lot and made a lot of money, versus like some of these things we're talking about that people have like, what if like their physical ailment is like the mission for that life is to get through it and have enough patience? Like, for example, dude, even though this sounds intense, let's say like, yeah, it could go with being blind, or maybe you know, are missing a leg or missing an eye or name any of these things. What if, or like you're even saying, like the mental, physical, debilitation and handicapped or whatever term you'd want to use, and people as well. What if, even if, or even the locked in thing, what if it's about like for example, like not getting angry when your physical body is not functioning, not being just angry or being, yeah, like in some way unwilling to accept it and then being frustrated, versus like having some kind of peace with it? What if there's actually like a soul lesson about having kind of empathy and peace for the actual like physical or mental inability, to function? Because that's like everybody wants a good functioning body, but then there's all these experiences where people don't have a good functioning body. So is there something to learn in that?
Yeah, I think there's definitely, like overcoming challenges can evolve a soul.
Yeah, dude, this woman who like was never able to walk. Have you seen that where they put her in this huge like robot suit and she was able to walk? And her reaction, she was like, "Oh my God." And I'm thinking, dude, most of us just get up and walk every day and we don't even think anything of it. But for her, it's like the most amazing thing ever, like just to be able to walk. It's wild. The consciousness is relative, apparently. Dude, so for some blind people, like just to, because yeah, to like not be frustrated, to try to like live independently without being able to see, that's like a high level soul quest right there. You know what else is said too, like about like when souls incarnate, is that they actually choose to take on these challenging things. That the soul actually like knows it's going to do it, and actually chooses to take it on, like things that are like extreme suffering or different. Like even like Jeremy, like he lost one of his eyes when he was young, so it's like, yeah, like did his soul choose that? Like in that example, did he choose like, all
And
right, for
his
this
brain,
lifetime?
I think half his brain he lost too.
He might have gained more access to his brain actually. I think the overall idea is that like every experience we build compassion and empathy for that experience, and that seems to be kind of the, like if there's a spectrum, like let's say like stealing from other people, like just robbing people. At the lowest level of that whole journey, people are just straight up stealing from others, right? And then at some point so they're just doing it. They're just robbing people left and right because they think it's okay and they don't really realize it's wrong yet. So they just do it a bunch. Then they realize, and then they get something stolen from them. And then they're like, whoa, this sucks. That was my thing. And now it's just gone. And then they might have like anger at that phase, be like, or go try to like beat that person up or kill them or something. Like that would still be like a lower level of it. But eventually when they're getting stolen from, they then at some point be like, oh, okay, I see how it feels to be stolen from. I'm going to stop stealing. So then there's that point where instead of having anger or madness at it or at themselves, then they like accept that. And then ultimately they then stop stealing. And now if they stop stealing, that's a good phase. That's a good step of it to where it's like, okay, now they're not doing the thing, but they still might get stolen from for a while to have to still learn more lessons about having like empathy and compassion for the other person who is stealing because they've been there themselves. They've done the stealing. So now they kind of know. So then they have to like have like deeper, like more advanced phases of like forgiving them and, realizing they've been there before kind of thing. And then there's the idea that the ultimate conclusion of it is, of course, to not do the thing like stealing, but also to not have a reaction to it, like anger or madness or like spite or anything like that, to have like just ideally like an ultimate level of like empathy and compassion. And then it would be the idea that you've kind of completed it at that point. And then from that point on, like you'll basically never get stolen from again. And you will have like integrated that whole, that's just like one example of how the idea of like how something like that could be gone through
Like the karma cycle.
Yeah. It's like the structure of the karmic complex, basically, or like the cluster.
Yeah, but
of
I've
right
known
and wrong.
career criminals though who, even though they've had lots of stuff stolen from them, they don't really see. They don't like see like the bigger picture of it. You know what I mean? They're just like they just see it as a way to
Some
come
people
ahead.
need a few lessons, quite a few lessons. So they'll just keep repeating it, and depending on how much they keep repeating the same mistake, will be how much they're gonna experience being stolen from. So
Yeah.
it's like if you don't learn your lesson quick, then it's gonna be a tough ride ahead of you.
Well, okay, so there's an idea with this where like, okay, why would someone even do the wrong thing in the first place? And there's an idea that there is like some kind of impulse that you can't control. That's like that's one idea of it, where it's like you actually can't control it. with your like soul agency, basically. So like, let's say like a lust for another woman and you're going to, you know, cheat on your, you know, you're going to cheat or whatever, like that kind of thing. Or yeah, maybe even stealing, where people just go into a rush of like, you know, they just, and there's an idea that like their soul kind of just gets like an impulse to do the thing, and then they do it, and then eventually they start to be like, oh God, why did I do it again? You know what I mean? And get more like awareness around it. But that by having the impulse to do the wrong thing, it then kind of gets the process going to where then, you know, the reactive thing ends up happening. And then you kind of get the opportunity to try to figure out why it's happening to you. And then like, yeah, what's right and wrong. And just that idea that, yeah, if you're doing it to others, it's going to happen to you. And then there's even the idea that there's like a grace though. Like if you like learn the lesson, like there's this phrase like grace supersedes karma. So it means like you'll be given grace. That'll like, even if you have like tons of lives where you've killed people or something, maybe you're going to be killed over and over. But if you learn the lesson, like you don't have to be killed for all the people you killed one for one. Like all that can just be transcended. And that's the idea of grace. Like you'll be given grace. So grace supersedes karma. So like, because the system in this idea, it's like made to learn and grow. So it's like if you figure it out, it's like you just clear every character in the rest of the level, you know, and you graduate kind of thing. So you don't have to like be hit by every enemy that you hit, but you do have to learn the lesson, you know, or else it's going to keep happening. But once you do, there's the idea that your whole life can change. Like if you figure out something that you were doing was wrong and then you were like, okay, I'm never going to do that again, that initiates that whole process. Or it can do that where it just, then you'll never have it happen to you if you can fully, you know, commit yourself, as it were, to never do it again. And if you never do it again too, you know, that's even like, if it's something that's wrong, of course. It's the idea that the karma is there to teach you. It's not really there just to punish you or like, you know, it's actually there to teach you. So if you learn the thing, then boom, you just transcend the whole level.
Yeah, there'd be so many levels to that comic system. Could essentially end up like a balance graph. Like everything would have to ultimately balance in the end.
Yeah. Well, there's the idea that when you reach the end of this, like it's even claimed the idea that like your soul goes through like literally the color of the rainbow, like Roy G. Biv, like red, orange, and that the old souls are like the purple, like the violet at the end of it. And yeah, I mean there is the idea that you can basically graduate this whole realm, and then you won't ever have to incarnate again. You could still incarnate if you want to, and that's the idea of like really old souls like coming back. So it's like you could, but you wouldn't really. I guess it is almost like the idea of like graduating from a school in a sense, even though, I mean, school is a whole like Freemasonic kind of structure the way it is today, but that concept of like that you could complete the earth realm. Like you've gone through all the karmic processes and completed them all.
You're talking earlier about like the different kind of like bubbles where it's like this is a different civilization, different civilization. What if you had something like the higher the people were like more advanced comically, or they got through more stages of growth? They're all create like a certain type of society within that realm. And as you
Oh
advance,
yeah.
then you go into like right out the gate, it's just better living for everybody.
That's an interesting idea. So, okay, in the idea that there's many different realms, there might even be different levels of them. So there might be like level 1 realms, level 2 realms, level 3. But yeah, if you were at like some higher octave of all that, and then you
Yeah, and it's
were
all like
in a
level
realm
people
of just, oh, that would be
200
like
and
a
shit.
utopia.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. That's what I was thinking of. Like, imagine like a realm with a bunch of like Jesus.
Right.
You know, like, well, as far as like what you're considering, like the Jesus figure, or like a Buddhist or whoever, you know, like I'm not trying to put anything on it, but like you get what I mean. Like those
Yeah.
people that are so pure, like just the potential they would have.
Oh yeah. Well, I think that all exists. Yeah. It's all happening. In my viewpoint, like that is because yeah, I see what you're saying. Like if you had all like just the most loving, compassionate, like people that were just completely kind and like never toxic in any way and was just like knew all the best principles of working together. Yeah, I mean that's almost getting into like a movie or like some kind of ideal society where everyone's just cool and happy and positive and just like healthy in mind and spirit and all of that. Yeah. Well, then you're getting to like a utopia kind of thing at that point.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And even if it wasn't utopia yet, it'd be damn good. Like every world would be like an upgrade of the other, like minor trade-offs until you start getting into like the more advanced stages. Then it'd just be like, all right, from here on out, smooth sailing.
What would you want, like ideally? Like, would you want like a realm where you have like some kind of like free energy where you can just make architecture, like just profound architecture? Would you want like an earthen type world, like this Earth, and just to be in a body that's like free of disease and, or would you want something else entirely, like dragons or like? See, dude, I think all this exists within like there is no reason for me to think that this is all that's in consciousness, like at all. Like I feel like this has got to just be a drop in the bucket. Because if this realm is so unbelievably orchestrated and amazing on so many levels, even though there is a lot of suffering too, but if it can create this, and when I say it, I'm just talking about whatever that higher source is. If it's able to create this, I have no reason to think that it would stop at creating anything it wants beyond this as well.
What about a
So like
realm?
actual realms of dragons right now that exist, like yes, it's happening. That's how
Yeah,
I see
or
it.
like a realm you can manifest, but you don't have that ability because you haven't passed the qualifier of being trustworthy enough to not abuse it. Because you haven't learned enough lessons to be granted that privilege. So it's like you could just manifest things. Like you could actually manifest a dragon to ride, you know, across the plane to go visit another area. Where it's like if you weren't trustworthy or you didn't learn enough lessons, then it's like, all right, well, you're probably going to manifest the fire breathing ultimate killing machine. So therefore, you don't have the ability. Maybe something like that. I don't know. Just throwing out ideas.
Yeah, there's
That would
so
be
many
like a
possibilities
utopia.
when you think about other worlds and realms. I mean, there's obviously all like the movies like Lord of the Rings and Star Wars, and the Star Wars thing is actually happening. Oh, dude, let me ask you this. Okay, in light of all this, do you think there could be another dimension? I'm just going to use that word, another whole place where there are balls in space, and it actually
Yeah, of
is balls
course.
in space. It's just not this one, but there's other ones that are. What do you think of that idea?
I mean, yeah, I mean, there has to be potential for it, you know?
What if it's actually like, yeah, it's balls orbiting balls in this other dimension?
See, I
And
look
maybe
at it
that's
as
why
like the
people
creator
resonate with
created
it.
us. So why couldn't he create something else, you know? Yeah, it could be. But they think it's, you know, but they think it's no, what if it's like the majority? I was gonna turn back the fucking tables of time. That won't work. Yeah, so they got a bunch of balls, but they can actually get to them.
I guess what I'm saying is, okay, this would be the whole like idea, I guess. It would be that there are, because we're talking about like other dimensions right now, basically, that there are other dimensions, and there's so many of them that there are some where you actually are on a ball and you actually are spinning in a huge field of stars, with the sun and all that stuff. And that those, it would, at that point, it would just be all the physics that I guess they claim, which in this realm are pseudo physics, but in that realm, it would be a little different to where that actually would be what's going on. Of course, it would look different. It would be different. It would actually act like a ball. So there's those things that don't match with this realm. But what I'm saying is that if those realms actually do exist where it was a ball and what we call gravity does come together, because like why that could be possible, like if anything's possible. Now, there's issues in this realm as to why it doesn't function that way, but that's a whole other thing. Anyways, but the idea would be that there are other realms that are like that. This one is not that, but the way that they were able to sell this kind of idea of the Earth being a ball to people is that there's a resonance interdimensionally of other realms that actually are balls with outer space. Therefore, it's like an easy thing to kind of convince people of that this one is that, even though this one is not that. But they're just using that kind of model or idea. That's the whole idea. That's the theory. Yeah, there's like an interdimensional resonance of places that are actually balls that it gets hooked in to people here into believing that they're on one here, but they're not actually here. This one's actually planar.
That's kind of funny.
It's stationary.
You're gonna end up rage baiting somebody with that one.
Rigger likes balls in and all around his mouth.
Meatballs are delicious. Yes, I agree. Oh, this makes your brain tick. Definitely makes your brain work.
Well, I guess as a finale, all that, if the idea that we're going through these lives to actually like progress, then it would be that the soul has to actually go through like many of these dimensions. Maybe not all of them, but like, maybe even that idea that there's like level 1 dimensions, level 2, level 3, even in that kind of thing, to where you're getting to like higher and higher levels. But then it would be
like
the
that
idea that once you reach the final life of your final realm, then you would be back to the source. After you've gone through like the whole, not only like one realm's journey, like going through like the Earth realm, as it were, and going,
like a cleansing ritual.
Yeah.
Almost. Like cleanse you of sin, well, cleanse you of evil or wrongdoing, and like brings you to purity, like a path to purity.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that is that whole idea of like, yeah, like a spiritual transformational process. Yeah, getting to where, so like even if you created all the negative sin in the first place, I don't think that means, see, the entities in control, like the Illuminati or whatever, see, they're such a young soul. The way I see it, they are such young souls that they just have no idea what they're doing, like the damage they're doing. They're just raging and doing it. And so they're actually they're the ones, let's just say like there's some entities doing the evil, but they're just at such a young stage of it that they're in that like destructive stage. And even they, I think, eventually will, come to terms with all this as well, whoever those entities are. But they're just in like an undifferentiated rage, kind of like they're doing it without even like, that like it wasn't Jesus that said something to the effect of like, forgive them for they know not what they do. That kind of sentiment.
Something along them lines.
Yeah. Because like, so some might
Like
think,
a low
if you
level-
realize, some might think like, well, if you realize you're all one and then there's evil, then you could just do evil and be like, haha, I'm just the one. I can do all the evil and it's all. But I don't think it actually, I mean, that is kind of how it works for those young souls, though. That's what they think. They think they are like God and like that whole apotheosis. But that's more like the toxic version of like, they think they're there through like a psychotic bloodline. They didn't actually get there through like hard spiritual work, They're not like doing the hard work out here, They're just
Yeah, they just treat it as they're privileged, like born privileged.
yeah.
Like, it doesn't require effort. It doesn't require growth or connection or nothing. It's just, I'm special because I was born type thing.
Well, like if they think they're God or whatever, or they think they are like some cult being thing, and then they think they can do all the evil because that they just created it all anyway, so they're just doing what they want. But that's like even though I do think we're all one and those beings are doing that, but that's not like a completion state for them. Like they're gonna come out of that. But that's like starting at the bottom basically, in a way.
They'd be like the low levels of this stage. Like this stage could have like level 1 to 50 or whatever. And they're like level 1 and 2.
Yeah. Exactly. But they just happen to have all this like hijacked kind of like, yeah, knowledge that they've taken and from others. But yeah, like on a soul level, they would be. Well, because there's even the idea that like younger souls are the ones that are like, yeah, like robbing, stealing, hurting people, not having any remorse for it. And then once you become more like intermediate, you realize other people do have feelings and that you hurt others, and then yeah, the higher and higher levels of just having like just like endless empathy and compassion and love and like yeah, just basically caring for others on a deep level is like getting to the higher levels. I'm just saying, in my view of all this, there is right and wrong, like to such a degree that it's not just like do as thou wilt or whatever. See, that's what I'm saying. They're in such a young soul state that they're like, oh yeah, well, I can just rage and just kill people or do whatever they do, like vaccinating children and stuff. Like it's insane what they're doing. But yeah, they don't even have any compassion for those children. So it's like like a psychotic person in a movie, like that movie Saw or something. It's just like a black hole.
Oh,
of
that
evil.
shit's fun. I couldn't even watch that shit, dude. I don't watch movies like that. That level of psycho, no. That shit's, I don't know. Because when I watch them movies, I think, yeah, there's people out here like that. If given the opportunity, they would do something like this.
Yeah, I mean, people that have tapped into this as well, like, and there's the idea as well that there's like different soul levels, like in the earth realm, and that you like work with different soul groups. And like these soul groups are like anywhere from like 10 to 20 souls in like your main group. And then there's like a secondary group and a third group is like a third layer. So if there's like 10 or 20 in the main group, then like you mostly incarnate in lifetimes where you're either like a mother, father, or a sibling, or like a best friend, or a romantic partner, or something like that. In like the immediate soul group, like the core soul group, is so like when you're incarnating in lives, like that you will incarnate with those souls, like in like very important relationships in those lives. And then there's the idea that there's like a secondary soul group where like you would intermittently incarnate with those ones on the secondary level, where that might be more like 50 or 100 souls. And those are ones that like you might have as like a teacher or like a football coach or something like that kind of had some meaning for you, but wasn't as like vital, central figure in your life. And then there's like a third level of even larger. And then there's the idea that like as you evolve as a soul, like you actually move through like different groups and different levels through the whole thing. I don't know why I'm sharing all that. I'm just kind of sharing that whole viewpoint since we were on it. We're kind of talking about those like how an idea of how that all could be. It's basically like kind of almost describing like what is the afterlife potentially.
Yeah, it answers quite a few questions. Quite a few questions left on the table with an idea like that.
Yeah.
It sounds cool, like the aspect of it.
Well, I mean, there does seem to be the right and wrong in this realm. I mean, like the Christianity, for example, has an explanation of what happens when you kind of do right or wrong in that sense. I guess other traditions do as well. Like in like the Eastern traditions, they do have an idea, a whole thing of like the wheel of life. where you have like greed and ignorance, and there's all these things that you have to like learn lessons around to where you can transcend and eventually get off that wheel. So that's kind of somewhat related to kind of the way I was describing it. The idea of like graduating from the earth realm kind of thing, you'd be like off the wheel of life at that point. But there's
There's a lot of parallels.
there's the idea that you choose that though. You're not just a victim to it, but yeah.
Right. Yeah, it changes like the overall, you know, like quite a few key components to it, but there's a lot of overlap with it.
Well, if you were like an infinite being that could do anything, how would you be able to experience as anything as like new without separating yourself?
Yeah, yeah, I get what you mean. You'd have to like disconnect and then reconnect. But then when you reconnect, you wouldn't want to lose what you gained. So it'd have to just kind of be transferred over into the, like if you look at it like a hard drive, you know, be like, all right, well, level 1 isn't brought over to level 2, but you actually retain it on the hard drive. And then whatever you gain from level 2 goes back to the hard drive or the main. And then you start fresh again from level 3. With maybe like minor lessons obtained. Or your intuition type thing. I guess you could put it like that.
Yeah.
Like your intuition adapts and evolves, but you don't maintain all the memories. So like ultimately you know better.
Yeah, I mean, from this perspective, like, yeah, exactly. It would be that, like, in every life, yeah, you have kind of the underlying, like, lessons that you have learned in the past, like, there. You know how some people will react to things like, like, how some people react just like in some way where they're like, I'm gonna kill that person, and then they go actually kill them, or like stuff like
Oh,
that.
to
Where
fall through with it, my goodness.
yeah, whereas someone else is just like, oh, okay, like it's all right, I'll deal with it, So it's like that's a wide difference. And then why do they have such a difference there? Like the one person that's like, oh, like okay, let's say you get stolen from, and maybe like one person is like, I'm gonna go kill that person, and they actually go do it, or they go beat him up or whatever. Whereas someone else is like, oh, okay, I was stolen from. All right, well, I'll take responsibility for whatever part of that, and just bless those people, love to them. Hopefully they can work out, why they're stealing at some point or whatever it is. And those are like two very different kind of reactions, And so is there some kind of like built-in foundational advancement that somebody already has just by default? And I think we've all met people like that too. Like we've all met people that seem to have like a certain wisdom in something. You're like, wow, that person's like really like grounded in that area.
Yeah. Yeah, there's got to be something. Like something's like granting you or gifting you the intuition. Where it's coming from,
Yeah, people
you know?
call it like an old soul kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like even in like music, like singers that have like like some kind of, well, that happens a lot with. Yeah, I mean, do you think like, okay, in a reincarnational, if somebody was like a master, opera singer in a past life or whatever, and then in another lifetime they incarnated and they were one of those like 7-year-old girls on one of those like on one of those voice competition shows, and they're like amazingly brilliant. They're only like 7 or 10 years old or whatever it is. Do you think they could have had past life where they were like a brilliant singer, or maybe many? And that could be the answer as to why they have such like an amazing talent at such a young age. that seems to
Or like the
transcend like their
combo,
physical body.
or the combo with like the parents, like it hit the trifecta type thing, where it's like the mother, father had a background in it, their previous life, and then the child ends up with a previous life. So all three of them have like a previous life type thing, so they become a great. Yeah, but I don't know. For me, it doesn't work because I think like a lot of singers that, well, yeah, but then going mainstream, something completely different than just being good.
Well, yeah, I think it's just the idea that if you developed like how to sing really well in other lifetimes, that you might be able to carry that skill into, or like even like playing piano or something, like a pianist. If somebody was like an amazing pianist, and then yeah, they might be born into like another life where they're like 5 years old and they're already just like masterful at the piano. Like, are they bringing something in with them? Because that's like a skill that most kids don't have. You know, like no matter how much you teach a 5-year-old, like they're not gonna be able just to rip it up on the piano with like
Yeah, not a chance. Like the
classical
Beethovens and
compositions
everything
and stuff.
else.
Yeah. I mean, that's one explanation is the reincarnational. Another one is like maybe it's in our genetics. I think that's what kind of mainstream goes with. They're like, oh, there might be like memories stored in our genes that we don't understand. Like, they don't really
Yeah,
have
but
an
that's
answer
kind of
for
saying
that.
the same thing. The unexplainable, but it's there. You know, it's just saying something different to explain the same thing. You know,
Yeah.
it's like, well, is it in the genetics because of what you're saying, or is it just in the genetics from what? Random chance, or was it just specifically designed that you would be such?
Yeah, exactly. Like, are you like tapping into some universal genetics, but then what makes you have that or someone have that and someone not? Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
what's
the
the
mainstream
source
would
of the
not
gift?
consider like any like soul stuff or like reincarnational. Obviously, the mainstream would call that all just like off the table. So they have to go with like some kind of physical explanation or just
Yep.
say they don't know.
Yeah, they'll say they don't know, but then they'll give an explanation
Right.
that, like, that ignores the fact that they don't know. Like, study suggests, study finds, research indicates, and everything else in between. Everything other than we have actual proof.
Yeah, I don't think they know really how that's occurring.
No, there's a bit of a pattern, they say, with like when kids are like groomed into it. But it's definitely not consistent. And then you have the external factor where Hollywood's so corrupt, where it's not talent that's making it to the top, you know? Well, it's not always talent making it to the top. Like now they have like well, they've been had auto tune and everything else, and who's willing to sell their soul out for the opportunity, and what are people being forced to do in the agreement contract? Like you hear the stories of that, the actresses and stuff, and that in arts in general. You hear the stories or testimonies of women that like, well, this is what I had to do. And it's like that's pretty grotesque. So it's like, all right, what if somebody with amazing talent just said, yeah, fuck you, buddy. I'm not into that shit.
Yeah, now dude, to kind of change the topic a little bit. I mean, we've been on like some pretty deep stuff there. We could stay on that and I'm willing to, but dude, I just brought up this image. This is kind of a little bit of a U-turn or whatever. But I will just because it just reminds me of what you're saying right there. Like this could be a situation like this, like what you're saying. And it is kind of like a this person was changed out thing, but I'm just gonna okay, dude, look at this. Look at this right here. What I just
What you got?
posted. Are those two different women?
Oh, the Avril Lavigne. Yeah, dude, I have a bit of a conspiracy with that one. Yeah. The
Well, dude,
personality
like
changed so much of, yeah.
I have looked into this one. Like I said, this is a U-turn of topic. I have looked into this one, and I don't think there's very many of these where the person was like swapped out or it's the same person type thing. I mean, Paul McCartney is a classic one. That one, he obviously for sure was swapped out by a Freemasonic takeover dude who is the current Paul McCartney. That one's for sure, in my view. And then this one is also one, dude. Like they say that maybe the original Avril Lavigne like killed herself. That's one of the theories, and that this other woman, Melissa Vandella, is her name. Anyways, we don't have to go all into it, but it just reminded me because you were saying like if you don't play along, type of thing with that. And
Can I play along and pretend to be Andy right now and start like, "That's ridiculous, Gio"? How does he sound? Oh shit!
I mean,
Why
the
not?
resemblance is uncanny, but at the same time, there was way too many fans. I mean, I wasn't the biggest fan. Like, I never got into the whole thing of like studying celebrities and worshiping their lives. But her following, a huge like portion of her following was like, that's not the original Avril. It's like,
No, that's the
okay.
case even now. Yeah. So they know her name. Basically, like, okay, it seems like they found like they have like a doppelganger or whatever for her. And there's the idea that she already was like taking certain like physical, like performance roles or whatever. And there was like a transition. I don't know. There's different theories, but it seems like there is an original Avril Lavigne who had like a deeper voice. She was a better singer. She is a little shorter. She's like an inch and a half shorter. These are the ears. Like, dude, this one's just a for sure. Like the ears are different. The moles are different on their body. They have totally different voices. The Melissa one is the one who took the role. She has a higher pitched voice. She's very feminine. She like forgets her like childhood stories. Like that's like obvious. She's very like fake in that way. She can't hit the notes the way the original one could. The original Avril Lavigne had definitely more skill, like a definitely better voice. The Melissa one sings the songs differently, and she's really feminine. And she took the whole thing into this whole like kind of slutty like clothes half
Yeah.
ripped off, like that kind of stuff. Whereas the original
It's just a
Avril
phase.
Lavigne was masculine, tomboy. She kind of didn't really like the spotlight. She had like kind of issues with that. She was very just kind of real and chill. So yeah, dude, I think this is one where they actually did. And like yeah, you're
Just
right.
a
Like
phase,
a
yeah.
huge base of the Avril Lavigne fans. Like this is not just like a quote unquote conspiracy theory amongst like these other discussions. Like even her fans, like they know this is the case. And like there's a ton of
Yeah,
like
her
young girls
base
who
is the
follow
one
her.
that was like that started putting this idea out there. It wasn't like, it wasn't all of us or like, the people that like, see things, anomalies. It was her fan base. I was like, wait, what the fuck?
Yeah, it wasn't like flat earthers or whatever else, you might think, or just people like conspiracy, whatever, discussions. Like it doesn't come out of the same like Barack Obama's Will Smith and like some of these other
Right.
like
It was like the
it comes-
diehard normie Avril fans that worship celebrities and like that just idolize them. And the
Yeah.
people that were idolizing her, that mentality was like, hey, wait, you're not fooling us. And they're very convinced. To me, that ear is like, can you even do plastic surgery? Well, I guess you could do plastic surgery to fix it, but I don't know.
Yeah, dude, it's one I've looked into, and I do think it is a different person. The voice print is just different. Her singing, there's so many factors to it. I've seen her give interviews and try to talk about her childhood. Yeah, I've looked enough
So
into
what-
it. I do think it's a different person.
What's the situation then with like, particularly in her case, like did the real Avril just want out or something, and some execs, in music or producers or something were like, well, we don't want to lose this, so look, we're just going to replace you, and maybe they departed amicably, or maybe they sort of took her out. I don't know. How do you imagine that such an exchange would go down, and like the main reason why it's done?
They own her
Yeah.
image. Like
Well, I
they
think there's
own
a
her.
couple. Well, Noah, you can respond, but let me just say real quick, just because I think you might have been asking me. I would just say real briefly. Okay, one theory is that the original Avril Lavigne committed suicide, and the record label and all that did not want to let go of like her whole brand, her whole thing, all the fans, all that, the controlling position they had basically of all these young girls and people being into her, so that they brought in them. They even know her name, Melissa Vandella is her name. People actually know her name and like know who she was before this as well. It's crazy. It's a whole thing. Anyway, so one idea is that the original Avril Lavigne did actually commit suicide because she was overwhelmed by all the fame and just who knows, maybe she got presented a deal and she didn't take the deal. You know, who knows? Like she might have been like resisting because she was like when she found out what Hollywood really was, she might have been like fuck you, you know, because she did seem to be kind of more of like a independent thinking kind of chick in a way, like. But anyways, and that's why she was so like attractive to people or whatever. She had like a certain
She didn't
thing
even
about
write that song Skater Boy or whatever, or Skater Girl, whatever it was. Apparently that was written by someone else.
Yeah, yeah. I hear you on that. But anyways, okay, so one theory is that she killed herself and then they wanted to keep the brand going. Another idea is that she just wanted out. You know, she was like, I don't want to do this anymore. It's overwhelming. Like, you know what I mean? There could have been that. And then they had this other girl to carry it on. And like you said, maybe like departed amicably or somehow like, you know, gave her access to what's it called?
There's just like there's so many unique things that need to line up. You need someone that looks almost exactly the same with maybe just a little bit of surgery to fix it, and then like they've got to be up for the challenge of taking like completely like jumping into someone else's
Who
like,
wouldn't do that
life
though?
or something. Like
Who wouldn't do that at a young age? What kid could you not convince to be like, hey, we have this opportunity for you to be rich and famous? How many, you know,
yeah, I'll retract that. That's you're probably right.
you know, how many kids are gonna turn that down? Like, what if you were like a Michael Jordan lookalike, right? But you're like, all right, you don't have to play basketball. You just got to show up and have a good, healthy interest in sports and basketball in general. It's like we're gonna give you this shoe deal. You know, you're gonna have money coming out your ass. Like that'd be like
mean,
a
dude,
no-brainer. I'd be like, fuck yeah, buddy, I'll take that.
No, but it still trips me out. Like of all the different ideas and things we talk about of what could be true on all these levels, these like personality takeover swaps always trip me out because it's like what is the consciousness there? Like I mean this Melissa Vandella chick, she seems to love being Avril Lavigne. Like she loves it. Like she just soaks it up. She loves all the like praise and ego. And she's all like girly and feminine and she's not even a very good performer. Like it's almost embarrassingly bad actually sometimes. She's like way off note, whereas you look at the original one and she's like pretty good. I mean, I'm not saying Skater Boy is some amazing song or I'm not even really into her stuff. Although you know that song I'm With You, that one's good. That's actually a really good song. But yeah, but her whole but nonetheless, she was a better singer. Like she actually had like she would like command the crowd, the original one, you know, and she could hit the notes. Whereas the takeover one just almost seems like a bad like high school lookalike or whatever. So it's
Plus,
kind of
we
weird.
don't even know what they're doing with auto tune. So if that's what's coming
yeah.
through the speakers, it's like imagine
like-
the fucking auto tune or whatever corrective, you know, electronics they're running through to get her to sound
yeah,
closer.
they definitely do that.
So, I
She
mean,
literally can't even
You ever
hit
hear
the notes.
Demi Lovato sing live?
Oh, she's pretty good. She's pretty good.
Dude,
natural
live
singer.
though, they had her do a live performance and she was like, her voice was horrible when her
Oh,
auto
really?
tune cut out. Yeah.
No, I
she
think she
got
does have a little
clowned
bit
on.
of an issue with that.
Well,
I mean, she could have
even
been going through
musicians
like a
can be
rough
off
patch.
key. Yeah, they can be off key if they're not hearing the music right. Like even like on the stage, they have to be in the right tone and key.
Well, I guess what I'm
Jessica
saying about the
Simpson,
Avril thing, like
she's another one.
this Avril Lavigne takeover chick is like a 2 or 3 out of 10 in terms of a performer. I'm just saying the original one was like at least a 7 or 8 of like a performer. I'm not saying she's like of the
Dude, she was
greats or
good,
whatever.
bro. I listened to her
But, like-
shit. Like I wasn't pumping it or anything, but if it came on, I was
Rig
like,
is skate-
yeah, I was getting into it.
Rig is skating around the mall or some shit, listening to Avril Lavigne pumping.
Yeah, she had a good
Skater
voice,
boy.
dude.
Just rocking.
She had a
Skater
good
Boy.
voice.
Yeah, no, she did. That's why she
That's
got
like
picked
saying,
up. Yeah.
oh, like Celine Dion doesn't have a, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, yeah, I wasn't pumping Whitney Houston, but holy shit, could she sing?
Oh, Celine Dion's an amazing singer too. Not that I'm
Yeah.
really into her stuff, but she is really good at her peak. Yeah.
So, like, I mean, is she still like commercially successful? I guess this is what I was trying to get to a little bit before. Was
She
like,
doesn't- like
yeah, they replaced
concert-wise,
her. These executives would have known that she's like not a great performer. So how's she going to connect with the audience? I don't know. Like, did she release another album after? I don't know the whole context.
As far as I know, I don't really know the whole Avril Lavigne like deal here. I'm just looking at her. She has 870 million subscribers on YouTube. So, and I'm pretty sure they kept it all going, the whole brand. Like, I think she's got a bunch, all like albums, and I think she's been doing tours. And I don't know like how much like heavy touring, but I don't know what her exact state is today. But yeah, I think like the kind of takeover chick has taken it all the way and does, concerts. And I mean, was she? I don't know what her like exact current thing is though. Like, was she at? Well, this says right here, Avril Lavigne, Skater Boy, Glastonbury, 2024. Darien Lake, New York. Yeah, she's playing huge concert arenas, huge shows.
Like it's so risky though. Like when an artist dies, right? Like there's a lot of money that rolls in, right? Like everyone talks about that. Like Michael Jackson. I mean, like he's got another freaking movie coming out or some shit. But they chose not to kill her off to continue the money train, despite the fact they could have gotten a shortfall or a short like profit. They've decided to go play the long game and then take this what would be considered to be. I mean, is that a pretty massive risk as far as being found out? I suppose. Like, I mean,
Did she have enough? I'd say it'd come down to like, did she have enough music out at the time to really profit from it, or would it be better to just continue making music in her name?
Well, I mean, if the other one's out of the picture, if the original Avril human being is just gone, then this one, I mean, she's still pretty good at performing though. Like I was saying, a 2 or 3 out of 10. That might be a little low. Sometimes it is that low, but it might be more like a 4 or 5 even. She does have a little bit of stage presence, like this replacement one. The thing is that the original Avril Lavigne was good enough that all the fans just love her no matter what. So even though this is a different chick or whatever, they still just show up like, we love you. You know what I mean? Like you can do no wrong. Cause you know what I mean? Even though the singing's like not nearly as good and it's all not as good and stuff. But this one's got like more, almost this one actually has a little more like spunky personality. She acts more like a whole diva and like a Hollywood, rock star thing, almost like Kesha. She's like a Kesha kind of. So she's got more of that
Right.
like whole vibe going on and the whole sexual stuff and whatever. So I mean, she's lapping it up like this replacement one. Like she took it all the way. Whereas the original one was kind of like shy and was just kind of like a little bit maybe tentative to the whole like Hollywood craziness.
what was so people are going to show up anyway. I'm like, that's friggin' nostalgia right there. Like that song, everyone's, I don't know. Even Rigger's like popping along to it when he was a youngin' or some shit.
Yeah, I'd listen to it if it came on, dude. Why not?
I don't
A
remember
good
really.
voice is a good voice,
Avril
dude.
Lavigne, but I heard.
I'm about to break Rick's law right now. Okay.
Join the
it
club,
might
dude.
need to be
cool.
invoked. It might need to be invoked right about this time. No, I mean when I was growing up, like I knew of her songs, and I might have been like, oh, she's like a bit better than some of the other ones or whatever. But I never like put it on intentionally.
Yeah, but if it came on, you weren't like, oh fuck, I gotta change this trash. You were like, yeah, I could fucking listen to this. It's
Oh,
pleasant.
dude, the I'm With You, that particular song, it's kind of like slower and it has a whole build to it. That one's beautiful. That one's like amazing. That song, I think that's one of her best that I'm aware of. And I remember one night, like that was the video was playing, and it's so mesmerizing. And yeah, I just remember like staring
See?
into the TV, like back in like 2000 whatever, and being like, wow, like that was actually
What are you,
impressive.
like on Molly or something?
See, Gio's hooked too.
Was I
She
what?
was a little cutie
On
with a
Molly.
good voice.
What'd you say, Rick?
On Molly. Were you on Molly?
Oh,
Just a
on
joke.
Molly. I might maybe, possibly.
Imagine
But,
on like a bright-eyed Gio, just like
It might have been after a late night. That's the video, by the way. That's the one. It's actually quite good. It could have been a late night Molly, Avril Lavigne. What's it called? Just being mesmerized by her. No, that video just has this cool. She's like, it's kind of got this like suffering. She's like standing by, but then she's like, "I'm with you." Like just this beautiful, like, I don't know. It's really a cool one. That's the only thing I could really say that I've heard of hers though that kind of stands out. Everything else is kind of like poppy but I haven't really heard all of her stuff.
need to get
Yeah,
Sim Cleanser in
that's
here. He'll know all about it. He might even actually like might get angry at you, Gio, for thinking Avril's been replaced or some shit.
Is he a big Avril fan?
Well, I don't know about Avril specifically, like, and Sim Cleanser does tend to be sort of like just
Oh,
I don't know,
without-
controversial, or like he'll just go the opposite direction just to like show like to prove you wrong or some shit. But he talks about Taylor Swift a lot.
Taylor Swift.
And I don't know, whatever the other generic singers are, he's a big fan of. I think he basically was just like ranting for about an hour one evening, sort of saying how he was going to marry Taylor Swift, guaranteed. Anyway,
I'll post a few more images. That one is pretty striking, and it really does show the difference between like the more tomboy, like tentative one, and then the new like rock star one. I mean, I realize these are
Something
only
had to happen, dude, for her whole entire personality to change. That shit isn't normal. Because usually you have a certain personality up until like your 20s, you know, and you kind of just, I mean, you have slight changes maybe, but like her core personality just shifted.
well, you keeping
that
up with all the
second one I
interviews while you
posted. I'm
read?
not sure about. I don't know that second one. I'm not sure. I must have grabbed that picture. The first one is definitely the two different ones. That one they're a little younger. That one's a little hard to tell. That is when they say it transitioned about 04 to 05 is when it happened. Because if you look at anything like pre 04, it's generally all the original Avril, and then it's like after that is when it seems. Yeah, and like she's an inch taller. Yeah, there's all these factors. Her singing voice is different. She even pronounces the words differently. Like, you know how when you learn like the cadence of a song or like the wording and you sing it a certain way, singers tend to stick with that. Like it's kind of their characteristic thing. But this one like sings the like pronounces those words differently. It's another thing which may or may not be compelling to people, but when she's like all these things, you combine all these things and she sings the songs differently. It's like, what?
Yeah, it's a bit odd.
Taylor
So,
Swift.
like, what about-
that's a one too, but yeah.
Well, they say she looks like that Ibrahimovic or something, I think, or so, one of those occultic sort of females. I was going to ask you though. Do you reckon like it's the principle
one
here?
more thing. Sorry, one more thing. Their handwriting's different. I just posted that too. That's another thing they claim. Their handwritings are different. But yeah, go ahead. And like they sign their signatures differently as well. But yeah, go
Oh,
ahead.
come the fuck on. Like,
Yeah, they
that's
do.
just
Yeah,
too
yeah.
much.
No, that's the thing with the
I've had
Avril
the
thing.
same
It's a totally
signature
different
since I was
signature
like,
now.
yeah, I mean, like,
It's a
oh,
totally
you learn
different
how
thing.
to write cursive a different way? Oh, interesting.
And that one shows the difference in their writing as well. Just the regular writing. But even when they sign, dude, they're kind of blatant about it. Like she's just totally different. And they just, I don't know. It's just like they even allowed this one to be totally different too. They must have just figured like, F it, just roll with it. But sorry,
Dude, they
Rich,
write
what was it?
completely
what do you-
different.
Yeah. What about
yeah.
the so like? Do you think she's a clone, or do you reckon they just like happen to have someone sitting around that look close enough that you know they could just swap out? Do you
I don't
buy
know,
this
'cause
clone
she's
thing, or
pretty-
is it like
She's pretty similar. Sorry, go ahead. No, she's pretty similar. So,
So
it's kind of, it is a,
she's too
there is a
different to be a
resemblance.
clone? Is that what you're saying?
well, if you could clone someone exactly, she's definitely not an exact replica. That's a good question. I know. Do they have like farms where they're like growing people to like try to match up? Did they just find this chick and we're like, hey, you look like her. Let's bring you in on the underground. I know it's a good question, dude. Like, where did she come from?
Oh, Antarctica.
Well, there's one story that like they had found this Melissa Vandella woman who also was like an actress. Yeah, there was an idea that they found her, and yeah, maybe somehow offered her a deal or something to where she became like a lookalike, basically for Avril. And there's even the idea, like, think about it. If let's say the original Avril Lavigne was legit. Let's just say she was like a chick in Canada. She had a good voice. She had a certain kind of stage presence. You know, Hollywood found her, brought her in, and signed her, and then made her a star. Right? Let's say back in the whatever that was, 90s or whatever. Let's just say that happened, and it was legit. And then if they also like, because that like Avril Lavigne's kind of like young and stuff, she might not be able to like keep up with like all of the like public stuff. So then there's the idea that maybe they found this Melissa Vandella woman. It was like, hey, do you want to just be hired as like a double for Avril Lavigne? That you could go. This is just one theory I'm saying, that you could go out and maybe like go to a couple like award shows or do this or that, maybe even some singing things where you're like lip syncing or whatever it is, or maybe where she is actually singing, and or whatever it is to kind of like lessen the burden on the original one. So there is the idea. There's actually some pictures of both of the girls.
Oh,
There are
like
some
a
pictures of both
substitute.
of the
Yeah.
girls, like kind of like laughing and shit. And it's like they're both there. So I don't know. They might have been like girly friends who knew that like Hollywood wise, like, oh yeah, you kind of play me sometimes, and like and it might just been like how the Hollywood thing works. And then I don't know. It got to a point where they just replaced, or they just had the one take over. I guess would be kind of one idea with that.
Or it's why they signed her in the first place. Because they're like, we could push this girl so hard. We got 2 of them that are so similar.
Yeah.
What? So she's doing like one show in London and one like an hour later doing a show in California or something.
Well, she doesn't need the recovery time.
It's like,
She doesn't need to let her
Yeah.
voice heal. Her muscles don't get tired. You could have one routine, one little dance routine, and then have the other one. I don't know. Yeah, that might be a little bit tricky.
Her eyes are different too. Dude, I'm quite sure this is a different one. I really am. Like, I'm like 99, if not almost near 100. Like, dude, the Paul McCartney one, I'm 100% sure on that one. There's no question that Paul McCartney is a different one and was replaced. So yeah, that one is one I think is for sure. For that one, they just wanted to bring their guy in because the one that they replaced him with is a whole Freemason dude who's in the secret societies and stuff. So they just brought him in, Sergeant Pepper's. In Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, that whole album is about the new guy coming in, and the whole front of that album is a funeral. There's like tons of clues. Like they planted all the. Have you guys looked into that? All the clues that the Illuminati dudes put in there. It's insane.
Nope.
There's like
Yeah, it's,
hundreds of clues that they replaced Paul McCartney. It's like that whole album.
yeah, it's like tapestry or montage of all these little clues. Isn't there like a famous painting of them with like little baby dolls or some shit? I don't know, man. The Beatles are weird.
I know. They are weird. The whole thing is very occult. Yeah, who knows how that transition might have gone down. But yeah, I mean, if they have doubles for these people just in general, they probably look for doubles just as backup in general, I would think.
Well, you see it with politicians, right? Like, there's no way you're gonna convince me every single Hillary I've seen is actually Hillary, or every Biden I've seen pictures taken of that's claimed to be him is actually him.
No, the Biden one is blatant. Like, he has completely different ears and stuff. I don't know about the Hillary Clinton one. I don't know if I've seen anything that's fully compelling.
Oh, you haven't seen the look-alike Hillary that didn't even look like her? see if I can-
Possibly.
no.
I mean, I'd be curious to see it, but I'm racking my brain. I don't really feel like I've gone through like that there's multiple Hillarys in my, too much, or considered that, or seen like maybe any evidence that seemed to show it really strongly.
Well, yeah, so like, what do you got? I mean, they got that movie called The Island, which basically implies that super rich, wealthy, influential people have got basically a body double that they harvest for organs and whatnot. So, I mean, I suppose you could just flip one of those out, although they would have to be on the presumption that they know that, well, maybe the organs things don't count. Maybe this is just sort of generally pointing at this idea of having multiple of the same person. It's just such a massive infrastructure to manage that.
Dude, is there
I
any
assume anyway.
in like birth, like when they're getting like blood samples and things from the mother, do you think they have any way in the mainstream world to like, well, okay, like the placenta and all that and all these hospital births, like where's that going? It's being sent off to some like medical waste company, and I am highly skeptical about where that's all going. probably right to the
for
reptile,
sure.
drinking all of our blood and eating all of our placentas.
Going to the
But,
back door of McDonald's, mate.
It's where the reptilians are feeding. No, but okay, without going that whole level, like, could they take like the placenta or the blood from the mothers and then clone, not really clone, but like replicate another human that they could grow on like other land? And then both the girls are going to be about the same age, to where now they have another one that like is basically like a twin.
Well, I mean, they did that with the twin studies when they separate. I don't know, is that an American or is that Australian or something? I think they separated twins at birth almost intentionally, from what I understand, and they wanted to study what was going on. So they said they accidentally lost one or some shit. I can't recall how it goes down. Like they'll say that one of the doctors said that one of the twins died in the back room. You know, they take him away and then prick him full of all that shit, and probably. I mean, there's even a point there, Gio, where I'm pretty sure they do some sort of blood test to find out what kind of blood type they are, or see if they've got, I don't know, whatever they think, some disease or whatnot.
Yeah. Totally. And there's claims of like twins being stolen in hospitals and stuff. So yeah.
All right, those are one of them's allegedly from Philly, and the other one's supposed to be from LA. Both in 2016.
Okay, yeah, that one there, the first one really does not look like Hillary Clinton to me.
Not even a little bit.
What do you think about Palm Tree? Is it Palm Tree Pete? Palm Island Pete?
I mean,
Oh, the Epstein lookalike guy? Yeah. He kind of looks like him. I mean, yeah, there's some resemblance.
Fittest Flat Earther reckons Jack Johnson is Epstein. And who is it? Kelly Slater is RFK. That's fine.
The fittest flat earther is the worst ever, man. He puts out bad ones on purpose. It seems like Jack Johnson.
You reckon?
He pays no attention to any kind of age. Oh yeah, he's the worst. Everything he puts out is, this person looks like this person, so they're probably the same person, even though they're 38 years different. You know, it's ridiculous.
But he's actually gone, like, I saw a recent thing of his, and he's saying that they're literally, he thought that they were masks or something previously, and then he just updated it 6 months or to a year ago, and he started saying, like, he was basically saying, my new idea now is that or he doesn't talk like me, obviously. He talks in that really arrogant tone, which I fucking hate. But he's saying, like, no, they're shape shifting. They're literally fallen fallen angel shape shifting.
He seems like an obvious agent plant, in my opinion. He's pushed forward on TikTok. He's got all the views and everything. He's definitely seems like, if I had to guess, he's probably somebody they put out there to misdirect on all these kind of things.
I do have kind of a cringe reaction with him. Like, I've seen a few of his videos, but I think I do not resonate with a lot of what he says. I'm just like, that seems wrong. Even though, like, I'm not saying I know every answer to everything, but I'm just saying there's like a visceral, like, just way in which I don't really resonate with like what he puts forth in a lot of ways. Like, I agree. I've agreed with a few things.
Your shill detector's going off. Your shill detector's kind of, your spidey senses.
Well, like, he seems
Sam
to be jumping
Tripoli
to
is
things.
Francis Bacon.
Yeah.
It's like crazy. Sorry, go ahead, Gio.
No, go ahead.
He's
like
pushing forward. He's got all the views. Yeah.
Saying it with all this confidence, yeah, and then just seems like a lot of it's just probably not true or not right.
Yep, exactly. Shapeshifter now, he's into shapeshifting. He's like, oh no, it's not masks. Oh no, it's not clones. No, it's shapeshifting. It makes all the truth.
Some people say that he looks like Timothy, is it Leary or something? Timothy Leary? He's got a doppelganger out there as well. It's Timothy Leary. I think that's the right name.
With who? Timothy
I
Leary.
don't know. People are, yeah, because like you got this guy named Fittest Flat Earther, right? Who's basically saying no one is what they are. Say that who they are.
Yo, who you
and,
talking
like,
about?
everyone. He's picking Fittest Flat Earther.
Please. I don't know who that
he
is.
goes overboard though.
He's just a fella on the TikTok or whatever, and he basically just points at everyone and says they're someone else. Like, literally, I mean, I get accused of that. But he does it to everyone. He thinks that
there's a couple guys in here
Francis
like
Bacon is Sam Tripoli. because of
Yeah.
a painting of
See-
bacon.
Oh my
Yeah, but
god.
when
it's
he gets all
shady,
the,
though.
when
Out
he's
of control.
when he's pushed
That dude
forward and he gets all the
modifies.
views, then
Yeah,
he
but he
makes
does
everybody else that
overlays,
has a
right?
real theory, like everybody just like doesn't listen to any real theories because they see that guy all the time and they don't want to hear any more of it because he's saturated it with
Yeah,
all
the
these stupid
disinfo
theories.
agent. Yeah, because he'll take pictures that are
Exactly.
edited and portray them as like a legit picture. And then he does like overlays. It's like, well, of course it overlays amazingly. You edited the original picture.
That's the problem, dude. There's a lot of pictures on the internet that people think are original but have been augmented. So they will, when they do the comparison, oh, this person's this person because this mole or their teeth or whatever the case may be, and then you find out what you thought was an original, unaudited, like original photo
Yeah.
wasn't.
I even thought he put moles in where there weren't moles to make it seem like his theory was better.
But like in one of the ones that I saw recently, like the guy had like thick, like a Greek arm, or I don't know, or like a really hairy arm, and he's pointing at this hairy location, saying, "Look, there's three freckles under there," and he's pointing at like, and he's just comparing these two arms that are really hairy. And you can't see the friggin' freckle or the mole or whatever he's trying to point to. It's just like there's too much hair in there, and he's just, I don't know, he's saying it with such
Yeah,
conviction. It's kind of funny.
What
Yeah,
about what about Epstein and Abraham Lincoln did, or Thomas Jefferson? I forget which one it was.
the fuck?
Yeah, how
No,
they
he
look.
said Jack Johnson. He says
Jack-
Jack Johnson is Epstein.
Jackson. Andrew
That's
Jackson.
Not even. Oh, Andrew Jackson.
Andrew Jackson?
No, somebody said Jack Johnson the other day.
Yeah,
said
that's
Jack
what he
Johnson.
puts out
He
Jack
says
Johnson. Like that's a
Epstein
real
Jack
theory. Jack Johnson was
That
born in 1975, and Epstein supposedly born in 53. I mean, there's some age differences you can like. Okay, it might be they changed it a little bit with the age. You know, like 5 years, 10 years, maybe even. But 75 and 53, there's no way that Jack Johnson is Epstein. I mean, it's just ridiculous. And seemingly on purpose, or he's just stupid. That guy is
Well-
definitely a disinfo agent.
You think so, or is he just a quirky guy? Like, I mean, you think for sure he is? I mean, he does get like a lot. He gets the.
I mean, I
algorithm.
can't say for sure, of course.
What about that one
might
guy,
just be
Miami?
falling
Yeah, it's not
for
as
it.
bad as he is. Yeah.
What about that one guy, Miami Pete? I think they keep talking about Miami Pete. Who that
No,
is?
it's Palm Tree Pete.
Palm Tree
Palm
Pete.
Island Pete. Is it? I don't
Palm
know. It's
Tree
one of the.
Pete.
Like,
All right, this is what I would
messing
say.
it up. Oh.
All right, so I think I'll be brief here, but okay, in the design of the human body, there's like these certain, like I'll just use the word archetypal like structures to the body, like the nose, the voice, the eyes, the body type, all that. And there's all these different like variations, kind of like in a video game where you can pick like a little, this, that, a little taller, shorter, like all the variations. And because these are like these like universal patterns, there's certain similarities between them. So you could have like two people that hook in the same way. Like, how you might have two friends that have like a very similar voice, even though they look different, or they're different in that way, but their voice is like really similar, something like that. And then when you get these like archetypal things, like Epstein, he kind of has like kind of that narrow face, and then like his mouth is almost kind of like there's a certain kind of structure to it. And then like I see in that image that you just posted, yeah, like Jack Johnson, there's some similarities in the mouth or whatever, maybe the smile, something, you know what I mean? So, and then if you get two people that have a lot of those lined up, then it can be pretty uncanny in some cases. Now, I don't think that Jack Johnson Epstein one is very close, even looks-wise, but
Andrew
other ones can be
Jackson
pretty close.
is very close. And same thing with Palm Tree Pete. Is that his name?
Palm Tree
Dude,
Pete, Epstein, and Andrew Jackson. I agree. There's some overlap.
Oh my
there.
God, dude, they're definitely from the same like bloodline, dude. Like, you can tell like there's inherent like traits, bro, like genetic expressions that it doesn't mean that they're the same person, but they're uncannily similar, dude.
You know who you look
Dude,
like?
have you seen like a bunch of those? Yeah, there's like Andrew Bacon looks like or whatever. Yeah, all those, dude. Like there's a bunch of similarities where like certain celebrities have like, oh, have you seen the Keanu Reeves one? There's like some fucking dude back in like the 1800s, whatever it is, who looks just like Keanu Reeves, and it's like, what is going on?
Yeah, yeah.
That one's a trip.
Who's the cook? The traveling chef. He had a TV show.
Bourdain? Anthony Bourdain.
Bourdain looks very similar to Epstein from certain
Eh,
angles.
Not as close as Palm
Yeah.
Tree Pete though.
Oh,
No, I'm
The
just
only
saying
thing
from
that-
like certain angles, you could be like, oh yeah, they're very similar.
Even the way they talk is like the same, dude. It's unbelievable. Like, how can you like inherit somebody's like mannerisms to the point, their hand gestures, the way they speak? Like, there's something
what
there in
happened?
genetically, dude. Like, you can't ignore the
He found
genetics,
like a
bro.
closet door and a rope or something like that. And he was like, "Me too," or something. I don't know. Weird. I used to like watch that show.
And yeah, me too. I love that show, man. Even though it was a cooking show, it was just about him talking about his life.
There's something super odd about Keanu Reeves. I know he's supposed to be like the nice guy, good guy, Hollywood guy, or whatever it is. But there's something kooky about him.
I like the dude.
I do too.
It's just like, dude, I just don't get it. Like, the guy's a superstar, and I don't mean to be rude or anything, but I mean, maybe he is just that lovely soul, but that's his wife.
What's his wife?
Here, I just posted it. It's a 1530 Italian painting.
Holy shit! Has found his daddy. That's for sure.
Well, dude, there's even the idea you get into like shape-shifting, reptilian time travelers. I mean, if you want to go wild with it, there are some theories where like these guys are actually, and they're like in these like royal bloodlines or I mean, Keanu Reeves is all right, but like why is he like some top actor? Like is he really that good of an actor? Not really. Some of those people are though. Like Jennifer Lawrence is like quite a good actress. Like some of them are pretty talented. But
That guy stole my haircut, bro.
Not yet. You ever watch that YouTube probably
Ask
Alexandria?
anybody if I look like Keanu Reeves. Ask New Perspective. He might have had to draw Photoshop.
Anybody watch Probably Alexandria or Alexandria?
Hey!
She
I
talks
knew who
about
she was. Yeah, I remember
yeah
her.
she
No, I'm just
she
kidding.
talks about
Yeah, I know
that
she
that
is.
theory regarding the immortals.
Who is
There's
she?
like these fallen
Yeah.
angels. It's just like this really like she looks like an e-girl, dude, but all she does is talk about theology. I was gonna say yeah, so she talks about like the G in the Masonic symbol.
Winona.
Yeah.
The Masonic square and compass, how there's a
They
G
don't even make
for
a Winona every generation. I don't know if you know that.
Saint
I
Germain.
skipped one.
Apparently Saint Germain is just one of those immortals where he's been around for thousands of years, but every generation he just kind of refashions himself. But we're dealing with these entities that have been around controlling the
Oh, I
upper
see the
echelon
old
of
picture,
society.
Side profile. I don't think that looks like Keanu Reeves, though. Top right.
I mean, I'm not
That's a good band, Saint Germain.
against that idea that there are fallen angels amongst us controlling governments. And even in the Pentagon, apparently there's whistleblowers that have come out and saying that they're like there, like they've sat with them, if you believe it.
Well, I thought, like, despite the fact that I ridicule the guy and don't like him so much, the fittest flat earther did do a pretty good. I mean, I don't know if it's absolutely true. Obviously, it's bad source, but it's a pretty good sort of synopsis of from what I could tell of Kazakhstan, and just like that city, this opulent city in the middle of the desert for no freaking reason. Apparently, it's supposed to be run by like who's that guy, Borat or whatever. Like he's supposed to make fun of that country. And it's just like mad opulence, and they got this like tower with 200 seats in it or something. It's like the 200 fallen angels. I don't know how it all connects together, but just something weird's going on there too.
Dragon energy. You ever seen what's her name? Tequila. What's her name? Mia Tequila.
Tila Tequila.
Mia Tequila. What's her name? Tia Tequila.
Mia
I already forgot her
Khalifa?
name. Mia Khalifa.
Khalifa.
No, the other one, Tequila.
Tequila.
Tila Tequila. She was like
Tila
Tila was one of
she
the
said
first.
she was like a flat Earth person at some point, didn't she? She did.
Yeah.
She
Yeah,
said she
that
was
was
having
her,
sex.
yeah,
She was
yeah,
having
good
sex
marriage,
with
yeah.
a dragon, dude. One of those shapeshifters. She came out
She
saying
was
that.
like one of the first minor celebrities.
Really?
Celebrities that we got.
She's
Yeah,
in
her
this
testimony
article.
is insane.
Mike Tyson, right?
Tila Tequila.
Celebrities who think the Earth is flat. She's on it. Kyrie Irving, Tila Tequila, B.O.B. This thing says.
Get her in here.
Get her in here.
Oh, Lion's looking for the wifey.
We gotta know what she thinks of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica stat.
You don't want that. She's been smashed by the dragon.
You can save her, bro. You can save her.
You gotta listen to her testimony. It's insane, bro. It's freaky as hell.
She's gone full dragon. No, dude. I mean,
Is that the one where she thinks they went reptilian shapeshifters?
Yeah. She had sex with one, she says. In
Yeah, but
Hollywood.
isn't that level of crazy just enticing? Even though you
A little
know
bit.
you shouldn't, it's
Oh, calm
it's
down,
quite
calm
enticing.
down, boys.
A little bit.
A little bit. See, I'm surprised that they would even be inclined to make an article such as this on Screen Rant, 15 celebrities who believe that the Earth is flat. Guess as long as they can call it science denial, they don't care. They'll publish it.
It was a weird thing with the Shackness, though. It seemed like he kind of came out for it too, and then walked it back.
Oh,
I guess-
real
I
quick.
guess they tapped him.
Yeah, but then he kept he kept fucking with the producers or whoever, his handlers or whoever it was, and he tried to like not walk back his position, but do it in a playful way.
Yeah, I saw that. What do you reckon happened there? Like, did he just sort of like he was just in a relaxed mood and he
Bro, what are you gonna do? You're making millions just fucking talking about something you loved. You grew.
No, but why
up
did he
doing,
even say the Earth was flat in the first place?
Because he probably believed it, and then they were like, "Nah, we're not having this, bro. You can't have this position and be on this show." And he's probably getting
So
flat
you reckon
from
his
every
daddy
which
showed
way.
up or something?
And he's like, "All right, I'll just act like I don't care because I don't want to die on this hill. I like my job, I like my life, and I love the money. So let me just play along as I fuck with him and crack jokes like I still believe it." Like he never said, like he never came out and was like, "Look, I'm completely joking about it. I was never serious," and he never did that. And then when they brought it up, like he still hinted where it was like, yeah, he'd joke around with him, and be like, "Yeah, because it's flat." And then
That was like the very next day. This is what is it? They've had also like Katy Perry, did something silly, and then like Neil deGrasse Tyson needed to show up the very next day, and a chick from the UK that's in Stranger Things, she accidentally sort of did some flat earthy stuff. Can't work out why Eric Dubay is on this Screen Rant though. He's number 11.
Maybe that's why they sent her up in a space shuttle with a Blue Origin.
Oh yeah, true.
Like, look, she doesn't believe it anymore. Or whatever it might be.
Dude, can I cut in? Can I just tell you guys something kind of funny right now? Sorry, am I interrupting? Go ahead though.
No.
Shaq. They called Shaq a flat earther. He's number 5. Go ahead, man. We're just playing around. I'm not too serious about this.
Well, no, Shaq said a thing about the moon that got it all going. He was in Florida, and he said something like, "Is that moon closer to us in Florida than it is to people in California?" He thought the moon was closer to them in Florida than it is in California. And they all laughed at him because they're like, "Oh, dude, of course, it's like 250,000 miles away, you know, like it's not." And they made him like seem all stupid from it, but he was kind of just being logical. He's like, "Wait a minute, isn't that moon closer to us?" Anyways, they made a whole thing of it, and then he didn't really. I don't think he might have even said like flat Earth at some point, like on like a
No, he did
on a show.
Yeah,
Here's
a couple times.
Here's his quote: "The Earth is flat. Would you like to hear my theory? Question mark. The first part of the theory is, comma, I'm joking, you idiots. Like, just crazy.
Well, there's a whole thing with that where it seemed like maybe they made him turn it back. Because that was at a time when a lot of people were talking about it and coming out and saying it, but they didn't really realize like the implications of it. They were just saying it because it seemed right or it resonated with them maybe on some level. But because there's a whole thing with Shaq that it seems like he was saying stuff about the moon and about flat Earth and stuff, and then all of a sudden he just like did a huge 180. It seems like he got talked to, like somebody was like, "Hey, you got to turn this around. You can't be out here doing this." He got like, it seems like that was the case because he shut up quick about it and like changed his whole tone. From what I remember,
the number
that
one celebrity. Flat Earth.
All right, here, let me say this thing I was going to say real quick, dude. For some reason we were talking about Avril Lavigne. I was on like an incognito tab because I don't even want to search on that on like my regular search results. And then I saw because I was looking up some stuff when we were talking about it, so I was on an incognito. And then Coachella came up live from Coachella right now.
We just had a reset.
All right, live from Coachella. What else you got?
Yep.
What
happened to Coachella? We just had a reset, I think.
Okay, so what I just did today though is I just went to the live one. I can post the video. It's like live streaming right now, and I just scanned back a little bit, and I see this thing, this performance with Sabrina Carpenter and Madonna, and they're all like dancing and doing all this like sexual stuff, and like their voices sound all like auto-tune crazy. Anyways, I was like checking it out, and then there's this part, I was watching it for a second, and then it's like very cringe.
They don't want you getting it out, Gio.
Anyways, why am I breaking
We
up?
just had another reset. Yeah.
No, we had another server reset. They're listening.
Okay.
Mate, we're getting whacked right now.
I don't know. Anyways, I don't want to cut up, but okay. I just scanned back to the current live stream of Coachella. There's Sabrina Carpenter and Madonna, and they're doing some whole like this very like egotistical, sexual overcharge, like weird singing event, and all these people with their phones up and stuff. Anyways, and then after they're kind of done singing, they like were stopping, and I just went to this one part, and they started talking. It's kind of a small little anecdote, but they're talking, and Madonna's like, "Oh, thank you so much." Like, "Oh, it's been 20 years since I was at Coachella 20 years ago," and she's like just doing all this ego stuff. And then she says she's about how she was there 20 years ago, and she's like wearing the same dress and like whatever. And she says this has all been very, and she's about to say meaningful, or she's meaning to say her script thing is to say like, "Oh, this is all very meaningful." But when she said meaningful, she did like a Freudian slip where she said meaningless. Like she started to say the L, and then she had to replace. She was like meaningful. Anyways, I know it's just a small thing, but she literally like did and then her like body language, she looked all weird and uncomfortable. Like, whoa, I almost slipped up. It was just kind of like she almost said meaningless, but quickly replaced it with meaningful. I just thought it was funny. It's like the Freudian slip of like how meaningless it is, just kind of almost popped through. Sorry, I know that wasn't like the most amazing thing, but this is the live stream, and I don't know. I scanned back to whatever, an hour and 28 minutes. It's like right at that part.
She had a breakdown during COVID. Did you guys ever see like the bathtub videos she was doing?
Who, Madonna?
Yeah, Madonna. She was like recording herself while she's in the bathtub and stuff with like, just a little makeup on. I think a couple of them had no makeup. She looked fucking rough and miserable.
She has like tons of plastic surgery, right?
Yeah.
Like up the
sure.
yin yang.
So yeah, was
looks
this
like
after the augmentation?
This whole Hollywood stuff is so like freaky in a lot of ways, what they're doing. Like there's some weird way in which they get all these people idolizing these like figures. What is that all about? It's just like sucking their souls somehow through like this attraction to these like figures that they get all these people to idolize?
Well, isn't it the whole idea of the Greek what do they call it, like arrangement of God, like the pantheon of gods or something? What's the terminology? Is that the right term? And sort of like, I mean, I suspect at large any society requires something to that effect, like a real world incarnation of like a god-like aspect or something. Maybe in the old days they used to do this through certain sort of maybe like guilds and clubs, and they'd probably do some weird shit like that. And elevate these people to positions of power so they can be adorned, because that's what, I don't know, apparently like the masses, they seem to like need that, like to foist that upon the masses, or maybe the masses are just naturally inclined towards that or something. But then yeah, like the whole Hollywood thing just combines with it and almost like synergistically like perfect.
Yeah, there's like
Because
the
people,
elitism
but-
and the
yeah, like
pageantry.
what is it? I don't talk about my personal feeling, but what was it? My mother thinks of everything through celebrities. Like when she sees a movie or something, oh, that's that guy, and he's from this, and that's from that, and it's like, oh shit! Like they're very invested in this this kind of stuff.
Yeah. Well, it's kind
Kind
of
the
like
idea, like, didn't they do like a chimp or monkey like experiment or something? And like, you know, you give a male, like, but it's only for like sexual attraction. But like the male wants to look at the female rather than eat the food. Apparently, sometimes, like, just look.
yeah. Well, I just think of like, let's say you're at one of these like concert things, and all these people like screaming and yelling and cheering, or like the girls that were all like into Michael Jackson or Justin Bieber or any of these kind of figures, Taylor Swift, all those. These people are like they're like shedding tears, like crying of how much, like, what is like, do they want to be Taylor Swift? Do they just want to, it's a very strange thing, like this like ego, this like idolizing egotistical like attraction. Because I'm just thinking, if you took some like, I don't know, like someone from the Amazon jungle, or even like if we were to say like a Native American or an Australian Aboriginal person, and you were to like have them go to like some Taylor Swift thing, or if they were to like meet Taylor Swift, they would just be like real. They'd be like, "Hello, what is your name? Taylor. Nice to meet you." And they wouldn't have like that kind of fixated rage that all these other people have. So what is it about all these other people that have been trained to have like some fixated rage upon one individual, even if they are a good singer? I mean, it's great to be a good singer, but you know what I'm
When you
saying?
say
Like,
rage, do you mean like adoration and energy? Is that what you
yeah,
mean, or?
yeah, because
Cool.
like a traditional person would be like, "Oh, you're a good singer. Much love to you," or whatever it is. They'd be like, "Blessings." They would just have like a very grounded, like just mutual respect for that person, rather than some kind of like idolized adoration. Yeah,
Well,
that's like
the ones that are more interesting is like, sorry, like
no, I
what
was
about
just
the
saying
ones
it's
that
like an
freeze up?
overcharge.
Like,
I was just saying it's like an overcharge of energy. But yeah, go ahead.
what about the ones that like freeze up? Like they in the presence of a celebrity, they just can't talk or something. They've just like the air or the wind has been knocked out of them, or however you want to express it. And it's like, because you've seen this person's face on a television, like basically you become speechless. Like what the fuck?
That is the
I don't
fucking
know. Maybe it's
epitome
just like,
of NPC. Like they're programmed to worship, therefore they just worship whatever they see on the TV.
well, they're
Like,
literally
nothing in my brain.
idolizing the image.
So how
Yeah,
did they get
nothing in-
people to do that? And then do they get people to do that with religion as well?
Religion's like more spiritual. That's like, it's spiritual. It's
Yeah,
not
because
just like
Well,
I'm
people being
watching
into
the
Jesus,
no
TV. I see
images of,
this.
is there an overlap of like adoring some guy named Jesus versus adoring Michael Jackson or Justin Bieber? I mean, I know it's different. I'm not saying it's the same, but
it won't
I
speak
would
to the
say
notion of
no.
like that silencing effect that I kind of referred to. I mean,
No, because one of
maybe in
them
the
gains the
notion,
respect. One of them would gain the respect through like the valuable lessons and everything else that comes along with it, and the other one would just be an icon, an idol that you're just worshiping endlessly, but no reason. Like, what value has she given other than, I mean, music, I guess?
Well, it is a different
Well, I
level,
mean-
but dude, people treat like Michael Jackson like he's a god, you know, like and the people like whatever he says, they all like go off of. And I mean, if he says there's a new style or some new way to be, like all the followers will just do it. You know, they'll just. Do you remember the glove thing that Michael Jackson wore? That was like a whole
The
thing, like-
jacket, the glove.
yeah. People wore all that. Like they instantly got the glove and shit. Like they would do what I know it's different than like a Messiah, but I'm just saying, like, is there overlap in this like adoration of some other figure? Like, is that normal for humans to be like all geeked out about some other person in like some excessive way? When you really have your own stuff to deal with, like you can have love for someone. I'm not saying you can't have like appreciation or love. I have a lot of musicians that I deeply appreciate and I do like adore their music, you know, but I don't like idolize them, you know.
Yeah,
I mean,
the
I think when I was
music.
younger, I
That's
had
where
a
it's
little
supposed
bit
to
of that,
stay. It's supposed to stay in the music. It's supposed to be like, wow, this music is amazing. To take it to the person and be like, oh, this person can do no wrong. And you just like like get emotionally distraught when just being at their concert. Like the front row, dude. The front row's too telling. It's like, what's going on in their mind to make them just have a breakdown? Like a complete emotional breakdown where they
Well, it was
start
started by the
bawling,
Beatles.
screaming.
If we can bring that conversation like full circle, I believe it was what did they do? They showed. I'm pretty sure this is the case, and correct me where I'm wrong. And I don't know if New P's still here, but what is that? They basically showed like when the Beatles were going to come into town, they would show like the local news would show images of these like chicks just losing their shit in front of him, and apparently that's like contagious or something. If you just watch another woman lose her shit, you will also maybe inclined to lose your shit. So, like scoop up all the tickets and off they go.
I mean,
But
you
I am
see
gonna
it in
continue.
sports. You see a bit of crossover like with sports, but I think the kids are like trying to emulate their idols in sports, you know? Like with Jordan, it was like,
Yeah.
you know, people putting the tongue out and trying to do like his layups and, you know, his dunks and everything. Well,
Yeah, they
hardly
used to
any
say,
of us could dunk. But,
be like Mike. Remember that phrase? Be like Mike.
yeah,
And then there's be like Jesus, like be Christ-like.
dude.
I'm not saying
no,
they're the
no.
same thing, but is there a similar like social
What are
engineering?
you trying to do?
programming
Start a
nature
fight
to
over
this?
here, Gio?
What? I'm trying to start a war right
He's
now.
poking the bear. Yeah,
A
he's
That's getting
full-on
biblical.
war. Heading into biblical
I
trivia.
might not
on
be
Sunday.
tall now, but I'm drinking milk.
Well, so I wonder, right? What was I talking about last night? It was people don't remember what you say or what you did. They remember how you feel. This is kind of like if you want to get to the nuts and bolts in communication, the way that people remember things, it's really down to like a feeling that an exchange. They'll rarely ever remember the specificity of what you said. They'll be inclined. Maybe something just kind of like it's almost like subconscious gets sort of brought up to the surface. So if you're watching all these movies or listening to this sort of impassioned music, all of those feelings, like as soon as you see that person in real life, all of that stuff is like bubbling right below the surface, and apparently you can't talk or something.
Well, there's like this excess adoration thing. I even feel like some dogs do this. You know, how some dogs are like so excited, they're just like yelping, like they just can't even contain themselves. Almost
It's
reminds me of
literally
that.
our dogs all the time. Every time a
But
new
no,
person
when
comes
people
in.
do it, but when people do it in attachment to like, you know, some Michael Jackson or Justin Bieber, is that what you're saying when they're just like frozen, like they can't even function? They're
Yeah,
so,
they
like-
become catatonic.
Starstruck,
Like
he's
virtually
talking about.
Yeah.
Starstruck is a good word for it, yeah.
Girls do
Happens
that
to
shit
me a
more than
lot.
guys.
Happens to me a lot, he said. Not buying it. You get starstruck, or people are starstruck around you?
Oh, just the latter. You know how it is. You get where I'm coming from, Rigger.
You're big in India, aren't you?
No. I've had a few people come up and be like, "Are you in a film?" But they're not. I don't think anybody ever sees me and is like, "It's him."
He's huge in Japan.
Oh, you've been in a film, Eggs?
Been in a bunch. Yeah, I was an actor for a while. I was a Bollywood actor.
Starstruck or
Bollywood.
Star
He's an
sucks?
Australian Bollywood actor, bro. Like, his face and his acting would have been seen by more people than probably like I'm exaggerating here, but like I don't know, Brad Pitt or some shit. Just given how
Do you
big
get
Bollywood
stopped
is.
on
That's
the
pretty
street?
cool.
Axel? You get stopped. People are like, "We want your autograph."
Oh, rarely. Like I went to India on my big motorbike trip, so like 2 years ago, and there's like I did a bunch of North Indian films, but they were all small roles or small films. And then I did a South India one. So when I went back to Kerala, if I go around Kerala, yeah, like 3 times while I was there, someone was like, "Hey, I know you from that film. You're the
Right.
bad guy."
But you were always the enemy and the bad guy. You needed to get one of those
Yeah.
good guy roles, bro. And then you would have been like, oh, I love you.
But I'm white. Can't be the good guy. Who was being?
Yes,
I
true.
came in on the conversation about being starstruck. Who are we talking about being starstruck?
Lion is
Oh, just the
starstruck by
phenomenon.
Tequila Laquila or whatever that chick's name is.
This is true. Yep.
Yeah,
We're
tequila.
just talking about that. We're talking about the adoration of Hollywood stars and like the phenomenon at large. I guess I mentioned the Beatles and that whole sort of what do they call that? Like hysteria at large.
Oh yeah,
And then
those images
sort
of those girls that like can barely. They look like they're about to suffocate. They're getting so excited.
Yeah, like they hyperventilate or they faint, which is like a classic sort of trope for a woman in Hollywood back in the old days in particular. You wouldn't be seeing Dead doing that these days, but
That's a good analogy.
Um,
What you brought up though, the dogs. Where, like when you get home from work and they're all excited
Yeah.
to see you, they can't help themselves.
well, you're
Yeah,
the
when
source of food,
dogs,
mate.
you've ever seen it where they kind of like almost like in a half sitting position, but their butt's not totally on the ground, and they're just so like their butt's down because I guess their like dominance is down, so they're not, because when they're dominant, their ass might be up, like I'm gonna get you, like pounce. But when their ass is down, it's like in like a submission, and then they're just like going in circles, like whoa! They're just like yelping. Their ears are back as well, yeah, and they're just like spinning in circles, like just like overexcited, where they're just like bursting out of their skin. I mean, that's
Yep.
kind of similar, but that's more of that's a little different maybe though. But it is like adoration. Like the dog's doing that because it loves you like so much. It's like, oh my God, I'm gonna spin in circles because I just have so much love. The fact that you're gonna pet me in 5 minutes or whatever, or in 30 seconds, stuff like that. Yeah. So it is kind of similar in a way to like these people that have like these extreme, some kind of like
they're,
egotistical projection adoration thing with like some pop star or whatever.
What's the thing with dogs? Will do it every. Like I'll go find the dogs right now, and I'll put the video on, and they'll probably like scurry around and get all excited because they haven't seen me in like maybe like 2-3 hours or something.
It also seems like for people like Justin Bieber, it's actually like obnoxious. Like it doesn't sound like, it seems like it's just like a hassle when people are that into you.
Yeah, I've definitely seen the sort of what is it? There's a bit of a
The
what would
dark
you call
side
that?
of
Like
it.
a story. Well, there's a story around Justin Bieber and his relationship with the audience or some shit. And it's kind of it pops across my screen every so often.
I mean, he lapped it up for years, obviously. I mean, there's a lot of he got all into that and being the attractive guy or whatever that all the girls are into.
Yeah, I think he
Well-
loved it when he was younger. He loved the fame when he's younger, but now that he seems as he gets older and more mature, he's like, this is fucking annoying.
Yeah.
All right,
All these
here's my
bitches
bitches
question.
are
thing
the
going on.
same.
Here's my question. Like in a other type of society, like, or even like in a tribal society, like none of that's the case. Like people have like more groundedness within their own being. They might have love or adoration for someone, but there's not like this like traumatic kind of ego projection desire that these like some of these like like even young girls where like it's almost like they want to either be with the person, like if it's like a girl, like a 12-year-old girl, and she really wants to be with Justin Bieber, and there's some like weird, like she wants Justin Bieber to be her boyfriend, but like all these girls want him to be their boyfriend, or maybe there's a thing where they want to actually be that person. But what is the trauma that plays into that? Because if you look at like tribal peoples or like people in other countries who don't have that, like the American kind of spaz energy like that, like in some cultures, they really don't even have probably much of that at all. Like I'm not saying they don't have adoration for each other.
You know
They don't have
what?
something
Until
hypercharge.
the white man shows up.
Yeah, right.
Then when
Oh,
the
you-
white
you-
man
you've
shows
got that,
up, dude, all the girls start flocking.
With what was that? Was that island people that started rebuilding like planes and stuff, like idolizing planes, and they built
Oh,
like,
cargo
structures that look like
cults.
them? Yeah, that
Yeah,
sort of stuff.
cargo
It's a little,
cults.
it's
That was
kind of associated.
Yeah, I don't know if other people have heard of that. It's awesome. There's this Polynesian island where they like, if you go there, they'll have made out of like bamboo or something, reeds or something. They'll have made a bomber, like a plane, and they'll be wearing like hats, but the hats are made out of shit. Or they've got these like cherished items, and it'll be like a Cheerios box or something, old ammo boxes and stuff. And so what had happened is during World War II, planes had started coming in that used it as a base, and so these people who were just like tribesmen suddenly are having planes descend from the skies, guys pop off with very different skin, dressed insanely differently, and they've just got endless food. It's just, they just keep being confused by the fact that you would be hungry for food and keep chucking these guys, you know, the MREs, the ration packs and stuff, and kept giving them so much stuff. And they had metal finally, they'd never had metal before. And then they leave, and these people like develop a religion around it, and they think the guy's name was John Frum, which is almost definitely not a real name, but they all worship John Frum, and they have these ideas about if they do the rituals just right, the planes will come back one day.
Like, how true is all that? Did that actually happen?
Yeah. It's let me find
I've got it up on the screen.
Image of it. Yeah,
I got it up
Like,
on the
yeah.
live stream. I'd say that I wouldn't put it past, like, I know this is all like I'm auto hoaxing this, but I wouldn't be surprised if CIA somehow got involved and created a shaman to convince all these people to do something like this. I
But
would
why?
not be
For what
surprised
benefit?
because
'Cause
they
I
want to
might-
test how that. What? I'll give you the answer. Well, actually, you want to go ahead? I'll give you the answer.
No.
Alright,
You're fair.
So basically, they want to test the influenceability of people in general, and these people are essentially untouched. They're uninfluenced by modern society, so they want to basically test how much they can get away with. It's or how much they can influence a baseline set of people, essentially.
Can I ask you a question? Like, why does that make more sense to you than this happening organically?
Good question.
Just because of the amount of influence that the CIA sort of generally presume, and all the nature of psyops is purely just to understand how people operate in order to control them. So, if you've got a study or a methodology that you can run that convinces people to build like these idolization or idols, it serves as a sort of a research. It's like basically like any form of social research at that point, to see how much you can get
but what
away
if they
with.
don't need to what if they don't need to make it? They just happen, and you could even say they like went over there and studied it or something. But
it
why would
may
it
be the
just-
case. I'm not making the claim. Like, I'm just saying I wouldn't be surprised.
Alright.
I mean, it could
Feels
very well be
unnecessary
that
to me.
people might be inclined to. I mean, what are they doing? Like the guys mentioned before, and we were talking about dogs as well. Like, the reason why a lot of dogs get excited around, particularly their owners returning, is because their owners are the thing that provides them with food all the time. And in the situation of what Eggshells just laid out, like, these guys rode in on planes and provided food. And I don't mean to analogize these human beings as dogs or anything to that effect, but
Well,
it just seems to be a sort of like a. Well, I mean, yeah, but
like, we're both
we have,
mammals.
like,
we both
some-
need food, shelter, water, a community. Like, we don't do well by ourselves. Lone dogs don't do well. I think we're very similar.
Yeah, we've got a hierarchy system as well. Kind of similar to dog. Like, all social creatures have that.
Well, I guess the point I had brought up, this cargo cults thing, I have heard of it. It is interesting. I think I was just trying to, like, back before with like the young girls that are all like adoring, like, you know, Taylor Swift or whatever. I just was, if you took some of these more like tribal peoples, if they saw that, they would think like, what is wrong with these people? Like, what is going on with their children? You know, like, they're all crying for this like weird looking like guy with all this plastic surgery who's like a half like, I'm talking about like Michael Jackson, this like half man half woman, like he's going oh and like singing and spinning around and like chirping and doing all. I mean, he is a good performer, I'm not saying he's not, but like, what would they think? Like, what is wrong with these people? Like, are they all psychotic, or they all just have some like mental disease that they're like crying over this person? I'm just saying, what would they, how would they see that? And I'm just comparing and contrasting, because like, if they don't have that at all, they would just see that as like some kind of like aberrant, strange kind of behavior.
I might think that we
Yeah,
venerate
They
them,
would, but
like we consider them gods or something.
Yeah,
But they
I
would
just
still,
think you
like,
would think
they would
they're
have
gods. I would think they're
priestess.
gods. Like it's like if spaceships came down and what do we fight over? We don't fight over food. Like oil. Let's say they came down. No, energy. Just energy. They just went. You can have infinite computing, infinite AI, infinite anything you want that uses energy. We've cracked that secret. We can give it to you. It's a single generator that runs at one place on Earth. Doesn't get that hot, and everybody's got instant energy, and all of your so many of your problems go away. I would look at them like a god. I would develop sort of strange, because all we'd do is try and guess at who they are and where they come from and what they really mean. And we're going to do that based on the information we've got. So if we're living in the 1600s, we're going to see them like colonialists. If we're living on an island, we might see them as spirits or something. Me living in 2026, I think they're spacefarers.
Well, were you making a link to like, okay, so even like ancient peoples, there is there is singing, there's a lot of singing and dancing, and then there is a lot of like there could be certain types of like maybe what we might call worshiping, like of certain like rituals or make a bonfire or using fire, using certain plants, and then you can get to like different kind of worshiping, like kind of earth gods or plant spirits, all kinds of different spirits and things. Is there the idea that tendency of humans just like dancing, singing, maybe they're doing a prayer to, the rain god or whatever it is, that somehow has been like replaced with Michael Jackson?
Sure, yeah. That's a really interesting link. I wasn't making that. I think you've made that, and it's very clever. Is there's an idea about it actually called terror management theory, which is that we seek to live on through other things. Once we become aware that we're going to die, that there's nobody who's 400, we seek to live on in something else. So we'll develop beliefs or affiliations. Even for some people, it's like a football club, right? And I think with what we're talking about is a really sad version where somebody pours a lot of their entire focus into one other human, not a concept or a club or a... So sorry. Shut up. I'm so sorry if anybody's watching.
We can't hear that.
Oh, good. Okay.
Or unless it's on your stream.
Jarvis just started. Yeah, it was. Yeah, that's an interesting link. Yeah, they're worshipping another single living human.
Was it Richard?
But I guess it
Feynman
is.
and the cargo
Christianity is
cult? Feynman and cargo cult science. Feynman. This guy.
And what's righto?
What's righto? I don't know. There's a little blog I found, and I was like, okay, I'll look at this one. It's time to abandon the cargo cult metaphor.
Yeah.
I propose that human beings have the inherent desire to worship. We were designed to worship.
Could be. Could be. I mean, I'm getting close to worshipping AI.
It's a void within us that has to be filled one way or another.
Some people got pretty close to worshiping Foucault's pendulum. Sorry, it's just a quick joke. Go ahead.
Yeah, so either you're gonna worship, materials, idols, dumb idols, people, animals, the sun, the water. Like, dude, you name it, we'll worship it. Women.
Coriolis, relativity,
the globe, ball.
Yeah, some men just have a fascination with balls spinning and moving around.
Tell me about it.
I wish I could tell you more about it, but you're gonna have to go to a Globa for that one.
Well, we don't spend, like I do, but the average Glober doesn't spend much time talking about it.
Yeah, but actually, on a foundational level, you're just surrounded by balls. You're surrounded by balls, right? At the end of the day,
in your mouth and all around your mouth.
Outside of my mouth, I guess there is balls in my mouth. I think I see atoms like balls, although they might be like wibbling strings for all the fuck I know. But yeah.
So it's all just a bunch of balls.
You like him hairy or shaved?
Well, I don't know how you'd shave an atom, but yeah. Where are we going? I like the cargo cults idea because I do think you're right. We do have just a natural a desire to believe in something or worship something. And if you're going to do that, why not fixate it on somebody deliberately rather than fucking Justin Bieber? You know?
I mean, dude, how much do they get people
Somebody's
worshiping
moral.
the ball Earth? Isn't the globe?
I don't think much. I think it forms a minor part of it's everybody's understanding of where they
Dude, it's
stand, but it intersects
massive.
very little with people's lives. Like
No, dude, the whole
other
idea
things
is the
do. So
like
medicine does,
global
right?
economy.
Every single day, the medicine affects your life, right?
They got a globe in every scene on a movie. Like,
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't the
I'm not
globe be
even saying
seen?
that.
Wouldn't the globe be seen as? And this is not like a criticism to the worldview. I mean, a lot of us, you know, accepted it or thought it, or generally accepted is kind of the word I use. I would never say I like believed it was a globe or really thought it was fully, but I did kind of accept it. But I'm just saying, like, in our culture, we're shown it as this, like, you know, kind of like angels, like, you know, like when you go into like elementary school and like there it is, there's the globe, like you're on this thing. And then the whole story that goes with it, that like, oh, we discovered it was a globe, and this is the cutting edge of science, and this is the cutting edge of where we're at, and this is why we have, you know, cars and cell phones and the internet, all this stuff. It all kind of plays in together. But wouldn't the globe be seen as like one of the most worshipped, like cosmological symbols of our time?
No. Yeah.
I
Why
keep
not?
saying it.
It's at the beginning of
constitutes-
every movie. It's like Amen. We pray, and you know, it's at the beginning of every
Sure,
movie.
but it
There's the
doesn't. But it
ball,
just. But
we
most
are the
people glaze
world.
past that, right? Rainbows are real, and we see them everywhere. It's only people who thought rainbows are fake that'd be like, God, it's strange. People show rainbows everywhere, right? For the most people, if the Earth is round, it makes sense to represent it as round. So there's nothing worshipful.
Yeah, but are you
about
showing up
saying
to
water's
the
wet
anti-rainbow
or-
server?
If there were people who didn't think that rainbows existed, I'd go and talk to them. Fuck yes, I
You
try to
go
talk
in
to as
there
many
at,
cookers
like,
as I
for
can.
like years on end, arguing with them about rainbows.
If the conversations were good, hell yeah. I like talking to religious people too, but their
Well, dude,
conversations aren't good.
Well, even if the globe was real, let's just say for a moment, hypothetically, in my view, I'm going to have to say hypothetical, that it was a globe, or let's just say for the conversation, it was a globe. I would still say people are worshiping it with the, you know, the background on their phones. It's on all these logos. You know, we are the world. You know, people are singing "We Are the World." Pale blue dot. There's just a lot of this. And I mean, okay, if we were on that and it was your home, I guess, yeah, you would identify it and maybe worship it to a degree. That's why a lot of these ancient tribal people, they do, like, if you want to call it worshiping, but they have like adoration rituals, you know, for nature, you know, like I said, like rain dances and just love for the, you know, the, you know, the heavens and the, you know, different kinds of concepts of how nature is like the container that you love and you praise and have honor and all kind, you know, that kind of stuff for. So I mean, the earth is like, because it's your home, you know, as it were. But I'm just saying that seems to be with the globe thing. But I'm just saying, even if it was a globe, there just does seem to be a massive amount of worship for that globe. Even if it was,
I can
and
see
if
why
it's
you're
not,
saying
if
it.
it's not, then it's like a false image, a false
And
idol.
you-
Yeah,
I
I
don't-
can see why you're saying it, but I think what I'm trying to say back, I shouldn't have said but. I see what you're saying, and I think if I thought the globe was false, I would feel that too. I'd feel they're shoving it in our face. They are trying to indoctrinate and worship us. But the point I would make is anything that's true. It's like if you thought Australia was a different shape, then you would see so many things, because Australia is such a unique country. It appears in almost any time somebody says we're an Australian company, they'll figure out a way to make a stylized Australia in there, because it's really easy and an attractive shape to do that with. If you thought Australia's shape was wrong, I think you'd feel the same way, because you'd feel dissonance every time that image popped up. You'd be like, that's not what the Gulf of Carpentaria looks like, you know? And that's
but they
what I
do that-
think might be the case here, is that I don't think we're really worshipping it much. I think we're going back into space, so people are getting more excited in it. But I just put worship in a very different category, where what we're talking about with Justin Bieber is a losing of one's critical faculties. Like, you're just not thinking right anymore. And I don't think when it comes to the bull, people see people loop round the moon in Artemis and go, oh my God, that's it. I'm going to give you my life savings. Or, you know, they don't, you know.
Oh, to that
they're not doing
extreme
what-
of
worship, you know, worship. Worship means something. We can't
But
devalue
worship
it.
isn't lack
One
of
second, dude. You will listen to Carl Sagan talk about the pale blue dots, you know, that sort of that speech that he does, and people will fall in love with that, and they will grow up to wanting to be scientists as a consequence. And this is all the sort of the adoration at large. It's not maybe necessarily directly for the globe; it's for the notion of science at large.
Well, Neil deGrasse is extremely famous for a reason. There's some level of worship going on there. Or idolization, if you don't want to call it worship.
I think
That's
a bit,
cool.
yeah. But
he's not even like you know, he's not even exceptional in his field.
Yeah.
So it's
He's a
like
good communicator.
Well, he's
I mean, he's
a personality.
For a scientist, right? Like
he speaks
yeah,
well.
He's a personality.
I
But
do
it's
get
like-
really annoyed with the dumb shit he says. He just repeatedly says dumb, wrong things, and for a scientist, I find that unforgivable.
it's for the kids, bro. Like he's a communicator. Like this is like what him and the other that British fella. They're the communicators, so called. They're not. I mean, they're celebrity scientists at that point.
Yeah, so you see that level of, but I guess you could say, it's not really worship. It's just, but there's a form
worship
of
for me, you
idolization going
can't-
on there.
Well, worship for me, something that would say it's worship is if you said that person worships, and you said that person worships 44 different things. I would say no. That doesn't fit my definition of worship, at least. When I think worship, I think short of their own needs in their family, they put this thing above everything else. This is a outside of their immediate, you know, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. They are just about this thing, right? They have
then you can't
like
even
worship. I would
say
say an Arsenal
religion's
supporter.
worship.
I would say that they go there and they worship, and it's a significant factor in their life, and it forms a significant factor of how they make most of their decisions, how they choose all of their friends. It's a significant part of their discussion. If you found a
but
religious
not
person
over
who
their
was
own
like,
benefit.
oh,
Because
Sure they
if
do.
that were the case, all Christians that worship would be like unhealthy.
well,
Not
I
all,
didn't
but
say
some
not to
people
you.
put
I didn't-
religion far above family. Some people, if they don't follow the same religion, they're like absolutely ousted.
But I put them after family. I said you look after your main needs and your family and stuff like that. But then
But that
a
doesn't even
significant-
work
I
either,
don't
because
think
it's like, what does religion tell you?
No, the point I'm making is I don't think you can worship 44 things. So worship to me means you're really narrowing it down. Whereas if you said, oh my God, that guy worships Justin Bieber, I'd be like, oh, what a weirdo. And then if later in the conversation you pointed at the same guy and said, that guy absolutely worships Sean Penn, I'd be like, oh, okay, he worships 2 people. But if you said that to me about 14 people, I would be like, it doesn't sound like he worships them. It just sounds like he's got an interest in celebrities. Do you know what I mean?
What if he had?
You get what I'm getting
That's
at
a
there,
worship
right?
of celebrity.
It's not
though.
worship. To
It's
me, the word
celebrity
worship means,
dude.
yeah, to me, the word worship is like if you're a believer and you've got posters up in your room, that's worship. If you just like Justin Bieber, you just like Justin Bieber. We can't devalue the word worship by having a record on or going, oh, there's a Sean Penn film. I like watching him in films. Let's go watch it. If we call
Yeah, I
that
think
worship, then
everybody's
we're
trying to say
devaluing the
that,
word.
though.
What's
I
the
don't think
likelihood
anybody's
though?
trying to
If
say
you
if you like Sean Penn, you worship him.
if you love
Exactly,
Justin
exactly.
Bieber,
And
what's
so
the
we agree.
likelihood
Yeah,
that
I
you
think-
love Taylor Swift? Like just as, or like maybe not just as much, but like as much, right?
All right, if you know Taylor Swift's favorite color, like her favorite dress, what she ate, you know what I mean? You're following her like Instagram, you know what she ate for breakfast, lunch, dinner. I'm gonna say you're falling into the realm of worship or obsession at the very minimum.
Sure.
You know,
and I think
yeah.
that's where I would agree.
Where do we draw that fine line between your worshiping, idolizing, and obsessing?
Yeah, I
That is the
know.
question.
Yeah, exactly. There's like they're all different layers. Well, right here, I was just going to read. This is one of the definitions of worship. It's to regard with great or extravagant respect, honor, or devotion. That's pretty
Yeah.
general. That's pretty general, you know.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, and I don't think you could. Devotion is the word there that I'd look at. I don't think you can be devoted to, let's say, like, yeah, like I guess there's a difference. I guess maybe you could find somebody you would say they're devoted to lots and lots of things, but still, to me, at some point, like, let's say you were devoted to your Arsenal, but you were also a devoted Catholic, and you're also a devoted father, those are going to bump into one another on Sundays, right? And so which one wins is somewhat going to tell me what you're actually devoted to. I guess that's how I see it. Devoted to my daughter, but I do try to get to church, and I love to watch Arsenal matches.
So are you talking about yourself there, or are you? Is that
No, like I guess I'm just trying to think how I think about the word devoted, but it is very subjective. I think you're right, Rigger. Like it's just sort of depends how you see the word.
Yeah, because I mean, you're just gonna draw lines in different places and be like, well, this means that as far as that's more obsession than it is devotion, and this is more idolizing than it is worship or whatever. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's like once you cross a certain line, you're into that zone of, all right, something ain't right here.
Hmm.
And what's causing that? What do you think causes that? Do you think it's you think it's like the TV?
Well, as a baseline, like we have a dependence upon one another, and then as a consequence of that dependence, I mean, maybe you start off life, you idolize your mother. Later on, you start beginning to idolize your father. Then maybe that transfers to your older brother, and then at some point it extrapolates out into the big bad world when you've been sort of indoctrinated enough within society, and these sort of larger than life characters that, as you grow up and mature, you're looking at the notion of like, what do I want to be in this world? And you see all of these like fantastic, attractive looking entertainers. Yeah, I mean, it just seems to, that's what I want to do. I want to be that thing. And you sort of, what are you engaging with then? Sort of the potential? I don't know.
Yeah, I guess you kind of idolize the older kids when you're growing up. I don't know, man. I don't. Fuck, dude. I just can't relate to the whole movie star.
Well,
Like
I
I've been
suspect
down
at
Newport,
large,
right?
you can do one or two things, man. Like you can't idolize. I mean, look, this may be a
What
bit
about
more pointed than I'd like, but I mean, you're a Christian person. You have that idol is set within your experience in the world.
yeah.
Not to necessarily call it like that, but it's kind of like the notion of you can take God out of the person. Is that the right terminology? You can take the person out of religion, but you can't take the religion out of the person, which is something I've always kind of thought was rather interesting. Is because you can say that you're not religious, but I really do deep down think that you're just displacing it with something else that you might call science. There's an aspect of all human beings within sort of greater or lesser dimensions, but it just happens
Yeah,
to
we're
be
talking
emphasized for
about
some people.
we're talking about way different categories, though. We're talking about like the answers to existence and comparing it to a fucking pop star.
Yeah, but like if you've got no sort of maybe religious sentimentality, that energy has to go into something in society or something you've been
So a
presented
fucking
with.
smooth brain.
And essentially oh shit, big snake. Sorry.
What was it?
Catch
What was
that
it?
shit.
Fucking don't go
I think
near
it's a
them.
little.
It's how
it's a green
90%
one.
of people get bit.
Oh, it could
like
be
a garter
brown.
snake. Brown, stay away.
I'm not sure. I didn't get a good look.
Yeah, run.
I'm not
Brown will
running.
fuck you up.
Tony wants
What was
him
I
to
saying? So yeah,
have
like I
you
mean,
be careful.
essentially, I just don't like. There is a component of any person or every person that seems to be sort of, it's almost like required. If not necessarily required, though, it could be just the fact that in a vacuum, such as like anti-religion, atheistic, you're more inclined to then start beginning to worship celebrities as a consequence, because that's your biggest thing in this world to sort of devote yourself to, or you think. I don't quite know how to articulate that. You get the general thrust of what I'm trying to say, though. It's merely nasty as it is.
I just don't think it's that cut and dry. But I get where you're going. You're saying you got to put your energy into something. And if you're too fucking retarded or too like shallow, you're gonna put it into something shallow.
I mean,
I mean, it
I'm
could
not
be
even
that.
sure. I call it. I mean, I know it's shallow.
Yeah,
I
well,
agree
if
with
you're
you that it's shallow.
worshiping
But I'm
fucking movie stars, that's pretty fucking shallow, dude.
well, they're the
People that don't
representation.
even
Like they
know
made you
about you.
feel all those. Yeah, but they made you feel all of these feelings, which is going back to what I said a little bit before. It's like you're not like people don't remember for you, like what you did, what you said, how you mostly how you
People
said it, but
can't
it's the
make you
feelings
feel a
that you
feeling.
crafted.
No, people can't make you feel a feeling. You can either relate to the feelings that they're portraying, or you don't.
That's what an actor does. They invoke the feeling within the audience. No,
Yeah,
that's the
but if you
acting.
I'm
haven't
about to rickroll you,
experienced it,
dude.
it's meaningless. Like I could watch a woman cry, like over I don't know, like something that I've never been through. I could be like, I
Spilt
can feel
milk.
sad for her, but I can't,
No.
like that feeling, that's lost on me. You'd be like, yeah, that must be painful, but yeah. I mean, I guess maybe to a certain extent, you can kind of force it onto someone through like sympathy.
Well, yeah, I mean, in the extreme version of what you guys are referring to, like potentially like in the sort of social engineering matrix of sort of unfoldment, or even if it's designed this way, is that they have it set up to like distract us with idols and with these like thought forms that people focus on, like that word egregore, which someone had mentioned that earlier, and then I posted this little image on it. I'm gonna scroll up real quick and yeah, right here.
Well, the egregore came prior to ideology, like the terminology of ideology. I think it seems to have a very sort of similar or a lot of parallels going on.
Yeah. Like, I'll just read this real quick. Okay. An egregore is a collective thought form or psychic entity created by shared beliefs, emotions, and intentions. It possesses a distinct consciousness and influence, often impacting the behavior and mindset of a group or community.
Yeah, collective.
So, like, do they
Well, that's
use like movie stars, music stars, etc., to be these kind of like collective consciousness, to kind of have all these shared beliefs and emotions, and then to kind of like capture our spiritual energy of like adoration or worship that we might have within us, and like get these to like replace that in our lives?
It's done through the Disney, from what I can see, or I think the parallel would be was it Disney stars that, like, they start off, they're all innocent and nice, and then Britney Spears is all of a sudden and talking about her crazy shit, and they did it with the other one they shot up into space recently as well. So like they're these sort of innocent stars that your child, like you as a parent who's watching your kid grow up, like I'll sign on for Britney Spears or Katy Perry to, like, either doing country music or like nice sort of cool stuff, and then all of a sudden they become a little slutty at the end, so you follow their path.
Well, that's another part of it. Do they have a whole system where it's like they want you kind of worshiping people that are a bit more pure when you're younger? Like the Disney stuff seems to be, less crude or whatever, more kind of pure. Because they kind of create this scenario where, like, if you're a young child born into this culture, you're going to be worshiping, the, I don't know, Teletubbies or the Sesame Street or whatever, all those kind of characters, which are generally good. Like, they're not all like sexually explicit and like using drugs and stuff. So you kind of start out with those and you're like, oh yeah, like Big Bird from Sesame Street and all that kind of adoration stuff. And then you go through this like fracturing process that as you get older, you start, like, the idols for the teenage girls are a little bit different. Now it's like different Justin Bieber or like whatever it is. And then you get to like your older teenage years, and now all of a sudden you're listening to like, death metal and like different drugs, and then all the sexual promiscuity. Like, is there some way that it's kind of rolled out that way? So it's like as you start with this very innocent thing, and then as you kind of grow older, there's like more of this the seedy nature of like, yeah, sex, drugs, all that kind of stuff. Where it's like, whoa, this, you know, it's not all just like Sesame Street and rainbows. Now all of a sudden it's like there's dark stuff going on. There's, you know, some kind of darker energies, like kind of, you know, rape energies, just like, you know, whatever it may be, or just misbehaving or crime, like criminal stuff with like all the gangster rap and stuff. To where like a child starts
Or-
where it's all innocent, and then it kind of like fractures in that way to where now they're like, their idols are now, you know, busting caps and dropping drugs and doing all, you know, crimes and stuff in some cases.
Or you're just more innocent when you're younger, and then you grow out of that as you get older.
Yeah, but the idols change, is what I'm saying. There's
Right.
like idols at
'Cause
different
you're
ages.
more attracted to the innocent ones when you're younger.
Why is that? Is that programmed though, or is that actually natural?
No,
Is it
that's how we're built. That's just how we are. We're more innocent when we're younger because we don't know enough, and then as we learn more, we realize the world is kind of grody and grungy, and we roll that into our understanding. Like
Why
I
do
don't
all
see
the
anything
teen-
programmed about it personally.
Why do all the teen stars end up becoming like very scantily clad women running or jumping around on your screen, like just flooding you with that imagery? Every single one of
Because
them.
they grow up. Because they grow up.
So they're all
You think-
destined
so,
to grow
like-
up into whores.
Yeah, but
No,
dude,
but
they're
it's
I mean,
not all of them.
I know plenty of women that would not be inclined to jump around like that.
Yeah, there's
But
plenty
these are
that
the ones that
don't.
are selected for.
yeah, but they're getting
don't
Epstein
think-
like, on one level or another. Like they're getting, okay, not necessarily all Epstein. I'm kind of using it as a joke, like they're getting Epsteined, but they're getting like introduced sexually. I mean, dude, there's so many crazy things that are claimed to go on in Hollywood that you have to like use sex to like get up the ladder and stuff. I mean, it's pretty explicit, like in terms of, I mean, dude, who knows what happened to Hannah Montana, you know, all these different like characters. Like, dude, can you imagine the very likely sexual abuse with like all of those like child, especially female and male too? I mean, seems to be a tremendous amount of like sexual corruption in Hollywood.
Yeah, I think that's irrefutable at this point, unless you're just gonna bury your head in the sand and be like, "Oh, Epstein's
Nobody
completely
denies
fake."
that. But it's the implications that follow from that I don't
Well, it's
I don't
like,
know.
well, what makes logical sense, right? If you look at it like, what makes logical sense if all of Hollywood's getting away with something, the feds aren't doing anything with the information they're getting, they have a ton of proof, nobody's getting prosecuted. Well, yeah, I'd say, good guess they're in on it, you know, or they at least at the very bare minimum, they're protecting those that are in on it, so they're complicit. So it's like, all right, well, there's our society. The people running the country, the people at the top are basically all in on it. And then where do you go
Right.
with that? It's like, all right, well, now we have a pedophile ring.
Just that there's
All
a
right, now work that
there's a
pedophile ring
two-tiered justice
into
system for people with whom.
work that pedophile ring into other industries, especially entertainment, where it's a bunch of cuties, right?
I would even go as far. This is kind of an extreme thing, but I would even it's not extreme, but it's kind of an intense idea. I would even go as far as to say that there's a massive, like, black magic sex ritual cult thing going on in Hollywood. In Hollywood, where the children involved that are the Disney kids and the Hannah Montanas and all these different, even the Taylor Swifts and whatever, that there's some level of like sexual abuse going on, Epstein style and other Hollywood stuff. Whatever's all going on there. And those children, like, who end up being sexually abused, like Justin Bieber and whatever, they then are put out on the stage as this, like, kind of traumatized individual that also is being given a lot of money and hype to where now they're, like, becoming this idol. And then a lot of people, like children, who also are sexually abused, then end up like they're sexually abused by, you know, their uncle or someone at the school or whatever, since that's rampant these days. And now that sexually abused girl or whatever is now fixated on the sexually abused pop star. And there's like a sex magic. They're like getting the people to be traumatized and to be attracted to that trauma as part of like getting the attention, because trauma will engender like a projection field within these people that will then get projected onto the person who also went through that trauma. So they purposely do the sexual stuff to the pop star people so that they then attract these other people that have those, you know, those energies as well to kind of worship them in this in that kind of cycle.
I see where you're going with it.
You do?
Yeah. You don't piece that together? Where it's like the
No.
victim? I
But
don't know.
like black magic, like that it's intentional.
Well, even if the black magic doesn't work, like I still believe there is intent for like to try. You know, there's definitely intent there.
I don't
They
think there's
have
any
rituals.
intent in sexually abusing someone other than the sexual abuse itself. Like I don't see any deeper meaning there, deeper purpose. I think that's just you're going to get people who are traumatized, who look up to other people who are traumatized. They find some sort of solidarity there. Like
So what about the
I don't know, you
killings then?
guys are
What is
adding
that?
all of this extra stuff in there. What killing?
Yeah, the killings, the rituals, all that stuff, that's real. You just like, all right,
Is
that
it?
doesn't play a part.
Well, it's in the Epstein files, so I
Yeah.
mean,
Unless you
do you
just
believe
think they're
that?
beating that.
But like
Yeah, unless,
ritual killings, or they were just getting rid of people who are nuisances.
We've got,
no,
I
no,
mean,
no.
so many
It's
examples of
very,
ritual killings, man.
Do we?
yeah,
Because all the ones
it's
I've
like,
seen have
okay,
been.
Dude, what was it? In Australia, they had what do they call it? The Notorious 28. And it was this it was like the Woods investigation. I can't remember all the details, but essentially, like they decided, like they had police reports and official documents on Paul Keating, ex-Prime Minister of Australia, and a bunch of other high-end court judges, and they said that we need to suppress this information because it would cause the citizens to lose trust in the, like, this is kind of like, it's not verbatim exactly, but this is the way that they said the reason why they couldn't release the info is because the people would lose faith in the institutions.
Mhm.
so look at that kid, Elijah Wood, right? When he comes out public, he's like, Hollywood has a huge pedophile problem, right? So like, it's like, all right, well, there's something there. And then along with the pedophile, right? The pedophile stuff, you start seeing the paintings, and then you see like the little ceremonies they do, and you know, a bunch
What
of other
painting?
things, and you see what these people in Hollywood practice, right? You see the artwork they
What
have. It's
practices?
all, yeah, it's all like satanic type, cabal type shit. And
Is it?
Maybe you won't be agree. What
you don't
about
piece
the
together the
Catholic
fact
Church, man?
that it's like ritualistic, like they're not doing
No,
rituals.
I'm still stuck on your premises. Like, what are these paintings and practices that you're seeing all over the place?
Yeah, I don't know. It's like a horse to water.
You haven't shown me the
so
water.
you're aware.
You're
You're
talking
aware that
about
the
paintings
Catholic
and practices.
priests.
Can you give me some examples of that?
Yeah,
You might be
the
more amenable.
paintings. Right, you want to go, Ricks? Go ahead.
I think you might be more amenable to like it happening out of the Catholic Church, and it's like, I mean, it's pretty obvious, and there's plenty of evidence. I don't feel like I need to provide any, but essentially that they were just moving priests around when they were found to be diddling kids. So that is an
Right.
institution involved in rotating priests around so they don't have to answer to the damage that they cause, right?
Sure.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with the rituals.
Right.
Dude, they are
The
ritualistic.
part he's hung up on
Priests.
is the rituals. He's
Oh.
saying no rituals aren't happening. And I
The
was like
sex
trying to
isn't part of
express
a
it
ritual,
through
even with the priests. They're just, that's what happens when you suppress,
Yeah, I didn't.
like, from childhood.
Yeah,
Hey,
okay.
my bad.
Just,
Maybe
Well,
Riggy's
without
got a
getting into,
better.
like,
all right. So
Yeah.
you understand like the relations to like the cabal with like the
I
artist work, the
don't know.
paintings and the murals and all that other shit. You can draw those connections or no?
Maybe if I saw the paintings you're talking about, but just
So you're
offhand, I
unaware of
wouldn't
any
think
of
that there's
this?
immediately.
Dude.
I
Just look at
don't
Lady
know. I've seen a
Gaga.
couple examples
Look
of
at.
certain things, but everything
I'm
that I
just
look into ends
asking
up
you,
being a
dude.
big
You don't
nothing
have
for
to
me.
get mad. You don't
I'm
have to
just
get your
answering you.
panties in a
I'm not.
bunch.
Why does? Dude, you sound like my mother. I'm not mad. I'm just having a conversation.
Whoa.
You might want to
Sound
listen then.
like.
No, I'm just trying to point out, okay, like how deep down any of these rabbit holes have you dug? Have you done any like research on like what like the
Some.
like what these Hollywood figures are doing behind closed doors, what they're posting to their Instagrams, like any of that
I've
stuff? Are
heard
you
the
aware?
claims.
So does your mother talk about ritual sexual abuse or something? Like, is that why he sounds like it?
No,
Or
she thinks every time I talk to her, or, like have a disagreement with her, that I'm like fuming angry, and I'm just like, she doesn't take criticism very well, so we get into it pretty often.
yeah, neither does
Let's
mine.
not get it. That's a whole thing with my mother. I probably need therapy or something. I don't know.
I'm not your mother, just for the record.
I know.
But yeah, because if you're not drawing them, like if you're not seeing that, you know, like the artist work of
I see.
where they're
I've
like
seen
put in
some.
like the
Mhm.
devil figure or like the bull, you know, with the horns, or the goat with the horns, right? If you're not like seeing that, then it's gonna be all right. I'd have to show you so many images, and you'd probably fight me the whole way and be like, "Well, that's just a coincidence. That's a coincidence," you know.
No, dude,
It's
there's
like
like
And
a
then
it
we're
whole
could well
bunch of
we
be.
end up
celebrities
after like
engaging
2
in.
hours, the image drops.
They'll
So you're
bake a
talking to
cake that looks
somebody.
like a human body and eat it. Like as far as this sort of like what they can do in the public eye. But why would you have a body there? Or even the idea of putting food on a body, like you know that sort of like high end stuff where they have a person lay down on the table and you know some rich
There's
people walk in
nothing
and there's like
ritualistic
grapes
about
all
that.
over them. That dude,
Yeah, that's just
that's
rich
an
people doing
analogy
weird
to it.
shit.
That's
I
just the
don't think so.
photos that we get that we're exposed to. These guys are actually like, you know, they're cooking shit. Like,
Yeah, but you see how you did it right there? It's just rich people doing weird shit. Like you just
Yeah.
wash it right away. It's like
Yeah, but
instant knee jerk reaction is to just say, "Oh, it's just normal shit for rich people."
I don't even want to
yeah.
convince him that cannibalism's going on, man. Like,
No. So we have
it's a terrible
ritualistic
topic.
cannibalism in the Catholic Church, right? And there's no like
Where the
bodies that they
fuck did you
construct
get
out of
to
the
that
bread.
conclusion? Where do we have
The
ritualistic
body of
cannibalism
Christ.
within the? Oh my god, that's what you're gonna call it? Cannibalism?
That's literally what it is. It's what it's claimed to be.
Cannibalism? That's what it's claiming. I'd say read
In
the
so
books
many
I can't
words,
again.
help you,
yeah.
Rigger.
Maybe one
I
more round of
agree
reading
with
those
him.
books, if that's the conclusion you're coming to, where the Bible's promoting cannibalism.
This is my body, eat of me. Like this is literally what the doctrine is.
Okay.
It's a
All I'm
spiritual
saying is,
metaphor.
yeah.
No,
I mean,
it relates to
presumably
mushrooms,
eating
if anything.
sushi off a naked woman is also a metaphor, right?
Of what?
You're claiming
couldn't
that it's
you,
a
like,
metaphor of cannibalism itself, I guess.
No, that's
couldn't
your
you
claim.
imagine, like,
The fuck you putting that on me for? You're the one that said it,
You're,
not me.
so what were you saying with the
imagine?
people eating food off naked people?
Yeah, that's
Maybe I
their
I said
misunderstood
that.
what you were
rituals.
saying.
It's sacrifice. They sacrifice to their god. Bodies. Children. They have artwork that goes back fucking like hundreds of years, centuries, depicting the sacrifice.
But
The
as a good thing,
ceremonies.
because a lot of these things that are depicted in paintings, yes, there's a lot of like metaphoric imagery, but a lot of them are like tales of morality, right? A lot of these things. You're talking to someone with like 7 years of art schooling. There's a lot of stuff I know about art that doesn't track with what you're claiming.
Okay, what's my claim then? I don't
That
know,
these people
man.
are sending little secret images in the paintings, that they're doing like weird satanic shit in Hollywood or something, no?
Pretty much, man. So
Well,
I've
yeah,
just got it up on my
Freemasonry.
screen here.
I would say, yeah.
There's
Or
a,
you
sorry. This is the one that came up in like in Australia. Her name is Fiona Barnett. This documentary starts off to show that it was showing up on our news. I wasn't aware of any of this stuff at the time, but you go listen to this documentary, and you will find essentially all of the ritual bullshit that they're doing. Like she's up in front of like the news talking about this stuff, and then she will go to there's a church. Like she's going like takes you through this place that she was. Like here, they locked her in a bloody a coffin or something with another dead corpse.
Is it a thing you're streaming?
I'm not going to stream the whole thing. I'm just showing you. Like,
Sure.
just look up
Can
Fiona
you DM
Barnett
it to me?
Australia
'Cause
Candy Girl
I'm not going to find it
documentary.
again.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Now, specifically, I will say that this is not the eating of people. This is ritual killings, and it was done in like in a church and a whole bunch of different locations. It's pretty gross to watch. I don't recommend anyone necessarily do it, but I mean, if you want to be challenged and look at this shit, yeah, I'll send it to you.
Yeah. Takes a lot to gross me out. I'll be fine.
I'm pretty squeamish personally.
I get a lot of vegans sending me documentaries of how horrible like the meat industry is. None of that's turned me yet.
Yeah, I can't watch that shit either. That's just part one. Oh.
What do you guys think of the whole since we're kind of on this? What do you think of the whole adrenochrome thing? Do you think they like do the MK Ultra like trauma-based mind control to like secrete this adrenochrome, and then do you think they actually like use that or extract it or use it for some purpose?
I suspect it largely just gives you like this heightened sense, and it augments your like consciousness or experience, like with the adrenaline or some shit. I don't know. And
Yeah,
it becomes sort of this very intense experience to go through. And I mean, you either commit or you run away scared, essentially. And if they commit, then they know that they're one of them, and off they go to the next ceremony.
Yeah, there's something there. There's definitely something with the adrenaline drop and the scare and in the blood. Something's definitely going to the blood, because they even do like the circumcisions where they use their mouth to circumcise the babies.
Yeah, that's gross.
Oh, true. I didn't think about that one. Yeah.
And they suck the blood, and
I believe
like,
them.
it's fucking insane, dude. Not a bit of that makes any sense unless you're like, oh, this is a good source. I don't want it to go to waste.
And then they have the like audacity to tell you in the modern society, if they got like a little snipper or something, that it's fine and it's for like, you know, like health benefits or some bullshit. Like, that's where it came from, man. Crazy.
Yeah, dude, that is a very dark area there of what's going on. But yeah, the adrenochrome combination with that, like, why is it their ritual to like cause a trauma, an immediate trauma, and then to consume the blood? That's pretty dark. Yeah.
They even have the pictures of it, the paintings with all the kids. You know, they're in their little red shoes. They're up against in a swimming pool, empty swimming pool, up against the wall, all like tied up and beaten and bruised, like they're being, you know, having the shit scared out of them for like the eventual sacrifice or draining of. And it's like, oh, that's perfectly normal. Like those are perfectly normal pictures. Like, I don't know. Yeah, sure. Sure, if that's where you want to go with it, and just be like, yep, there's no coincidence. It's just a complete coincidence that all those kids have red shoes. And they're all lined up and tied up. There's no relation here. To adrenochrome.
Who was that model that was like outside a police station screaming that I think you know about this, Riga.
The
So,
one
like,
in
screaming,
Mexico?
oh, they're eating the people. Yeah.
Yeah, the
And
cartel.
then she
She went
disappears
to a
like the
party.
day. Yeah.
Yeah, she went to the party. She fucking flips out. She's like an escort, some shit. Basically a, you know, prostitute.
Like, yeah.
And then
As sick
she
as
told the
in-
police.
Oh, sorry. Yep.
And then the police were like, yeah, nah, we don't give a shit. And then she disappeared, never to be seen again. And they didn't give a fuck, dude. When she was yelling at them, she's like, oh, flipping the fuck out. They're eating people. The cops were like, okay, all right. And?
Yeah, we do that
Like,
every
the
second
cops
Sunday.
Yeah. Like, they didn't even seem
Fucking
phased. Like, if that was me and I was a cop
yeah.
and someone came flipping the fuck out to me, oh my God, they're fucking eating people. I'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Are you serious? Like, where? Get in the cruiser. Let's go. We need to find this place. And I'd be calling it in. Like, I would treat it as something serious, especially with someone freaking out that bad. It's either that or she'd have to be like a repeat offender for drugs, where she's always showing up to the police station all fucking wired out of her mind.
Yeah, I can't remember. She looked pretty disheveled when she was in that video that I've seen. But you know, that doesn't mean anything. A person who experienced such a thing might be, you know, pretty disheveled at that point and distraught. But I wonder if it's connected to the notion, like, I mean, is there like, if you can just imagine like the notion of extreme sports and people just like seeking out extreme activities in the world, and I don't know, like, you're a rich guy, you've got all the cocaine you could ever want, and like all of the girls that you could ever want, and then you just keep pressing that button. I want to push up my adrenaline, and then eventually you just end up in some sort of like wicked, cannibal situation because you're just pushing the envelope so much, and it's
I
just been
mean,
going on for hundreds of years below the surface. That's all.
yeah, I don't think it's that simple. It's like you have to like let go of your humanity to do something like that. We're talking children, dude. It's the most innocent form of a person is in the state of being a child. It doesn't get any more innocent than that. And these people
but I
are
think
abusing the most innocent of innocent human beings. They're abusing them.
I think that's what they get
There's
their
no
rocks off.
humanity left in you if you're doing shit like that.
Well, I mean, you call it humanity. I don't know. Like, I mean, they're obviously humans. So, I mean, I don't want to. I'm not going to try to sit here and justify anything of this, but I'm just trying to work out why this would happen. Like, I mean, you've got to. Actually, yeah. I don't really want to get into their mindset too much. I'm going to stop. That's bad. Yeah.
Well, it might be just a
Told you it was
control.
a
It might be a
subject.
control thing. If it's a control thing, like if you're like dominating, see that gets into whether they're a different species or not. If they're a different species, and that would be like one of the most dominating things to another species would be to like eating their kids and like traumatizing them. You know, I know it's kind of dark. That's very dark, but
I mean, the other species thing, I'm willing to entertain up to a certain like number. But I'm pretty sure this seems to be like, I mean, that Fiona Barnett story is like local to Australia and Sydney, and I'm pretty sure we got stuff up here in Brisbane, all over the place. I can't imagine there'd be these other sort of entities all over. I don't know. Yeah, I should just shut up. But so how you would have like all of these different entities like just living amongst us essentially. I mean, wouldn't those other entities be trying to encourage your humans that they want to control to participate in the same activity? So, yeah, I suppose that's where I'm thinking about it.
Now, would they want to let you in the club?
Well, what club?
Would they want to let you in on what they're doing? Or would they just do it because they have the power to do it?
I don't know, like Fiona Barnett in that documentary I raised before. I think that this should be safe to put on the, like, it's on YouTube, so it should be technically safe to put on the live stream. But I mean, what do they have? Like, she was talking about like how a particular doctor's clinic was writing off people as dead. So they had a bunch of doctors effectively that were sort of, capable of writing off the fact that the person died of natural causes or some shit like that to cover up all of their satanic worship and sacrifice bullshit.
If we say it's another species, I mean, what does the species gain from bringing in humans? You know, it's like, what does the
Because then they can just
the
walk
hunter
amongst us
gain from
and do.
like
I mean,
the predator
it's
is
like the idea
allowing
of like
the prey to hunt with it?
Yeah, but okay, so you've got the idea of like a strip show you can go and see or whatever, right? And then you've got like a place like a Muslim country in which, you know, if you're like even wear a skirt, you're going to get stoned or some shit. Now, just imagine that you want to push your society towards this prostitution all over the place, because I mean, you're deplorable as a human being, but you know, you just slowly shift from a fully garbed woman into a scantily clad one. And now, basically, I mean, if you go to Thailand, they can legally walk around the streets naked.
Can they
So,
though?
I mean, in Thailand, yeah.
I didn't see
Not all the streets
naked
all the
people
time.
walking
There's a
on the
certain
street.
jurisdiction, there's a location that they're allowed to walk around naked. I shouldn't say that they can just literally like
Oh,
wherever
like
they
the
want
red light
anytime.
district.
Yeah, pretty much so. Yeah.
Oh, you're saying there's a specific area where you can walk around? I was hearing
Yeah,
that and I was
Like
like,
a nude beach, though. You know,
motherfucker,
that's
what?
gonna end
Yeah.
up being the same as a nude beach.
Yeah,
Pretty
generally
much,
in
yeah.
Thailand, they're outside of the red light areas, they're surprisingly conservative. Like they're very, very liberal as people, but they dress surprisingly conservative, I think.
Yeah, the women do.
Super liberal though. God, I like if you want to pick, like if you're blinded to which religion, you didn't know which religion, and you just had to pick which religion was the best one based upon their followers, I think you'd have to pick Buddhism every time. Super like open to
couldn't pick
outsiders,
Buddhism.
but still have a strong culture. Super like just the sides they take on ethical issues. You're always like, yeah, of course, yeah, no duh.
I
Like,
could never pick Buddhism because it was
Why is
based off
that?
of a man.
are you not a Christian?
Is Jesus a man?
Like, do you know? There's one theory that
Yeah, a
even if he
man
was the son
that
of,
resurrected. Big difference.
well, I mean,
Came down, was born
So
from a
you're saying
virgin.
I
Like,
can't resurrect?
you know, there's a chance. There are some
Prove it.
scholars who think that Jesus became Buddhist.
I don't care about what some, like, you know what I mean.
But it's an interesting.
With,
It's
like, no
so it's
proof
an interesting.
think.
Well, nobody's got
Tales
any
of
proof about
top-notch
Jesus. There's no proof Jesus resurrected. Come on. But
no proof that we
there-
have nothing in history is accurate. If you're gonna say,
I mean,
that
there's
Jesus
evidence of the
character-
Shroud of Turin. You know,
No,
What?
if we
Proof-
say
you
if
ain't
we
gonna.
say
There's no
that
such thing as
Jesus
proof in history.
character,
man.
there's no proof. What you're
Proof
doing is
that a
saying
man
the
resurrected.
most popular character in history there's
gonna
no
trigger
proof
line.
of it. Okay, well, Marcus Aurelius wasn't real. Aristotle wasn't real. Tesla, nobody's real then, because you're gonna be like, you know.
Well, why
what
couldn't
standard-
technically? Sorry, why couldn't technically some of them be real and some not be?
yeah.
Well, you have no justification for it, because you say, what are you going to use for justification? Scripture or writings? And you're going to be like, all right, well, there's more
Well-
writings of this person. There's less of that
Well, yeah.
person. So how
And
do
also
you
how
take
big
this
the claim
huge
is.
pile of writings and references to this one individual for centuries? How do you take that huge pile and say, I'm throwing all that out the table saying that can't be real, but then you have like a few chapters on another individual and say, oh, except this? That would be cherry picking.
Well, Sermon on the Mount. Here's the evidence they give. I don't think proof exists, but here's the evidence they give. He has missing years, right? Jesus is seen at 13, next seen at 30, so he has like quite a bit of time to figure out what he's 17 years. He's got to figure out he's got to be somewhere, and it's kind of strange to suggest that he stayed in that area and remained unremarkable, that just nobody had anything to say about him in the intervening years, that we knew exactly where he was born, but nobody knew anything what he was like in his 20s, unless he left the area. And so that's some of the reasoning that it starts with. Then, if you take Buddha's 7 Noble Truths, and apparently, I've heard this, we could check it now, and look at the Sermon on the Mount. Is the Sermon on the Mount the right one? He talks about forgiveness, he talks about good works, he's suddenly upending this Jewish tradition of millennia and saying, no, anybody can get in. We're not a select group, we just try to treat one another nicely now. That's our main thing. I was like, well, yeah, there's stories of a Middle Eastern man turning up in the area and performing miracles, and people thought he was an incarnation of Krishna. So,
And Buddha, you're saying?
no, Jesus.
Buddhism?
Buddha's way older than Jesus. Buddha was around yonks before Jesus.
Oh, jeez.
Some people think that they're somewhat
I don't
contemporary
really get
too.
that.
What? Buddha.
It's probably not as many people.
Gautama Buddha, 563 BC in Lumbini, Nepal. So like he had a big following before Jesus was around, just in a different area of the world.
There's also there's a grave in India with I don't think they're impressions. I think they're like just sculpted on there, but they have the representation of the hands and feet with holes through them, and that's supposedly and it's got another name. It's not Isa, but it's something similar. But that's a lot of Indians say that's when they say that in the Bible that he ascended, he basically just walked up a mountain and over to India and lived out the rest of his days and died at like 100 something.
And that is all, Adam's foot. Yes, there's a lot of crossovers with that where they do think, it could have. There is, another one where he ascended and he came back down and did it from Sri Lanka, and it's like the highest mountaintop, and you go up there for a festival. And
I believe that for a while. My understanding is that most historians don't really give that a lot of credence.
So there's like this guy named Jason Giorgiani, Dr. Jason Reza Giorgiani, and he's like I guess a Persian-centric kind of historian. He talks about a concept that Buddha was actually like a Persian royalty or Persian prince, and he was like banished from that kingdom for whatever, preaching his I guess concepts that were like antithetical to the kingdom or something like that. And instead of killing him, they just banished him, and he became what we know of as Buddha. But that's a story. I don't know if you guys dig that at all. I don't know if I believe it 100, but I think it's an interesting thing to consider.
I mean, it makes sense. He didn't, follow in the father's footsteps. He didn't want to take up the reins, so the father banished him.
Well, I mean, does it make more sense, like how there could be a greater connection between the Serpent on the Mount and this? I don't know if that makes sense. Like it always was sort of, Persian or within the Semitic faiths, sort of, possibly. That's why I don't talk that much. Okay, here you go.
Like it, you just say things that are that require a lot of thinking, and then people go into thinking afterwards.
What's the topic? Manufactotum, you're hot micing.
Oh shit! Sorry, give me a second. Sorry, hold on.
We hear you forming.
I know.
Forming metals into beautiful creations.
My bad.
Eggshells, would you say that like a common like globe Earth proponent individual in these discussions that's really like repping for the globe Earth, would you say on average that person questions the globe more than people in the mainstream?
I think they've been forced to. Like, I think most globers have, unless they're shepherded. I really don't like shepherding. I think most globers have a very uncomfortable first experience of coming into flat Earth, because you expect to meet a group of, I'm sorry to say this, but this is what you expect from the outside. You expect to meet a group of dribbling retards, and then you get in there and you're like, oh shit, these people are actually quite sharp, and they are asking me really relevant questions, and they're actually firing things at me that I I hadn't thought about. And actually, now that I think about it, I go, oh, I don't have an answer to that. And you're hearing people flounder and jump to the wrong conclusions. So I think they've been forced to. But I think dissonance means that none of us question stuff very deeply. The moment we feel a bit of dissonance, we're like, oh, you're just saying that, or like suddenly we change the topic and we're not aware of it ourselves. We're not like, I'm going to deflect right now. We're just like, I suddenly want to talk about something else.
That was exactly my experience.
Yeah, I showed it actually. I met an ex, and I talked to her, and I was like, "Yeah, I spend an insane amount of time. I've got a bit of an addiction talking to flat Earth." And she's like, "What? But then she loves an argument, so she's like, "But what are they saying?" And I was like, "Okay, so I'm not a flat earther, but I'm going to steel man for you at the moment. I'm going to show you how they do it, because you're going to do the same thing." And then I started explaining her some. No, that's right. I just said, "You pick. What do you think is good evidence you live on a globe?" And I think, what did she pick? Whatever she picked, I just immediately showed, like, I think she just got it flat wrong, actually. But anyway, I just did the first thing where you just immediately show, hey, this relies on somebody else. I'm saying, what personal experience do you have? And you jump to somebody else, or whatever it might be. What I was waiting for is when I start pushing back, she suddenly switched and was like, but what about all the photos from space? And I was like, that's it. That's how it happens. That's how we all do it on every fucking topic. Is the moment we're pinned in a corner, we don't have a moment of going, oh, shit, I'm pinned in a corner. I don't have an answer to that question. Instead, all of us, myself included, I'm not judging, are suddenly like, different topic, or personal attack, or deliberately misunderstand what they're saying. Not even deliberately, like sort of, what is the one where you go, oh, that seems like it might be difficult, and somebody goes, you think it might be impossible? It's like a selective, you know what I'm trying to get at.
In fairness, it does sometimes happen on the other side too.
Yeah, I think we all do it on every side, including the people who are right. That's what I think is the funniest about it. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson, Zanuck. God, Zanuck goes off the deep end. And he will continually follow the rabbits too. So somebody will pin him down. He won't change the topic, I don't think, but he'll chase the rabbits. When somebody else changes the topic, he's like, yeah, I'll discuss that too. And I'm like, But he gets amped. You said that was your experience. What was it like for you, Mano?
Sorry, I had to form something real quick. Yeah, so my first foray, I guess, was in the politics channel, and 24/7 folk had created a channel there. So when that popped up, I moseyed over, and yeah, same thing. I expected to hear. I mean, in fairness, I did hear a lot of like stupid arguments for a while. I didn't mic up until a while after I'd been listening. But I guess I was asking the right kind of questions. So I don't know if you're familiar with Effie Jedi, but he piped up. And as much as it pains me to admit
he's good.
Yeah.
He's
wiped the floor.
really swift. God, he's swift.
And that got me, researching, and he was maybe the best push to refine my arguments.
Yeah. Yeah, he's very good, because he'll use quite fancy footwork, but it's not. It'll be aggressive, but it won't be toxic. It'll be on point. Yeah. He'll stay on the bloody point, and you'll be like, oh shit.
Yeah, and honestly, it was the fact that he was like respectful, and he was actually for after a bit, like he started out kind of heated, because I think the conversation he jumped into was a little heated. Which I haven't talked to him in a while. Never calls me Sunshine anymore. That's sad.
Oh.
But yeah, then another channel opened up on politics and religion. It was some of the same people. Spakeface. Spakeface was over there. There were a couple other people, but I stayed in there a good amount because that was a lot better than the politics room. And I just sort of started wandering around the FED server and this and that. I don't remember the. Oh, I do remember the first time I talked to Nathan Oakley. Holy shit, that was I was ill
Yeah.
prepared for that level of bulldozing.
Yeah, people were like, "Oh, you're going to get wrecked by him. You're going to get," and like, I remember that just one time, just being, I remember one time getting in stitches. He's a very interesting individual. Just, and somebody said this. I should actually dig back up the footage. Somebody said he was actually really quite kind and friendly and funny and respectful and like really good to listen to at the beginning.
And
I don't know. Apparently, right at the
how was
beginning,
that?
he was really cool. I've never heard any of the
Oh.
footage. I wouldn't mind digging it up. Actually, I think he's still got his full YouTube up. I don't know if he deletes videos.
I'd be very curious.
Yes, he has changed over the years, Eggs.
How would you describe him as having started out?
Very quiet, very, very subdued. He was getting into the flat Earth stuff. He didn't have all the rhetoric and emotion that he's got now, but he was very, very quiet back then. Because he used to have that other bloke, Sleeping Warrior, and a few of the others back in the day. So it was very quiet back then.
I heard something similar about Quantum Eraser. Everyone says that he was respectful until, I guess, he got disrespected in some way or something.
His early videos, you can go to his YouTube, watch his early videos, and dude, he seems like kind of level-headed, pretty chill dude, not too fucking aggressive. And then you watch his latest stuff, and he's just yelling the whole time and berating people.
Yeah,
like going
calling
off on
people.
people.
Just, oh my god! And he wanks too. Like the number of times that bloke refers to himself, like demands to want to like play back his own best hits. Holy moly, that guy is just, yeah. So, but somebody did say, and this gives me a lot of empathy for him, that he suffers from chronic back pain because of time in the army or something like that. The moment I heard that, I was like, fair enough, because I have known of people who are lovely people to get chronic pain and just either they become a zombie because they're hopped up on meds all the time, or they become a bit of an asshole. Maybe some of them are nice. I don't know, but I've seen it crush.
I think it was the latter.
Oh yeah, back pain's good for. I'm good for being an asshole for back pain.
Yeah. Suffering
I wonder-
consistent pain makes it really hard.
If you
to be
think I'm
nice and
cranky
reasonable.
now,
I think he just
I wonder
lost
if there's some
patience.
amount of Well, I wonder if part of it is also like chasing views. Like I feel like his audience kind of wants him to be
Yeah.
narky and kind of.
I
a
think that's
dick,
Nathan.
without the kind of. Oh, who are we talking about? Quantum.
I think Nathan does it to like try and emulate the new what kind of like QE turned into. I think you know what I mean, but I think
Yeah, I was talking about
QE is
Nathan.
more. I think QE is more like so fucking like I don't know. Like, he just seems like I listen to like videos here and there. I don't know. I'm gonna just guess because I don't really know. I haven't watched his whole fucking timeline evolve, precisely. But I'd say like over the years, he's just gotten sick of the fucking arguments. And now he's just like, look, you're either gonna listen to me, you're gonna fucking agree with me, or you can get fucked. Because second people start talking to him, I notice like once people start talking to him as if they're teaching him, oh man, he is not having that. He's very strict with his argumentation.
I don't think he is. No, I think people get really impressed with the fact that he's very good at going. That's a blah 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 blah. That's a this kind of That's a this kind of fallacy or that kind of whatever. But it's really just like Magic the Gathering question matching cards, right? Like I play this, you play that. You've just got to recognize the cards and know the counterplays. But none of them have any depth. Really, if you investigate all of the stuff that seems like him arguing super well, are
It's a dialogue tree.
they're not. Yeah, it's a
could probably-
dialogue tree. He
you
just
could
knows.
probably
I say
map
this, you
it.
say why, and he also has the ability, and both of them also do this, which Geo's really good about in here. Geo lets Globers, myself included, really run rampant for a bit. Whereas he does the opposite. He will just put you on mute and then unmute you only to say yes or no, or left or right, or up or down, or some sort of word that he's picked, because he's worked out if he forces you down that tree, he can get you to say yay or nay, and then he can go back on another 10-minute diatribe about how up actually means the Earth's flat. But the moment he's in a corner, and that's why I think they know the Earth's not flat, because they can tell when they're running into a corner,
boy.
whereas other flat earthers can't. And if you have to know what the corner is to know you're running into one, right?
No,
They
just
know where the corners are.
tricks you guys are going to use to argue, and you're like, I don't like his tricks. He just doesn't speculate. He doesn't allow speculation and conversation.
But does he mute people? My point at the
Unless
moment
it's
is that he
like-
mutes people.
Unless he thinks the person's good faith and trying to learn from something from them, he's not going to allow speculate. Well, I haven't
So that
seen him
tactic
allow
itself-
anybody to just speculate. And he's
But
like,
does he
all right,
mute?
what should
My
we do?
point right now. My
Does it
point
match
right
the
now.
scientific method, or does it not?
But my point right
Well,
now is
You're
just.
saying he's not a flat earther. That's the overall point you're making. He doesn't even believe the shit he's saying.
You're
My
allowed
point
to speculate
right
on
now-
Sundays. It's known as Speculation Sunday.
My point
Yeah,
right
on,
now is that he mutes.
On 24/7.
My point right now is that he mutes so that you cannot form a full counter argument. That's the question. It's not about, he knows what your bullshit is. That's not answering the question, because anybody can win if I get to pick and you can only say one word when I let you, right? If we play that game right now, if Geo let me play that game with you right now, I could. Yeah, it's just bad. If your ideas win, then sure, you might need to mute people. Globers go off the deep end, but you should just be able to speak for 2 minutes and have your piece and have the other person respond. And if you can't do that,
That's all he's doing, though. That's all he's
he
doing
doesn't.
now.
He's never done that. I've never seen him do that in 10 years. I've never
I'm
even seen
saying
him step
all
on somebody
he's
else's
doing
platform.
Is winning a debate. That's all he does
No,
nowadays.
he's not. That's not a debate.
He argues to win the debate as quickly as
doesn't win.
possible to shut down.
There's no winning.
like,
There's no winning a debate when you censor the other person.
Yeah, it's not a debate.
Yeah,
it's no longer a debate. If you.
Yeah, if there's no back and forward, it's only just one-sided.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah,
a hyper.
yeah.
In some cases, it can be like a hyper-controlled way to kind of manipulate the narrative without actually letting the two sides have equal mic time.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, he's debating. He doesn't give a shit. He's got his mind made up, and yeah.
But that's not
I see
responding
he
to what we're
does.
saying.
Do I
We're
agree with
making a
all of
core
it?
point.
No, but when
But we're
you're like
making-
acting like he doesn't have good arguments, I'm just gonna reject that completely.
We're not, but I'm not saying his arguments are bad. He might have good arguments. What I'm saying is we can't figure that out when talking to him because he won't let you pick them apart. He won't let you show why they're false. I've shown QE he's false in his own words. And I think, was it Mano? Didn't you do it? Where he had some argument about a closed system, and then he said, closed systems don't exist. What, didn't this happen to you, Mano? He goes, closed systems don't exist. And he said, define entropy, I think. And it was like a checkmate. It was a fucking checkmate. He said, closed systems don't exist. Then he demanded the definition for entropy. Then you went and got it and gave it to him. And his own words said in a closed system. It was just like
that makes no
crunch,
sense.
crunch,
His gas pressure in a
elbow to the
container
head.
is a closed system argument. Why would he ever say closed systems don't exist?
Yeah, as soon
that
as
that
you
makes
challenge him,
absolutely no sense, bro.
Exactly.
His
It
entire
doesn't make
gas
sense, which is
pressure-
why he mutes. Yeah, go for it.
That's not even believable, is what I'm saying. You're saying the guy has one of his arguments, one of his most one of the things he's most famous for is gas pressure without a container, right?
Yeah,
that's a closed system.
All right, dude. All right, bro.
You're saying he doesn't believe
I'll
in
give
a
you a
closed
second
system?
example.
Yo,
I'll give you a
come
second
on, dude.
example in a
Yo,
moment.
come
Yeah,
on,
go
dude.
line, go line.
Holy shit, dude. Been talking for hours. I'm just trying to get in for 10 seconds. Can I do that?
You could do it instead of crying about it.
Well, yeah. Well, Rigger,
No,
you hear me
no,
getting
no,
in.
getting eggs talk serious.
So I just
Yeah,
no, I just want to say that. Oh, here we go.
Sorry.
Can I talk?
No.
All right. Yeah, you finished, and then
gonna
I started
keep
talking,
asking.
and then you interrupted me, bro. You literally
Yeah, because you said my name, and so I addressed what you said.
Nah, dude. So, anyways, I've been in that server, that 24/7 server with Torah. And we've challenged him in his argumentation. As soon as you challenge him, as soon as you pick his argument apart, bro, that's when you get muted, dude. You instantly get muted. He doesn't want to look bad in front of his peers. As soon as he starts looking bad, bro, you get censored immediately.
And he knows whether you're getting beaten because he will beat around some people for hours. He'll keep some people there if they're like falling into the traps and playing along with the game and not getting it right. He'll punch them around for hours. And that's why I think he knows. Whereas other people, if they don't, like if you talk to another flat earther, you can talk till you're blue in the face about orbital periods or refraction or whatever. They will keep talking because they don't think they're wrong. Why would you shut down a conversation sometimes? It's because you know you're wrong on those times.
Well, he shuts down the refraction at Snell's law. You can't even have that conversation with him because you're like, oh, I beat him. You can't beat him in the refraction debate because you have no leg to stand on.
What's his point about if? You know, he has a point about starting with the word if, where you say, if the earth was flat, and he goes, if, what's if? What's his point there? Tell me about his point, if. You know that one, right?
What are you asking?
You know how he objects to, so he'll argue with a glober, and a glober will posit an argument with an if. He'll start with, and his first words out of his mouth will go if. And then he will reject that as a counterfactual. So have you heard him do that? Yeah. Have you heard him do that?
But it's the same thing with like we, when you say we've measured this, like, well, who's we?
Yeah.
Just kind of to interrupt the flow, I think.
Yeah. So what's his point about if? Why can't you start with if?
Well, I don't know. You're positioning for a hypothetical, I'd say.
Yes, it's a hypothetical. That's his issue with it. Exactly. He says you can't talk about hypotheticals. We're here to talk about reality, right? Then open the Black Swan, open his own Black Swan document and check what the first word is. Here's, because you get a guess.
Oh my goodness, dude. He's just got no consistent. Bro. What are you doing?
It is. He says you can't, because the point of if is if is testing a counterfactual.
One is a structured argument, start to finish.
Exactly.
The other one is just like nothing.
Yeah. So if he makes a structured argument, it's acceptable. But if a glober does, he rejects it because it's a hypothetical. Structured arguments often are hypothetical. If this car runs on gasoline, when I put gasoline in, it'll work. If it runs on diesel, it won't work. I have to do if-then scenarios. That's how logic works. And he constructs an if-then scenario because that's what a modus ponens is, or modus tollens, or any of those start with an if. And he accepts that and accepts that and accepts it. The moment a glober says it, without any of his fan base noticing, he goes, oh, you can't start with if. And he'll cut them off at the very first word because he doesn't want to hear the rest of it.
Well, I don't know.
You did start your sentence.
You're like telling me this to be true. It's like, I don't know. Have I experienced this? I don't know. Have I listened to him do this? Who knows?
We were talking about worship.
I
can't see this behavior. This is worship.
I have seen that behavior. It is inconsistent.
This is worship.
It is logic, right? You start with a proposition or a premise or a hypothesis, right? Or a hypothetical, and then you build your argument to the conclusion. He don't, for whatever reason, he gets triggered when a glober does say if, or even a flat earther says if. If P, then Q.
Exactly. So he won't let you do it, but he'll do it. And like, it could be that he doesn't know what he's doing, but it looks,
I don't know that.
That's what I'll say.
You guys just both keep asserting it. It's like, I don't know.
Have you seen it?
I do
know.
But
what worship looks like is being unable to see the flaws in something, I think. It sounds like you are in the process of worshipping QE such that you can't quite tell.
Dude.
It sounds like you can't tell what we're talking about.
And I think he smashed you in multiple debates that I heard him debate you on and just completely crushed you.
That's worship.
And you're like, oh, you think QE fucking beats me in debates, therefore you worship him? Like, get out of here, guy. I think some of his arguments are fucking solid. Do I agree with all of them? No.
It's his argument style is what we're discussing. I'm not even talking about his conclusion.
I like H-Cells better than I like QE, dude. 10 times better.
Yeah, but this isn't like like a personality contest.
Kind of is. It is a bit.
What is it?
It is a bit.
If we're talking argumentation, what's your fucking argument?
Exactly.
But
let them hear it.
True.
Oh, he's a nice guy.
If that's
he's
true,
a nice
isn't
guy.
that a bad argument?
Comes a box of rocks.
True.
Let's discuss matters with him. Like what? It's like it's not a personality contest. Yeah, sure. Like I get it. I get it. Like, is he fair in a debate? No, not that I've seen. Is it 24/7 fair in general? No. I think them
They
guys
don't
been
give a fuck,
grinding at
bro.
it way too long.
I know
To
you're
the
being
point where
hyperbolic, but dude,
they're like so frustrated with like the same argumentation over and over that they just don't want to listen to it anymore.
bro,
And
but
they
you gotta
want to
admit that
dominate the mic and control the narrative over there. That's obvious. Just like when you go over to like other servers, global servers, the same shit happens.
dude,
Sure. And when
hold on,
Globers do
hold
it,
on.
I think they're shit. I think. Go on. Sorry, Lion. Go.
No, I just want to say, but you gotta admit, bro, like Kiwi's one of the worst offenders when it comes to censoring people, like completely muting you, bro. Eggshells doesn't do that. Eggshells has mod powers in some of the servers I go in. He don't just mute people, dude, because they disagree with him.
Yeah,
Eggshells
you
is
know,
way more
Kiwi doesn't
tolerable
have
than
mod
Kiwi,
powers
dude.
on 24/7, right?
Yeah, but
For a long
he's got
time.
his little
Yes.
commies, dude.
He
Right,
doesn't
his
have mod
clip.
powers. He's only in. I mean, he's got Google Command on everybody in there. I've never heard him call. I one time actually did. Sorry, I beg your pardon. I regularly heard him immediately. He would say, "Mute this motherfucker. Mute this retard. Mute this fucking."
Yeah, he'll
blah,
call
blah."
out for that.
Some terrible,
Have him
terrible,
on mute.
and they'll instantly get muted. One time he didn't. Just wasn't a mod there or something, and I just fucking went to town on him for another 10 minutes before somebody got to the mute button. It was glorious. I've never seen him had to sit there and squirm through somebody wrecking his argument before because he
Just
usually
like
gets the mute on
ego.
them. Oh,
Blown.
look, I only think I wrecked him, but if he doesn't let me speak, how do you know he wrecked me? What were my
What are the
arguments in those debates? Were they stuck
what's
inside fences?
what's
I've
that other
listened to
server he
some of
chose
them.
in besides 24/7?
FED.
I know it.
FED.
FED, yeah, FED. I'm a part of
Yeah,
FED.
you're
I
gonna get
barely go
muted
in.
over there.
Yeah,
I'm
FED. I've been
banned
in
from
there.
there.
So if you go in during the live show, yeah, you're getting muted. If you're not like, yeah, if you go on a tangent, you do anything other than like stay on topic, stay like, address the argument.
If you
Then
don't follow his dialogue tree, basically.
Yeah, exactly. If you step
no,
outside the
I've listened
dialogue
to
tree,
him. I listen to him let people hash things out. Where I was just in there the other day when he was promoting his book. Some dude was going through the whole ether argument. Him and Adam, both him and Adam Meakin were like, dude, QE was letting Adam go at it back and forth, and he wasn't
where
even
is
jumping on the dude. And the dude went for a while, like he was trying to get out his whole fucking ether bit. And it was basically like a fucked up version of Witzit's ether bit.
The book is mid, by the way.
So it's not like every single time what they do is just mute people. It's like, no, like the characters that, I don't know, from what I gather, the characters that they seem legit are trying to learn and not just trying to completely like take the position of I'm gonna preach to you and teach you where you're wrong and yada yada. Like with that energy, he's just gonna fucking match you and just mute you and then talk at you.
Yo,
yeah,
who's his
He's
right
just
yeah,
hand
that's what
man?
we're complaining about.
Who's his right?
You can
Who's his right and left hand man? What's that one guy's
Adam.
name?
Yeah, I'd say
Adam.
Adam Meakin. Yeah, they're like buddies.
And Brian's Logic.
Yeah, Brian's in there too. Flatsy. I don't know who else still gets along. They had like a weird
Brian, I've
following.
had good conversations with. If it's the same Brian I'm thinking. Brian was an interesting guy to talk to.
Mm.
It got
There's lots of
Nathan to shut
interesting.
up for a while.
Isn't it also a lot about getting like whoever is following them to like kind of repeat and
Yeah. Yep. Take
repeat
his arguments.
the arguments. Yeah, like you have to kind
Yep.
of get
Yeah.
like repeat them and stick
And he
to
kicks
them.
out. He
That's
kicks
what
out flat
I
earthers
think
if
his
they
goal
argue.
is.
They might agree with 99 things, and then they'll be like, "Yeah, I don't know about the container." Just out. That's it. Persona non grata.
Yeah, that's true. Or Ether. You know.
Yeah, that whole server is very cultish. Like I've been in there sometimes just listening, and it is a lot of like, this needs to be the game plan. This needs to be like.
Yeah.
There's a lot of
And
top down kind of you guys need to follow this playbook, or else.
Mm.
Yeah,
Well,
that's kind of
they kind of they have their favorite arguments, you know, and they have certain people that, you know, are better at the arguments or more familiar with whatever the topic is, and you can see them like sub in for each other. You can see that
Oh, there was
playing
one
out
thing.
all the time.
I don't know if I managed to clip it at the time, but I heard someone say, when you hear this, you should think this. And I thought, that isn't that just absolutely precious?
Well,
Yeah,
so when the whole
when you
like
hear a fire alarm, you should think there's a fire. Yeah.
Yeah, but I always get the accusation levied to me that like I'm being told what to think, and that's just a clear like verbatim. When you hear this, you should think this. I thought that
Yeah,
was a
when you
little
hear a
hypocritical.
siren, you should think there's an emergency vehicle coming. Yeah.
It was a little more than that, but sure.
It's like a red flag. Is that what you're trying to say? Like when you hear something,
little bit.
It's like,
Yeah, I mean they do. Another thing I find interesting is it sounds to me even like there is a push to not just have the same arguments, but present them in exactly the same way. Like,
Yeah.
no, you don't say it like that. You don't. That's also interesting.
yeah, he does not like people using his arguments and going off the rails with them.
As in, like
I know that's
coming
gonna
up with
piss
their
him
own
off.
version of them.
Yeah, but it's like if you're gonna do that, don't steal his shit. You know, don't start off with all his shit and then be like, all right, with everything that I just clipped from QE, let me go and expand on something that goes completely against
yeah,
his whole
eggshells.
argumentation.
Don't steal Alice and Bob. I mean, come on.
That's so bad. Oh my god, the intense. Oh my god, thank you, Gio, for reminding me of that. Alice and Bob is one of the best. It has to be the best. It has to be the most.
What is that?
Like the Alice and Bob argument. You haven't heard the Alice and Bob? Is it a hump or a dip? SE does it. SE does a really good rendition of it. I'll do it for you if you want. You don't want the Alice and Bob?
God,
How do you know SE and you don't know Alice and Bob? Is it a hump or a dip?
Is it in the best of the worst category?
It's so bad. Yeah.
Whose argument is it? Who
So
owns?
it's SE's. I thought it was SE's, and the idea is
No, that was
Ale-
Alice and Bob was QE. I mean, he's the one who called
QE.
it.
Sorry, QE. Yeah, I beg your pardon. I meant to say
Similar.
QE. And then
Well, yeah, SE does maybe have some kind of a certain similar thing. I don't even know if SE
Yeah.
kind of got that from QE or not. Well, SE used to hang out with QE and Oakley back in the day somewhat. You know, he was like on there. I don't think he was like on their panel regularly, but I do think like I don't think SE was ever really into the whole 24/7 scene. As far as I know, he just never really vibed with it. So he was kind of more at like a little bit Gem Pandas, a little bit Jose, JG Gonzalez, and then he was on Brandon's, and then a bit on Oakley's, yeah, QE and Oakley's. But anyways, I don't know if like, well, the Alice and Bob thing though, I think that wasn't that kind of branded by QE, that part of it.
yeah, let me show you it. Let me show you. I'll draw you an Alice and Bob. I'll share my screen.
What I was gonna say too is that like real quick, like in terms of all this, like just kind of the commentary on like the different, I guess, kind of characters and whatnot. But I will say with QE, so when that whole Black Swan thing started, now I don't know for sure, but I've actually heard that QE didn't actually come up with calling it the Black Swan. But I don't want to be like contentious. I don't know for sure. I'm just saying I've heard that. I'm not saying it's for sure. But nonetheless, once that all kind of happened, and that argument with that picture was called Black Swan with the Modus Tollens. And again, I know people kind of attribute it to QE, but also Nathan Oakley to a degree. But I don't know that they actually kind of invented it. There might be some more behind that, but nonetheless.
Can I clarify that quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
There's just this historian of science called Karl Popper, and he, in one of his texts, formulated so-called Black Swan argument from the logical point of view. If you say all swans are white and this is your point, there's only enough like one black swan to corrupt your argument. This is the logical
Yeah.
structure. Karl Popper's Black Swan argument.
Yeah. No, and I know that. I'm aware of that. No, I know that that's like where it originated. But what I'm saying is like calling this argument the Black Swan. That's what I meant. The one with the oil rig.
Right. I see. I see.
Yeah. Like
That's
the oil rigs. Well, I guess. Do you guys know Turnip? Turnip for the Truth, something like that. Turnip. You guys know? He like used to hang out with the Bev crew a lot. If you guys don't know Turnip, he's been around for years. I don't know if he's been around too much lately. But anyways, I guess I had heard that he actually was the one who had been kind of like somehow was related to like coming up with the original or part of the original idea. But that's what they claim. I mean, I don't want to get in the middle of some dispute. I'm just, saying what I've heard literally. I'm not claiming it. But there's the claim that Turnip was connected to the P's and the Q's and kind of coming up with how that came together. So but either way, like whatever is about that, like whatever the truth is of that, either way, once that argument, what I was trying to get at is that once that argument was kind of like packaged in a way, QE back like during that time, that was years ago, he didn't really hang out in 24/7 back then. He was mostly just on Oakley's server and they would do their shows and stuff. He was mostly over there. And some people would hang out like in between and he would, whatever would go on in there. But he never really was like in 24/7. And then at one point, he just like came into 24/7, like just came in like guns ablazing, like you guys all need, and was telling everyone about this Black Swan thing, going over it over and over, telling everyone how to argue for it, to basically, repeat the argument and exactly how it goes. And he was really pushing it. And he got that whole server, like at that time, like everybody was changing their name to like something Swan, like this Swan, that Swan. Like, it was wild, dude. And I remember I never changed my name, I was like, I'm not changing my name to this, but dude, it was intense. It was like this whole like cult of personality who came in. And that was one of the first times he kind of came in that way. And it was Black Swan, Black Swan, Black Swan. That's why that server and that whole kind of group is like connected to that whole thing because of the way QE did that. And then QE kind of like didn't really hang out there much. And then there was another phase where he did start hanging out and started coming in with like a mod role and was being crazy. And then they took his mod role away. So then mods would like end up banning him or like kicking him. It was wild.
This is so much fun. It's so good. It's such a because that's what we're talking about. It's a conversation we came from, right? Whereas worship, because one of the hallmarks, if somebody would say is or is that not worship, I would say, well, can you criticize it? Right? A little bit like, have you seen that one where they catch a North Korean spy because they're like, okay, we want to hire you for a job. It's probably fake, but I love it. It's like a Zoom job interview with this guy and he's like, oh, I'm very excited about this job. Yes, I live in South Korea. And they're like, great, fantastic. So you're not North Korean, are you? And then he's like, no, I'm not from North Korea. And they're like, okay, fantastic. Could you please just say Kim Jong-un is a big fat hairy pig? He's like, why would I say such a thing? In that, can you criticize them, right? Can you see like, yeah, I get on well with Lion and I can criticize him.
Yeah, but that's
I
easy.
remember the day QE was here.
I don't know.
Someone asked if QE was here. I didn't hear what he said.
No, I said I remember the day when QE was here, was told he can't violate the terms, and then he left.
Boy, Nathan got banned off politics, I think, didn't it?
Yeah.
The whole
But
server
still,
or the channel?
The 24/7 channel in politics.
oh, I drew Alison Bob for you. Did you see the Alison Bob?
Yeah, I don't.
No, I
don't
got
get
a
it.
phone call.
So
So a hump and a dip. Alice looks like the hump, and Bob looks like the dip.
sorry, they're meant to be the same line. I just drew them stupidly. So the idea is, if you're looking horizontally out over the water is dropping away from your feet, correct? If the water is dropping away from your feet, then Alice sees the water dropping away. And she sees Bob, who also sees the water dropping away. So how can
What do you mean?
Alice?
Oh, if they're on different opposing shorelines.
Just over any bit of water.
Yeah, one's on
If
one
it's
beach
dropping
and the
away,
one that's across the body of water in both the shorelines. If the water's going down, that means it goes to a point and looks like a V. Is that where you're
But
going
what do you
with it?
mean if the water's dropping away?
It's dropping away from their perspective from each of them.
he was just making the if joke.
This is all just solved with orientation, though.
Exactly.
I mean, we know that. Now that you drew that out, I do remember SE making that argument.
I mean, the thing is you're not horizontal like that. That they're not looking straight. Like they have to all be angled to the inside of the sphere, and therefore those lines would be shooting off into space, like over each other's heads. You know, the one that connects them. So then it's not dropping away. It's just perspective. You know, looks like it is from either side, but it's obviously just would be a sphere in that model.
You mean two
I wanna
different
know-
horizontals?
I want to know who Alice and Bob are.
Sacrificial
Guessing they're
lambs
Globers.
to the Cabal's fucking ritual ceremony.
I'm trying to ask SE in here because he'll do it for you. Because yeah, it's a QE proof, but
It's the hump and the drop, as SE calls it.
yeah.
Is it humping or is it dropping?
You're saying now it's both a hump and a drop? This is dialetheism.
Calm down, Egg.
Sorry, too loud.
But neither QE or Oakley go into that 24/7 anymore. Is that the deal these days? Because like they
Something happened, dude. Some shit happened where it's like
Well, Oakley
they were
got
banging
banned.
heads with the 24/7 crew.
24/7 is
Even-
dead anyway, right?
Yeah, when I was still going there, like they were giving people that were on Nathan's panel and QE's panel, like they were just giving them a hard time for being in there and jumping into the conversation. Like I forget the guy's name. Something AI Overlord or something. He started like getting on people, and I'm like, this is fucking awkward, man. Like, what the fuck's going on? And then they started server bouncing, and I'm like, dude, I'm not fucking keeping up with this shit.
I know Nathan got banned for spamming the N word. Like he just kept
Did he
repeating
really?
it. Yeah. I mean, he was saying how he didn't think it was like he wasn't using it in a bad way, but he just kept saying it. That's clearly TOS. I don't know if he's been unbanned since then or if he's been back at all, but that's what happened with him. I don't know the other people.
They
I
came
think
in
he's still
here.
working.
Those guys came in here several times. Like back when it was when QE and Oakley were both still teamed up. How many times did they come in here? I want to say 4 or 5, maybe 6 with that
Both of
whole
them?
crew. Oh yeah, the whole
QE
crew.
and Nathan?
Oh yeah.
Dude, that must have been fucking chaos for you.
Those were some of the only times that QE has actually been on the Earth Awakenings live stream is when he came in with Oakley and that whole crew. Yeah, because I don't know that QE's really come in here on his own. Because like the way it was like Oakley had his panel coming through his Discord account, so all of his panel, and back then he had like Eli and a bunch of those guys were all on it. So he had
Chocolate, the whole crew.
Yeah.
One deck.
Neil.
Chocolate
One deck.
Neil. Yep. So they were all on it, and it was all coming through just Oakley's mic. So it was like chaos. It was difficult. It was chaotic at times. I actually missed a few of them. I know that I wasn't even there for a few because I heard how absolutely hectic and off the wall they were. But apparently the mods here were I mean, there were some insults flying, but they were trying to mod I think Oakley got muted several times. I think he even got booted. I think SE booted him a few times. Like it was off the rails a few. But there was one time I know I was there and I was modding and we kept it all pretty good actually. I was able to kind of orchestrate. I remember that one went well, but I know some of the ones that like I heard were off the rails as well. But yeah,
Nathan's been to Riggs' server a couple of times. I thought it was going to become like a regular thing, like in politics, but I don't think he's been back.
I saw a couple of the 24/7 names over in QPOP server, but I don't even know what's going on with the server anymore. He had Crit in there. I saw DJ. DJ's a mod over there.
Whatever happened to Chris?
I don't know, dude. They
Haven't
started
seen him in a
jumping
while.
servers. Yeah, I used to like going there on my mobile. You know, when I was on my mobile, I like to like, you know, just listen in. You know, set the phone down, listen to it. And dude, then they started going to this server, that server. I'm like, dude, I can't even find these fucking guys anymore. And then I just stopped going. I stopped even looking for them anymore.
I had one good conversation with Crit, and after that, it was just all downhill. And he started sending me like clips of news stuff on a weekly.
Dude, he would have people go into 24/7 getting all pissed off at him. Because he'd
Yeah.
take like the latest highlights of what NASA's claiming and this, that, the other thing, and he'd send it, like mass send
Yeah,
it to
on a
like
daily,
bunch
not
of
even a
people.
weekly. The problem was he would just like image grab like headlines. It's like, well, like what's the point? Either send the actual article or don't bother.
no, that's what you're talking about. Crit's like daily posting, where he goes to servers and
Yeah.
he posted everywhere every day, and it's
No,
like,
no. He would DM
No,
it.
he sent it
He
to
had like
people
a
in
mailing
DM.
list.
oh yeah, no, he does that too. He DMs just tons of people every day. Yeah. Does he still do that?
Probably. He stopped doing it with me, I guess.
Oh, yeah, dude. That dude's he's on it, I guess. Like he's got all all these people that he messages. How do you even do that with Discord? Does he go through and individually send them, or did he put them in some group text and he hits them all?
No,
That's what I was
there's
thinking.
got to be a way to do it like a mass thing.
Yeah, when I heard about it, I'm like, he must be running like a temporary bot, you know, to like get it done for him. Because having to go through every single person in your DMs and then Control V, click, Control V, click. That would be very time consuming.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised either way. I could see either of those being true.
I mean, I watched a couple people come into chat, the text chat, and just start flipping out on them. I got a good laugh out of that. Stop sending me DMs every day.
It would just block me.
Right? You think people would get it. Like, hey, look, you don't like this dude. You don't want him sending you DMs. There's a little option that says block. Just click it.
By the way, there were a few times in here too, and I don't know if it was just. Well, I know this is kind of going back to like the Nathan Oakley thing and all that, but there were a few times when he was here where like he actually apologized for like going off on people. It was like one of the only times I've
Who
ever heard
apologized?
him. Oakley did
Holy shit.
on here, yeah.
That's big.
Well, it was one of the only times I've heard him do that. I'm not saying he apologized for everything he's ever said, but I'm saying like it was like going off the rails, you know, and the mods were like, you know, please stop insulting. And at one point, yeah, he actually kind of like took responsibility for it in a way that I've never really heard him do at any other time. But I don't listen to all his stuff, so maybe he does do that other times. I don't know.
Yeah, I can't listen to Nathan. Can't do it. I've tried.
Yeah, he just goes off on people, just completely like trying to strip away every ounce of their being.
Yeah, right out the gate. No hesitation. It's like, oh well, one slip up. Fuck it. He's done. He's off the rocker.
Do you think that's like a genuine kind of thing,
No.
like shtick,
Nope.
or do you think it's all totally
Yep, it's all
kind of act?
theatrics, dude. Yep. If it was normal and if it was all like his, I don't know, his reactive personality, I would expect it to just flow better and evolve, and change and not just be like the same insults over and over. I'd expect like a little twist in there, but it's just no.
It's really
It
like
doesn't.
it's like subjugating and demeaning when he really gets into it. It's like
Oh,
the
dude, he
definition of
fucking
like subjugation.
yeah, he digs that knife in deep.
I don't know how many times he told me his nuts were in my mouth.
What did they
How does
taste like?
that
No,
taste?
just kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, all the salty nuts. Like, what is with that? He's always going to nuts, putting them in people's mouths and shit. He's always, what is this whole thing? Like, oh, how do my balls taste? Or isn't that what he says?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then he also says like squeal like a pig. Like he'll do that too.
No.
I think so.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, see, that's too much. It's like, I don't know. Maybe be more clever instead of.
Oh, wow.
Along with all just the morons and the you're the stupidest person to ever live, all that kind of stuff.
It's the tone usually that does it. That like I gotta just stop listening. Is when the tone goes up and the yelling begins. If he was just saying it like casually, maybe like a little bit more octane in the voice. But when it's just like screaming, no.
Yeah, so like is your like theory on that like okay, would you say on that one hand like it's completely acted or would you say that that is kind of who he is and he just kind of accentuates it to kind of do a little bit more theater? Or do you think like he just consciously yeah, like to what degree is it theater? Do you think?
See, pure speculation because I don't know the full history, right, to any level of detail between him and QE. I'd say his progression, like QE's progression, he started off pretty chill from what I saw in his like YouTube videos, and then like I click like a couple years later, and it's like you see like the patience seems to be wearing thin, and then you click like his most recent videos, and he's just fucking ridiculing them and stomping people, like that level. I'm guessing Nathan saw that with QE and started to emulate it as along with adopt all his argumentation, emulated his, like what he was doing, and now has just tried to like take it to another level or a
Well,
different
I think if
level.
you if you do something often enough, it kind of becomes second nature. I think maybe it started out pretty theatrical. I think it's pretty much become who he is now. If you do something often enough, you get good at it. It becomes pretty easy and easier and easier.
Yeah, but he's not good at it. That's the thing. It's like that's why I don't think it's natural. Usually when people talk shit, and it's because they did it. They've always been talking shit. Like growing up, they were talking shit, so they're pretty good at it. Or like joking around, stuff like that. But like being mean, dude. I don't know. He's just mean. It's not really funny.
Yeah.
It's just mean. Like
But I
almost
had
like
this one.
hateful.
Yeah, it can be pretty like vindictive and dude, I had this one time where I was on that one of those like earlier like FED servers. I think one of the ones owned by Betty like years ago.
It's amazing, dude.
fascinating.
Yeah, you're doing it. You're giving a quantification to what it is to be alive. You're like, there's these pressures and we can calculate them, environmental pressures, and then we can see
That's
if
not what I
this,
was doing.
mutation
Have you
occurs
got
and we can
anything
give
for
you
it? You got any argument?
No,
I'm
of course
giving
not.
one
Have
right
you ever?
now.
You're not.
Do
He
I
just put
ever
You're
have?
several
using
forward, Left Lane. What are you talking about? He put
I put
several
like
forward.
4 arguments forward, dude. You guys are just
No,
He just putting
dogmatically
words
asserting
together.
nonsense.
Don't even say
he
anything,
actually
really.
hasn't put.
I'm just
He actually
putting
hasn't put
words
forth a
together
single
and don't
argument.
even
He's just
say
been.
anything.
He's been asking questions. He hasn't even offered an argument.
I
No,
put
he
dude.
has. I've been here the whole time, and he's allowed to talk in a
What was his
casual way
argument?
too. So I don't know why the attacks are there. I don't know why
Oh,
you're
you
doing
want to
that.
know the argument? Yeah, mathematical is conceptual, which requires a mind, and mathematical ratios are baked into nature, requiring nature to have a divine mind behind it. I gave you that argument. You're still fumbling over it. You're trying to prove natural selection because of that argument, dude. What are you talking
real
about?
quick.
No, that argument was a while ago, and natural selection has nothing to do with that.
What?
Yo, so Jay Dyer's argument regarding the nub, right, the penis. What are the pressures involved? You're talking about natural selection. What evolutionary advantages does a nub have over thousands or millions of years before you get a fully functioning penis able to reproduce, right? What evolutionary pressures are there?
So it wouldn't have started out as a nub, right? So I'm not going to be able to give you specifics because you're asking a very specific progression there. But my understanding is that the ability to excrete waste is one of the first things that living organisms have. Single-celled things excrete it through their walls, through the cell walls. Other things excrete it through some orifice. That orifice eventually evolves into something like a penis or an anus or whatever
Does that
cloaca,
change the
whatever that
species?
particular animal has.
Does that change the
That
species?
it would change as
Hold on,
speciation
real
gets more
quick.
specific. Yes.
Real
So
quick,
you're
so
the law of
I'm trying to
identity
bring up a
just
point
got
here
destroyed.
because this is actually a big point against your argument because the number one driver for evolution isn't natural selection. You know what it is?
Sexual selection?
Random mutation. It's by
No,
far the number one driver of evolution is random mutation.
I disagree.
That's your paradigm.
I would put
You might
them.
disagree
No,
with it.
I would put them
And
exactly on the same level. I wouldn't say one is more important than the other. Without natural selection, you don't have evolution. Without random
no, dude,
mutation, you don't have
before
evolution. You need both of them.
no, dude, that's not true. Before you ever had species or groups, right? You had random mutation, dude. You couldn't have groups without random mutation.
Do you mean genetic drift?
But hold on, before we get into all that, right? So the thing is, random mutation is random, right? It doesn't have purpose. It doesn't have a guiding force. It's non-purpose. How could you have a purposeful organ like a penis with all its intricate parts have come to be without purpose?
I think that would be environmental pressures.
Yeah, and I don't know what you mean by purpose. You don't need purpose. Evolution doesn't have a goal in mind, right? It's
That's
just
my
those
point,
pressures.
dude. That's my point. So how could you have a purposeful organ like the anus or the sphincter or the rectum or the penis without purpose?
You don't need purpose. You just need function.
Yeah,
It
so
has
how
a
do you get a
function.
functioning anus or a functioning penis over millions of years?
I mean, there's progressions to those things. There's biologists that have mapped
No,
out what
there's
came
not.
first, what came later, how there are. That's
Prove it.
exactly what their fucking job is.
How do you? So how
I
do
mean,
you?
you can
Yeah.
look
So
these things
before
up. They have.
before
Oh.
before the penis actually can function, right? It has to be fully formed with all its intricate parts. You're ignoring the core parts of
No,
a penis and acting like
no.
that penis has had any function at all, right? Over millions of years
Yes, you
before it
can
was
have
fully
something
formed.
that isn't. You can have something that excretes waste that isn't shaped like a penis, right? You
That's
can
a
have something
purpose.
that's just like. That's a function.
Yeah, how do you have
You're trying to
purpose
bring
without
like divine
purpose? Is what
purpose.
I'm trying to say.
You don't need purpose, is
You
what I'm telling you.
can't get purpose from non-purpose.
You don't need purpose.
You
All you need
can't
is
get life from
function.
non-life.
Arguably, I don't think that's true.
Okay, you have an argument for that?
There was once not life, now there's life.
Okay, how do you know that?
It'd be a very complicated thing. It's the body of knowledge that I've acquired over years. I don't know.
Unfortunately, you already declared that the ratio of pi is eternal into the past.
As far back as time existed, yes, I wouldn't call that eternal.
As far back as time existed, you're saying there was a time that time didn't exist?
No, I'm saying
Okay,
that
so
time
time
didn't
has always
exist before
existed
time
eternally.
exists. No,
Are
I'm
you
just
saying
saying
there
that
was a
time
point
existed.
that there were no
Fuck me.
changes occurring?
No, not a point.
Okay, so what are you saying, dude?
I'm saying the universe had a time point 0.
At a point, wait, you're saying not at a point, but at a point?
Time point 0 is in it had a t equals 0, whatever you want to call that.
Yeah, do you think a circle had a specific ratio during that? I mean, you invoked a 0, isn't that a circle?
I answered this earlier. I don't know if physics came about at the early universe. If it did, I think it would have happened very, very quickly,
It's
on
not
the orders
physics.
of like half a second
Mathematical
or something.
ratio of pi is not physics.
It is physics.
It's
Well,
metaphysics.
arguably.
It's metaphysics.
I mean, it's math.
Gravity is physics.
It's to do with the geometry of the universe, I think. But I mean, that's beside the point. Just it existed pretty much from the beginning.
Yeah, does geometry exist without a mind?
The relationships of values exist without minds, but the
Prove it.
language we've concocted to describe those only exists within minds.
No, prove that those ratios can exist without minds. Go ahead.
They would have to.
Because of your bias that there is no creator? Is that
No,
why they
because
would
the
have
opposite
to?
would be absurd.
Or what is the real reason they would have to?
Because them not existing without minds would be absurd.
Because what? Because ratios not existing without minds would be absurd. So therefore you believe in an ultimate mind
No.
where all
I believe
those
in human
ratios
minds.
exist. You just said, dude, without a mind they wouldn't exist.
No, I said they would still exist without minds. You got it exactly backwards. Again.
They would still okay, how do you know that?
Because for that not to be the case would be absurd.
So you're saying for ratios to exist in a mind would be absurd?
Jesus Christ.
That's what
For
you're saying.
ratios to exist.
Silly, man. It's fucking silly.
No, I know.
You're saying
I don't know if it's
it's absurd
intentional.
to say
I
that
hope it is. I hope
ratios
he meant it.
exist in a mind before any human minds existed. Is that correct?
No, to say that they exist only because of minds and didn't exist before minds would be absurd.
Yeah, nobody's saying that there was
No, he's
nobody's
saying
saying
ratios
that.
forever.
You're saying that they
No,
exist without minds.
you're saying they exist with minds. Therefore, there was an absolute mind before human mind. I
Yes,
don't think that's
exactly.
necessary.
Yeah, you're saying there was no absolute
He's saying
mind
his
that they
ratios like to
existed.
party all the time, party all the time, party all the time.
I'm saying you can have ratios without minds. I'm
Okay,
saying
yeah, can you prove?
Pi existed before we calculated it.
Yeah, and how do you know that wasn't in a mind? An absolute mind.
Because
You're saying because that's
it's in the
absurd.
circle
What is the
itself.
absurdity? Yeah, what is the absurdity in that position?
Because it's in the circle itself. You don't need a mind to calculate it for it to exist. Nothing changes about that circle just because somebody calculated, just because someone is aware that circle
Dude, a
exists.
circle is a 2D dude. Are you kidding me right now? You
I'm
cannot
not
be
kidding you.
serious. Dude, you don't actually believe this, do
I'm
you?
dead serious. I
So
do
you're
believe
dead serious that circles exist in reality.
they can, yeah.
Okay, where? How do you have a 2D thing in a 3D space?
Vectors. You have something
You can see in
traveling in a
2D.
circle, that would be a circle.
So you guys now are stating that you can make a perfect circle in reality.
I didn't say
Nobody
perfect.
said
You
anything
don't need
about
to make a
perfect
perfect
circle.
circle.
That's what, dude, a circle is defined as perfect.
No, it's not.
So you guys are saying if you can't make the perfect circle, then you can't get the ratio from the reality.
We
Because
don't
if it's not a
get the ratio,
perfect
we
circle, it
calculate
won't
it.
hold that ratio.
Sure.
That's an
And
impractical statement, though. I mean, you can practically, and for all practical purposes, yes, you can.
Yeah, okay. And that's my question. How is that possible without a mind?
because that ratio isn't contingent on the mind. The ratio itself exists regardless.
The ratio doesn't exist regardless because there is no perfect circle in reality. So therefore, if I made a circle in reality and I got the ratio of pi equaling exactly 3, you would go, yeah, that's what pi is. It's 3,
You couldn't
pragmatically.
be able to. You'd never be able to do that.
If I drew a circle, yes, I can, as long as it's not a
Draw a
perfect
circle and get a
circle.
ratio of 3.
Yeah, as long as it's not a perfect circle.
So what is it? An ellipse?
Exactly. Thank you. Oh my goodness. It's not a circle. Because circles exist only within a mind.
I think that's true.
You guys think circles, 2D things exist in reality? I
You
thought you
wouldn't be
guys
able to
said
make.
flat earthers were the
Anything
ones
that
who
So
can't
anything
hold
think
that
on,
in
you wouldn't be
3D.
able to make a
Apparently, you guys
circle.
have no ability to think in 3D because you think
anything that
circles exist
rotates
in reality. A circle is something that doesn't take up any space, you know?
anything that rotates describes a circle.
Left Lane, you agree with that? Anything that rotates describes a circle?
Yeah, practically speaking.
You'd never be able to make a circle with a pi of 3 because that would be contingent on having a fixed radius to call it a circle. If it doesn't have a fixed radius, it can't be a circle. It would just be a
I can
different
do it
shape.
on the surface of a sphere, no problem.
What do you mean?
True. Oh, he's getting into spherical geometry now.
Yeah, if I go non-Euclidean, which is fake, is non-reality, you can make a pi equal 2 on a circle if you want.
How?
Because you would treat the
Describe it.
radius like the arc length.
I think you'd need a parabola for that, but yeah, you could.
Parabola couldn't be described by a radius. It wouldn't be a circle.
I'm just glad you
There
guys
would be no
agree that
relationship with pi.
a circle is a Euclidean, idea, right? That follows specific ratios, right, of pi between the circumference and the diameter. And that doesn't exist in reality anywhere. You can't make a perfect circle. You guys agree with that, right? Music to my ears.
Why
The
is it
silence,
music to your ears?
the silence is deafening, dude. It's deafening.
I mean, what does it mean, though? What's the practicality of what you're saying?
I just asked for an agreement. Do you agree or not?
Yeah, that I can't make a perfect circle? Sure, I agree to that.
Okay, do you agree that it does exist within your mind, though?
Only
Only in the mind, correct?
mathematical. I don't know. Is there such thing as a mathematical perfect circle?